give you an example, like flights, maybe. You have
Flights.
already thought about this.
No.
I just
So-
posted your airplane going around a spinning globe. How do you land that airplane?
I mean, you already said that because you said that
Flight.
we are
It would be
thinking that
impossible
we
to
are
land an
going in
airplane.
that we are going in a straight line. That we are not actually going in a straight line because
Glover made that. Glover made that anyway. By the way, not a flat earther.
That's funny.
It's going to depend if you're making flights, flying around. I mean, what coordinate and navigation system are you using? What's that? If you're using longitude and latitude, we're back to the celestial sphere because longitude and latitude are in the sky. So that's the celestial sphere. So don't be surprised that works because that's what it's designed to do, get you from one place to another. But that's not the Earth being a sphere, that's the sphere in the sky.
yeah, you already have thought, speak about this. But the thing is, I really wish that I really had a very big amount of budget, and I could just follow my nose without any compass or
But
any
this-
map or anything, and just see that if I could.
You can do
Go back
that.
to
The
the
most
same point
accurate
that-
sailing method was called Portland charts, where you would just take a heading out of a port, and then you'd smack into the other port as long as you maintain the heading.
I didn't
didn't-
understand a single
A heading, right? So say you were they particularly used it in the Mediterranean, right? So say you're in Barcelona or I don't know, something on the coast. Say you're in
Italy.
Yeah, let's
No, it's
just go. You're at the Straits of Gibraltar. Okay. So you know that there's a heading that you can take where you're going to smash into Cyprus. Okay. And all you have to do is take that heading, point your ship in that direction. And as long as you maintain that heading within a degree, within some, I don't mean literally a degree, but some degree of accuracy, you're gonna at least see Cyprus at some point because you can probably see it from freaking 80 miles away. You see what I'm saying? It's like this method of navigation was used by the Spanish and the Portuguese. In fact, if you go to our main server in the map channel, Miguel, who's Portuguese, posted tons and tons of maps from Portugal of how they navigated using this method. They didn't use any globe. They didn't use anything like that, and they were considered the most accurate way of travel. Now, when you get out in the open ocean, there's a lot of currents, so it's really hard to maintain a heading when you have a frickin' 50 mile per hour frickin' ocean current pushing you in a direction. So they had to invent other methods. Compass is useful to a point, you know what I mean? So they used the stars, and then the stars are also useful to a point because you have cloudy days. There's errors, right? We've developed systems of navigation over time, right? And they're all fraught with their own errors, but they don't match a globe. So, for instance, celestial navigation, they're only doing observations within a narrow range of the sky. They can't observe anything below 30 degrees, and they can't observe anything 30 degrees above it because then you'll be pointing your sextant straight up, right? So it's a very narrow range of the sky, and they have to take reading after reading after reading over the course of a day to get within 15 nautical miles of where they think they are. That's how accurate that is. So it doesn't work the way it doesn't work the way it's sold and the way people imagine it works. It's way different than that. That's just what I mean. I think you've probably been here when I said it. We're just here to tell you, that there's problems with this globe idea that you were not told. Now you can say, hey, there's enough problems where I think it's bullshit, or nah, those are superficial problems that I can just ignore and continue believing the globe. That is up to you. I do not care which one you take. But if you want to live in a reality, you want to live in a worldview where you think that reality is a giant optical illusion and that you can just brush all the problems under the rug and continue along your day. I mean, you're the one who has to live with yourself. You religious, Mohammed?
Yes, I could say.
Do you think God would create a world that's an optical illusion?
It's a navigational illusion.
An optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, it
As
looks
I told
flat, but
you,
it's actually a ball. That optical illusion.
Oh, I mean, why not?
So
Why not?
God's a great deceiver. Congratulations. You're a Satanist.
I mean, I really appreciate, but I'm afraid I'm starting to follow because my head is already full of data.
That's
but
that's
yeah,
fine. I understand, dude. This is a thick topic, dude. This is like a crash course. So I understand. We all understand that it can be, it's like a rich food. You know what I mean? You can only eat so much.
I just want to add something off track, completely off track, not related about this topic. The thing is, would you guys even like consider taking your next step, like maybe talking with the government or stuff like that, or no? Because the only answer you would get would be like refraction gravity, refraction.
Who in the government will we talk to, Mohammed?
Hey, Mohammed, the government already responded. They asked YouTube and Google to take us down, so it makes it hard to find our stuff.
Who would we ask in the government,
yeah,
Mohammed? Should I write Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, President Trump, is the Earth flat? What the hell does Trump know?
Yeah, right, your congressman.
What that? They know even less.
Exactly.
They're like, please, thank you, kind sir. Next time you ask me a question, attach the check so I can answer it in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, you're not going to ask political people because political people have got political agendas. They say what the backing tells them to say. Right? This is obvious. This is why we have different political parties. So we're not going to be asking politicians yet.
Why do you sieve your knowledge through the government? Like it's not true unless you need the government seal of approval. Oh, the government said it's true. I can believe in this now.
Maybe he's from one of those countries where they draw the big giant heads on sides of buildings.
But seriously, I'm really really curious about one thing. How
Well,
do you guys?
the way you think about it is messed up, though, Muhammad. The way you think about it, you said hide the flat Earth. How would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it kind of would be impossible because the only answer
it's not
would
possible.
be like refraction and gravity.
No. Actually, physically hide the flat Earth outside because the flat Earth is outside. That's where it is. Like it's the Earth itself. How are they going to hide that?
And yeah, you make sense. Okay, but I'm really having a curiosity about something. I wanted to ask this for so long. I don't know who is from United States in this channel, but how do you guys allow like your taxes to be put in so much quantity into NASA?
Holy shit!
I mean, even
how old are you, man?
I mean, even like I'm 25.
Okay. Taxes are collected at the end of a barrel of a gun. Okay? There's no volunteering here. What are you talking about? Bro, don't pay your taxes. They're going to come, men with guns are going to come to your house and take your shit. It's that simple.
I mean, I have seen lots of protests about like about anything. Almost anything, but not have seen anybody to protest.
What are we going to protest?
Okay, we don't.
That must have been on television where you saw that, or social media.
What are we going to protest? What are we going to do? Go in front of the Atlantic Ocean with signs? Earth is flat. This water's not curved.
This water
just look at it. Like my son will say, refraction's fake. Just look at it.
Water doesn't lie. Water doesn't lie. And just walk down the street saying that.
Sir. There had been a misunderstanding. It's actually completely off topic. I'm just saying that regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat or like curved or anything, I mean that amount of money, being given to NASA to like just investigate the outer space.
Our government
It's kind
prints
of
money.
nonsense.
Oh, okay. Do you know how our government gives money to people? It looks at the keyboard and it's like, oh, what's the shortcut for print? Oh, Control P. And fucking dollar bills fly out of a printer somewhere. They're not spending any money. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I have heard that like millions of dollars had been spending on NASA for
They print
each
the
day.
money, Mohammed. What aren't you understanding? They print the money.
They just tell you they're spending that much money. So when money goes somewhere, they say it went to NASA and it's on some guy's boat, dude.
But creating money will influence on the like financial situation, or
Oh,
am I right?
Yeah, you mean like the inflation we got now, the skyrocketing inflation? Yeah, we know.
It's like the trillions and trillions and trillions of never going to pay back again debt. Yeah.
Look, if you want to think about it from that viewpoint, have you thought about it from this viewpoint? Is that space as a human endeavor will never make money. So why are they doing it?
Of course. Yeah, of course, exactly.
So
That's
what
my
else
point.
do
That's
we
my
do?
point.
Can you name one thing that we just pour money into we're never going to get a return on that money? Anything that human beings do. We just pour the money in, we never get anything back.
Yeah, exactly. The only justification, I don't know much about the
Don't you
United
think that
States.
that's a sign something's wrong?
No. I don't know much about the tax system, but the
No,
only justification.
I'm not even
for
talking about the taxes,
okay,
buddy.
we
I'm just
collect
talking
all.
about like say like deep sea exploration. Hey, yeah, because we think we're gonna get oil, or we think we're gonna get gold, or we think we're gonna get find a sunken Spanish ship, right? We think we're gonna profit from it. There's no profit even imaginable from outer space. Why are we still doing it? I think
Exactly.
probably since the 1960s. How many trillions of dollars have been spent? Think about what they spent. Think about how much they made. They've made zero, but they've spent trillions. What else do human beings do that actually would do that? Other than like military equipment, because there's no return on investment for military equipment. Other than
You sell it.
Yeah, I just said
individuals.
that regardless of the shape of the Earth, okay, I find it kind of absurd to spend millions of dollars for just investigating to see what is in the space. See what I mean? I
Yeah.
think it would be a waste of money. Like, right?
Yeah, that's why NASA's not doing that, and that's why they're a spy and disinformation organisation, right? You know
Oh
this
yeah, I
now.
forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
Did you know that now,
Like
Mohammed?
all
Is that NASA's now a spy organization?
spy organization.
Yeah.
I didn't
Trump
know.
signed an executive order. Yeah, a couple months ago, Trump signed an executive order. It's on the White House's website, turning the primary purpose of NASA into national security matters. Intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security is their primary objective. Yeah, that was a few months ago.
Intelligence and counterintelligence. That doesn't sound
Yes.
like space exploration to me.
Well, propaganda was too obvious, so.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence is really the main idea. They want to counter your intelligence.
We need more ammunition for the queue.
you do realize
It's- I know.
we're talking about a story about
if you don't know that the models of like the solar system are valid.
They are valid, but they're not real.
No models. Conceptions.
They're models.
Yes. So why would
you do realize
it's attainable to go to other planets?
No, just because your model works, don't make it true. There's an infinite number of fucking models for any arbitrary data set. You realize that, right?
Sure, but I don't see why.
Okay, so you're reifying the model and saying that you're reifying the model. The model has these geometries of elliptical orbits, and now you're saying, oh, these are actually real in the physical world. That's why I'm asking you how you know this stuff is, like, how you know any of this is true. It's just a story you were told. That's all it is.
So do you believe that, like, electrons exist?
Look, I know electrons exist because I can hook up a cold cathode tube and shoot them at shit.
Yeah, you can send probes to different locations in the solar system.
Yeah.
Just replace the entire
okay, that's just the story you heard.
You also just told me a story.
Oh my god!
I can tell you how to make that. I can tell you how to. I can tell you how to make that right now. You could literally make that in the next 30 minutes. You just got to smash a light bulb.
I do need to, like, leave and do something else. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry that I am not, like, being convinced
Don't apologize.
No one is trying to convince you. See, that was your first mistake. We're here giving you information to give you information.
Okay, well,
that you don't actually know anything, that you have a bunch of beliefs in this point, and almost religious. It's certainly dogmatic. You have a bunch of dogmatic religious beliefs that you don't even know what they observed.
Yeah, because I don't study those fields.
If I asked you which scientist, bro, okay, I could ask you which scientist, you wouldn't know that. You just believe in some magic science guy that's out there because you saw a Discovery Channel documentary.
Well, and
that's the situation. I'm sorry. You have no primary knowledge. You don't even have secondary knowledge. You don't even have tertiary knowledge of the claims that you believe in. This is like a game of telephone. We don't even know what's said.
Well, I actually think that this channel is extremely toxic and is really bad for science communication, and I think that space exploration is very important.
So you were here to get on your soapbox? So you actually came here to get on your soapbox. So you came here to get on your soapbox and say, we're trying to convince you, pretend we're not convincing you when we're never trying to do that in the first place, then get up on your soapbox and say, this channel's bad, it's misinformation, go get vaccinated.
I didn't say it was misinformation. I think
everything tell us one factual error. Listen, hey, dude, real simple. Tell us one factual error we said to you. Factual error.
That gas can't be affected by gravity.
Okay, show us how it's a factual error. With an experiment.
Yeah.
See,
listen, you want to know what Newton said? Want to know what Newton said? If it can't be, want to know what Newton said? He said, if it can't be resolved with the experiment, it's not worthy of debate. Show us the experiment.
Yeah,
gas pressure gravity creating gas pressure right now.
Discourage space
gravity creating gas pressure right now, dude.
That we explore other celestial bodies.
You're not exploring shit, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. You're not exploring shit. You're watching TV. You're watching a fucking screen. You're not doing anything.
Exploring more of the solar system.
Nobody's exploring anything. The only thing you're exploring is 57 channels and nothing on. I clicked through the internet. I see space fucking CGI. That's the only thing you did. You're not exploring anything. You're not one of them. You're not a spaceman. You're not in their club.
And
none of the people listening to you are in their club.
Just completely.
There's no we, dude.
All of the science
there's no
doing.
There's no we. You're not with them.
You guys are.
You're a stuck-up sycophant. That's what you are.
Other scientists and astronomers do is bad.
Have we talked to? No, don't straw man us. First of all, I've talked to scientists. I've talked to PhDs in physics. I've talked to fucking astronomers. I've talked to astrophysicists. I've talked to cosmologists. I've talked to people that work for NASA. I've talked to them in this chat. Have you? Who have you talked to?
I still think that it's bad to.
Who cares what you think? You have an ignorant opinion.
That has been done.
You don't know anything about science. You could listen. You said that science can be done without fucking experiment.
I didn't say that.
It's an empirical part of science is the experiment.
Type of science.
That's not science, dude.
Yeah, I know. I understand that math isn't science at this point. I had always thought that it was like some sort of science, but I guess
Bradley, feel my love.
No.
Feel love.
Feel my mute button. So this is very simple. Math is not science.
I understand that math is not science at this point. It's
okay, but science is a systematic.
The
definition of science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, the natural world, not the synthetic world, not the man-made world, not the abstract world.
Simulations, or do we count simulations as well?
No, simulations are not science. No,
like I've done simulation studies before, and like they were.
And you didn't do science. Okay, well, what was the physical, actual experiment that you conducted? Because this is the natural world, not the simulated world. Not the simulated worlds. You're back to the reification. You've now made things that are immaterial material in your own mind. It's stupid. I don't know why you're doing it. We will be using these simulations. Then we're going to be doing natural science with material, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that simulation experiments are part of natural science.
No, they're not.
They're not.
Oh.
They're not part of any science.
I never claimed that they would be. I just said that they are scientific studies that you can do.
They're not scientific.
Why wouldn't they be scientific? You can have a hypothesis.
Because they don't involve the natural world.
So you're saying that science can only be done on the natural world?
That's how science is defined.
I don't think that's true because
you've been pointing out the difference.
Okay, look in the Oxford Dictionary right now. It says the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
So very specifically, it also say outside of man's influence. So not caused by man. As in man's not there and you're just the observer in the natural world and looking at the phenomena occurring and you making predictions as to what causes that and validating that hypothesis through an experiment. This is natural science. The thing and tool that you would use.
So I'm not saying that simulation studies are natural science. I'm just saying it is science.
They're not science. In what sense are they science? How are they falsifiable?
You have a hypothesis.
What is it? What is a hypothesis? Tell us what a hypothesis actually is in science. A hypothesis. Give us a scientific hypothesis that you can do with a simulation.
Okay, here's a scientific hypothesis you can do in a simulation. For example, I was working with a simulation for pandemic spreading. So I could say that
fucking explains everything.
Decreasing the rate of spread of a virus will decrease the amount of patients in the simulation getting affected or infected. So that can be tested through various experiments in the simulation by decreasing the viral transmission of the virus. And you can observe in the simulation how many patients get infected. And
I'm glad you said so many simulated lives.
Support or not support your hypothesis.
Holy cow.
Okay. Nothing about that science. You're ready to just.
How is that not science?
How could it be?
Because you're performing.
Okay. Let's
against the hypothesis.
Let's say you are doing science. Your simulation. Can we get any physical laws of nature from your simulation? I want to make. Can we get a law? Can we even get a law within your simulation? Because the object of science is defined what the physical laws of nature are, right? So that's the object. That's the end goal. We want to know the laws of nature, right? The physical laws. let's say we're going to take your simulation. Where are the laws of the simulation within the simulation, right? Can we find any laws within your simulation? You can't even do the basic object of science.
Hard-coded laws within the simulation.
Okay. So what do they tell you about the simulation? Nothing, because you wrote it.
I didn't write the simulation.
I'm just saying, you get it, right? Look, it's like, okay, I'm going to perform an experiment in Grand Theft Auto. I'm going to punch all the hookers that I see and see if I can still get laid. Okay, that's stupid, dude. You're just playing a circle jerk in a video game. That's not science.
This is a bit weird, right?
I mean, you might not think it's an important science, but it is a scientific
please. Science is and only anything that adheres to method. That's what natural science is, right?
Yeah. Well, to the scientific method, you can use the scientific method.
I haven't finished, dude. What you do after that isn't going to be science, though. All right? If you do some kind of mathematical study or some kind of modeling or computer program or whatever, that's not science. The bit where you followed the scientific method, that was the science, wasn't it?
What is performing an experiment on a model then? What if not science?
No, it's not a model. Not a model, dude. Listen, let's see if we can do the scientific method with your simulation.
I'm just asking, what would you call doing a scientific experiment against a model?
You're not doing one.
We're going to get there. We'll see if a model even applies, right? Whatever you think a model is. So what was the naturally observed phenomena that you're trying to study?
For example, in a simulation for like the spread of COVID.
I'm asking you, what was the actual observation you made in nature so that we can study the cause of the effect? What was it?
Well, it wasn't a natural experiment. It was an experiment on a model.
Oh, so this is not science then?
So what would you call it? That's what I'm asking. If it is not science, what are the experiments on the models called?
These are not, listen, bro, your models, first of all, yeah, this is ridiculous. So you don't have anything in nature you can point to that we're going to be conducting any kind of scientific method or
I'm not even claiming that it's science anymore. I'm just asking, what do you call an experiment against a model?
People doing stupid shit to figure out stuff that they really can't conclude anything about. That's what you call science. You're like, oh, if someone's just studying it,
I'm not calling it science anymore.
Right, hold on. I think I can. I think I've got an olive branch. Right, so the closest thing you will get to a scientific model, and a scientific model is a very particular type of beast. It will be based on one or more validated scientific hypotheses. So this is what I was saying earlier, right? The science bit, that's when you do the science bit, the natural observation, the prediction of experiments to validate the hypothesis. What you do after, mathematical fucking feeling studies, all of these types of things, right? If you've got a scientific model, it's got to be based on scientific hypotheses. But the model isn't science. The science is the scientific method and the experiment. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Good. So what's the problem?
I'm just asking, what would you call using the scientific method on a model? What would that be called? Since it isn't
It's not
science.
a thing. You can't. It's not. No one is doing that.
Do an experiment on a model. You're saying that you cannot do an experiment on a model.
No. How many times do I have to say it?
But I've literally done experiments on models. Like you can see.
I know, and you've played with toys and simulations, and for some reason you think that has something to do with science. I don't know why.
I'm asking you, what is it called? Like, if I have a model of the Empire State Building, and it's like a very small model, it's like as big as a water bottle, and then I'll
tell you what it's called.
That model, and my hypothesis is if I smash this model, it will break. And
I've got it for you, bro. I'll tell you what it's called. It's called mental masturbation. That's what you're doing.
So, like, a simulation study is mental masturbation. That's what I should be calling.
That's correct.
Well, in your example, you caused your model to break because you smashed it.
Yes,
You understand that natural science is outside of man's influence, though.
To structurally no longer be sound.
Yeah, well done. But as long as it's outside of man's influence, you understand what the word natural means.
Which, interestingly, it is a natural thing that I'm observing in that case. It's not simulation.
Well, no, you're not. When you smashed it.
So I don't know why that's mental masturbation.
Sorry, excuse me. When you smashed the model, you understand that natural is outside of man's influence, right? It's the only reason why I'm jumping up and down when you were the cause of this.
So you don't think
that's
that we
not
can
science.
do an experiment on anything artificial?
No, for the very reason that it is because of man's influence. It's synthetic. Man made it. Now, you can do trial and error. You can do, deductively try to figure out, solve a problem or whatever. You can do those types of things. But you made the thing. It's synthetic by the definition of it. Artificial.
So artifice can be done on any artificial objects.
Hey, bro, we don't even know if the variables inside your simulation represent anything that's actual in reality.
So, we can't, for example, do an experiment to test if a synthetic oil is flammable because it's artificial.
Right. No, hold on. You can do an experiment.
But it wouldn't be science?
What?
Wouldn't be natural science.
You got chemicals
involved. Right, I'm not
involved.
claiming it's natural science. I've never claimed any of this is natural science.
Stop right there.
I'm just saying science.
You're not claiming it's natural science.
No.
Natural science is an adherence to the scientific method. We started here about an hour ago. Anything outside of that is declared as pseudoscience. So pseudoscience is something that claims to follow the scientific method.
If it is flammable, is it
my God, I'm trying to help. Trying to help.
I need an example.
What?
Okay.
What of a natural experiment?
Okay. Let's say we have an artificially created oil. I want to test if it is flammable or not. My hypothesis is that it would be flammable, just as an example. And the oil could be refined canola oil or something. And I want to see
synthetic. Now you can do experiments, trial and error, but these are synthetic. This is like chemistry. This is engineering. Science, it's like every time I talk, you think that's the time that you should talk. It's weird. Maybe there's a lag. I'll go for that.
You made an oil. You want to see if it can catch fire. So you try to catch it on fire. So what? That's not natural science. It's not science at all.
Natural science. Is that also mental masturbation?
Yes.
Okay. So material science is also out of the table. We don't.
It's not. Material science doesn't exist. Whatever you're putting science on the end of it, it's not what it is. You don't even know what the definition of the word is.
Which is why I'm asking you guys for clarification, if that's okay.
You can solve this problem with a quick Google search instead of you sitting in here and filibustering.
I did look up the definition of science. I've read many definitions at this point.
Yeah,
I'm just
Greek.
I'm confused by what you guys are saying because there are.
Yeah, I know you're confused. Obviously, you're confused. The word science comes from, I think it's a Greek word. It's scientia, right? It means knowledge, right? So you're trying to find out knowledge. But there's this whole other thing called...
No. I'm not trying to figure out knowledge. I'm trying to figure out science. I understand that words have etymologies. I'm not trying to figure out the definition of the word that the word that we're talking about is etymologically originates from. I'm trying to just figure out what you guys think the actual present day use in English, modern, potentially standard American English. I don't know where you guys are from, but I'm speaking standard American English. And I am only looking up the word science, not any of its etymological origins. And that is what I'm trying to figure out. If you guys think.
Well, it's already defined. We already told you to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, right? And look up natural science and what it is. Everything else that you're talking about is essentially trial and error, engineering. It's more engineering what you're describing. Bro, what you're describing is engineering. It's not science.
Are you guys linguistic prescriptivists?
Oh, good grief. What does that even mean?
So a prescriptivist tells people how to speak and tells people what words mean. A descriptivist describes how words are used by people who speak the language. So
all that aside,
I could prescribe a definition to a word and say, well, actually, it means this and only. Like, I could say that a can only means a soda can. It does not mean a verb that means to be able to. It only means a soda can. That would be a prescriptivist mindset where I'm like forcing others to only adhere to a certain definition of a word, even though a word could have multiple definitions that are actively used by the speakers of the language.
You're wrong. Let me explain. Words are token meaning pairs, right? So by that connotation, without the pairing to the token is the visual thing, the letters or the sound. So the letters or the sound isn't the word itself. The word is the token meaning pair. So you can't have a word with just letters. Just letters are just random letters. They're not necessarily a word without a meaning attributed to that.
They need to have a morphological attachment.
Right. So the point is, just because many things are called science doesn't mean they're equal. Many things bear that token. Right.
I never claimed that any of these sciences were equal.
No, okay, that's fine. The point is that you'll notice in these conversations, people are talking about the term science, and science has many different connotations and denotations that are commonly used in common part. Correct. So you have to parse out the differentiations between the two, not just focus on the word itself, the token, right?
Well, they're only assigning one definition to the word science that contradicts how science is commonly used in language, and even within the certain fields that they're often used in.
Right. So the important difference is, why are the two fields which use the same term different? That's what matters, not the word itself. Words don't create realities. Do we agree on that? Like I could just make any word I want and say it means what I say it means, and then say because I define this word, therefore reality is less. That doesn't make sense. You have to parse out why your definition has validity in reality.
Because that's how it's used in reality.
No. Not how it's used, why it has validity. So, for example, if somebody says level is curved and therefore water is curved because water is level, that would be wrong.
Well, what makes the word banana a valid word and the word science only valid? Like, I don't understand. Like,
nobody said it. No, dude, I'm not parsing out that science can only mean one thing in all contexts, as if it has a unilateral, unequivocal definition and token association. Okay, that would be bad thinking, because it actually is used in multiple areas. So what matters is the parsings out of how it's valid in reality. And I gave you an example. Okay, so some people say that level is curved. Now, level being curved, so they say, means water is curved because water is level. But when you measure water, it measures flat. So level isn't curved after all. What say you?
Well, that's like kind of going into a new thing. I would rather just go back to the original thing that I was talking about, because we never even got to...
No. This is. Listen, friend. You may not realize this, but I'm an advanced cybernetic AI from the future, so this is your one chance to get to speak to one. So take advantage of it rather than talking through me. So the way this works, brother,
I don't think it's right, because we're jumping to a new topic.
I'll explain it to you. Now, the definition isn't going to tell me whether the water's curved or not. I can't just look at the dictionary and it say
what is and isn't science.
Hey, friend, Breedley. Do I have to say the word what is and isn't science every single phrase that comes out of my mouth for me to not make a long form argument that may take 30 seconds before you interrupt me?
Well, I just don't.
I told you we're getting. Hey, Breedley, it's not a tangent.
It's going away from what we were just talking about.
Breedley, I'll give you two options. Either I get to finish my sentences or you get muted. Those are your options. Choose.
I was just looking, Jedi, at what this was he Breedley or Bradley or whatever you say his name. He was typing up in the side chat here. How far does this kid think he can see on a clear day? Has he got magic long-range eyes or something? Or...
Do you know what? I completely skipped past him, so I do apologise. I'll unmute him, and we'll see where we can go for this.
Hey, Bradley, how far on a clear day do you think you can see?
I think it's 10 miles.
So let me get this straight. You're telling us you think it's 10 miles, your maximum vision, and you're trying to tell us that the curvature of the Earth is blocking this?
I'm trying to say that you wouldn't be able to see the
United States. So you can't even see 10 miles. So you can't even see 10 miles, and you're complaining about seeing something that's, what, multiple hundreds of miles? Huh?
Well, even if there was no air, then you still wouldn't be able to see the United States from China.
Why would you expect to?
Well, if the Earth was flat, then you would be able to see there.
That's not a why. That's just reiterating the same nonsense.
Wait, okay, so please quit.
We want the why. Don't ask me to answer questions. We want the why.
Can you say the question again? Because I want to give you the reason why.
No,
you said if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see China. I asked why would you expect to?
Because there would be nothing blocking your vision.
Incorrect.
From seeing China.
Do you know how angular resolution works?
I'll say no.
Okay.
Good choice.
You understand that, let's say, for example, that mountain that's far away looks small to you compared to the one that you're standing on that is big, right? That apparently, let's say they're the same size, a few thousand meters tall, but that one that's far away looks smaller, right? Eventually, you could imagine that if you kept moving away from that mountain, it's going to get so small that you can't see it anymore. Do you agree that this is kind of our everyday observation of the world and how perspective works?
Well, yes, but you could use a tool to zoom in.
Cool, but that would also have a limitation.
You would not be able to use a telescope or some sort of device to magnify the vision in front of you.
It would also have a limitation.
Well, Jedi, here's the problem. Magnification or zoom does not fix the angular resolution problem. It's the diameter of the lens, not the focal length, that increases angular resolution. You would still have the same problem.
So if we would not be able to see an object in front of us if it's too far away on a flat plane.
Okay. If the visual angle subtended is smaller than the resolving power of the optical device, you can't see it. Look at your hand right now. Do you see the individual cells? Do you see the bacteria? Do you see your pores? Right? No, they're too small because the visual angle is beyond the limit of your eyeball. Okay?
Well, yeah,
so if you take China, which would be thousands of miles away, and if you take the tallest mountains in China, their height, the angle that they subtend in your vision would be way smaller than what could be resolved. And it would be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
So you would not be able to use a tool to see the objects outside the horizon.
You would need a freaking lens whose diameter was freaking 100 meters. And since
the tallest had that, which those exist.
No, they don't. The biggest telescope in the world is 10 meters.
And how far can it see?
How far can it see? It's not about how far it can see. It's whether it can resolve it. You don't see out.
Could we potentially build a lens that's 100 meters across?
Let me ask you, do you see out or does light come to your eye?
The light comes into our eyes.
Okay, so the reason you can resolve better with a larger diameter optic is because it captures more light. Okay, and if it's large enough, it's actually a formula for this. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. You can make a prediction on how small of an angle you can resolve with any particular optic. Okay. Yeah. Now maybe 100-meter telescope could see to China in a vacuum, but we don't have that, and we don't have a vacuum, and this is a hypothetical that means nothing.
So you're saying that we would be able to see China if it was a vacuum and we had a 100-meter telescope?
Yes, probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
If there wasn't
Through the Earth, we would be able to
probably
see
not.
China
Probably not
from where
because
we are
probably not because
in the
of
United
this.
States.
Yeah. Listen. Probably not though, because you'd have to look across the ocean, and if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall,
Sorry, am
1
I just allowed
kilometer.
to be personally
Let
attacked
me
right
finish
now? Like,
my.
this is
Let me
ridiculous.
finish my state. No, it is ridiculous how dumb you are. So if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall,
You guys suck.
1 kilometer away, it would block 1,000 meters, 1,000 kilometers away.
You got Mount
Because
Fuji
it's
in
called
Japan.
linear. It's called linear perspective.
Mount Fuji in Japan will be bigger than the coastline of China, right? So that would obscure China. Japan again most of the way.
Dude, a 1 meter wave would block everything.
Yep. Bloody hell, your thumb blocks out the sun.
Now, you're lucky because you should get mad at this stupid question because all it tells me is you didn't actually think even for 10 seconds about what you were saying.
Oh, good. Bug's still here. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve based on the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's supposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole, like, the various ships that, like, disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can
again.
see them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole, like, because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm going to post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be, like, the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the video size. And so I'm not going to play that game of, like, what source is more valid than the other. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the source at all.
You can just put YouTube, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I personally have made long-distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and then you wouldn't have to.
Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long-distance observations.
So travel. Okay.
All around the world that have been done.
Yeah. Is YouTube a valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. That's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long-distance observations. One of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Yeah, well, I can see the boats bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but if they just were to keep going in that direction, what would happen? Would we just see the boats smaller and more in the distance, Bob?
Eventually, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of. You're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. You probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down or whatever, that's just from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know, maybe someone else can better explain it, but the waves, when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. Maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
the
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with the P9000 or whatever, the camera. And I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So, I mean, that thing should be, I don't know. If you don't know off the top of their head, the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out, that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. You shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch in other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's just, it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like, to me, there's just no question. Like, the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it. It's just, it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like Raiden, I guess Raiden's not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like, the globe is just so completely absurd. Like, there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature, this video that you've posted?
I mean, it's definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get back to
there's a mirage at the top of it.
Yeah, the
if it's the video at 45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, Mirage of Passenger Boat Disappearing Behind the Horizon.
Yeah, so I think it's just like to get back.
Is that the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
First, I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or no?
I'm not going to speak to you right now.
45 minutes past the hour. That's all I want to know, mate. Listen, you're acting like a child. That's great. I just would like to know. Okay, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
You've been on here for over an hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of like opposition, because it's like between like everything we can observe, right? That, I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have, I'm not going to spend the time to go to like a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full-time job, a life, I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom like a flat Earth, because it makes no like logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So,
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree that
I know that we have to zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big, like it's not a small thing. Like, and I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves and the sea was at a different like fucking. I don't know, man. But you can see it. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think, we're not expecting to like change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence, at least to now understand at least somewhat what our argument is against the globe.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I hear it.
Like I was saying earlier, man, the only person that's going to change your mind is you. Like, you're the only person that's going to change your mind. So, like, if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with, the concept. So you're just refusing to, like, the videos and all that, like that. Like, I wouldn't even say that should change your mind. But like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There's some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I can attend.
But then why are you here then? What I mean, if you're not here to, like, obviously, like, I can't like pick you up and take you some. What I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos, to like all the work that they've done. But if that was never going to convince you, and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be convinced or open-minded enough, and you're just going to say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, the Earth's really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony as a lot of these people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing to gain here. So
I mean, I was asked like what my position was, right, by I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right, and then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any, and then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes me,
it's more like you have faith that the Earth is
Okay, then
like
why do you believe it? How, do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying, "Hey, man, we jump on a giant rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place. And believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna.
No, I'm just
be
curious,
idiotic.
dude. Like, no, it's not idiotic.
It's like from
Look, I know.
what
Like,
I was.
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on.
We are
one
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid kid that was brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be told like none of it's fucking real, you got to go outside and do it yourself, is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking think of, man. Like, really,
the reason why we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like us, were taught the same thing. We weren't taught anything different, mate.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well, wouldn't you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather? Would you rather take someone else's word for it or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like,
no, I'm on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of that?
Maybe, yeah. That's what I meant. Hey,
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times. But the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah, so it's but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean? Right. And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I didn't.
Don't you think that would be pretty important? Like, as far as education, hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going, Earth's the globe, we'll get the toy.
Well, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught in fucking high school, but
Kindergarten. They teach you this shit in kindergarten.
I know, man. I know, but I didn't. I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5.
Right?
Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So, 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them. And then I found out that there.
Yeah. So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care about your personal life, but
yeah, you do.
I just
okay. The whole point. No. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I had to say to you.
Dandelion, you just got to get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him, and he thought that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial, and you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket.
I want to be
he won't be whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim, and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm just saying.
Dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished, okay?
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh, dear.
I know, Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I don't.
It is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now Dandelion's mean.
Oh,
and you're just the globy victim.
Holy shit. A grown-ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're a grown-ass woman.
Oh, this ain't yelling.
Go back to your glow plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is yelling? Jesus Christ, man.
It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other codes have you got, Bug? Ships going over the horizon obviously hurt you. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No, he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bug. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
I think is that more like a symptom of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay, that's the position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So, right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is they looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." They were like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation, and we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is the situation. Think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just because it's not just.
Do you understand the implications of that? Do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah. Just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah.
No, they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go. It always looks flat. But someone's saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real. Yeah. That looking flat, that's not real.
Listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, I go outside to a beach, right, and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right.
That it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look, that's actually not that. It's actually something else.
Yeah.
It's like, you see the color blue. And then, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. And you're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude, I guess you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. I guess it's not blue. Because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's things I observe, though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right, I'm going to bring up the ship thing again, but also, like a sunset, where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? I can bring up all these other things that I see, and someone in this Discord is going to laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing or that thing. And then what do I say to that, man?
No one has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better understand their position. But if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb or whatever.
Maybe yeah. So let's go back to what
the situation actually is. What the situation actually is that listen. I mean, it's about flat Earth, but it's not. The fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but I see things that it's just kind of like a common sense thing, though, right?
Look, they saw sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, India, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was a couple hundred years ago to battle science, and when he was coming up in the church, if I'm not mistaken, something to that effect.
Everybody was flat Earth until certain Greeks.
Earth is flat.
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the Earth is not flat, Earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed the entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the Earth. Okay, and if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. And the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up, if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It would be dark where you are, and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including the Romans and Arabs that knew the world was round.
They don't know
why are you hung up on valid sources?
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know, he's just saying that you don't need to qualify it. He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just...
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity. Sure, man. But
what's valid, what makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, like you should probably do a better job at just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that. I mean, they're not going to give you the information that contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally, what he said though is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin' not in the 5th century, and it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically, we're talking about there was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So it was like Eratosthenes, probably what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So when you Google stuff, you get a very I don't know how to put it. But they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, so where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
because I need to know.
It doesn't matter where you get it, as long as it's backed up by evidence. That's what he's saying. Okay. It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say, where do you get your evidence for flat Earth? It's just like, that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, hey, dude, that's not flat, it's a globe. You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe, you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No. That's not the situation. They publish a book and they say, Earth's a globe, and they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe, but they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin' prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats. I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
No,
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe, but a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's perspective too. That's always
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right.
I've read all the you name it. I know their whole shit like the back of my head. You got to know your opponents. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, what their position is, just for the sake of a debate, winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is. Okay. So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model that they calculate orbits. that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow's round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate? What I just said about eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like
none of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
Okay, they don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So if you the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. Now I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself, because
it's one simple test, dude. You don't even need a camera.
Aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look, there's only one question that needs to be answered,
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
he's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay. There's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing: is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth. Right. So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
how? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball. So they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're believers.
Right, but at the same time, you know, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know.
They don't know
the truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're just
but
wrong.
I'm talking about
right? They're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there.
Yeah, true, because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about, you know, being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, you know, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, but what India is trying to say is, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe. But in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who were on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, you know, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it, because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronauts positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, you know, spray their hair and look cute, you know. And
that's what I mean, though. But like, if you're saying you're that,
so that's what he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? You call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, you know how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm Syndrome zombie state. But there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. You know, they're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people, and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people.
Yeah, I'm
shallow
like people. Those people.
Yeah. Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll send them a anti-Christmas card.
Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, but.
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just, don't, try not to get overwhelmed and just try to I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like says who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
well, like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
Well, that's what they get.
That's with, like, the crazy people.
Deniability, right? That they get them with hey, it's so big.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not.
I know. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is very small.
Well, we know that, but you have
if someone like imagine it this way: If someone put a
you
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt, but you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world, and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it.
When I say
don't really
you, I don't
believe-
mean specifically you. I mean you in the royal you.
Like believing it one way or the other is
It's not
like,
a belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look flat.
So if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would
ask
you draw?
you from where?
From if you could
From what perspective?
hypothetically.
When I say from where, from what perspective?
Yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly, observe it from every angle.
I don't think the Earth is an object that you can see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. You know, that if you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third-person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's flat.
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah, so why would I subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said,
why would you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Well, you don't think. Wait, let me ask you this: when you think of the universe, and I say, "Hey, bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?"
Well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
exactly, bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here, except in death.
Yeah, and
that's a scary proposition for some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there. But just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes. Subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That, we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like, this is an identity. Like, I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay? That is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go out there, go outside, go do the tests to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
I was thinking that too. Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it. Like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I
You've
live
done
in
it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
yeah. So
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So, and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of even though it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a
yeah.
whatever. I know that's usually.
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I've never met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what, or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc-looking thing, that actually has a shape. So I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat earth, but flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Look, where's the end of reality? Like,
where's it start?"
Yeah, I mean, that question can't that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside, because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
right. So
yeah, so what you'll find is, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah.
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, and they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about. They want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Whitsitt and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah. And if you interrogate them, any covert thing, you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model, something they could point to. And the whole Antarctica thing was a way to they gunned the whole thing up to where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like, if you see the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
yeah, but that wouldn't even be true,
right? But I'm saying, but that's
okay,
what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. They're like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe, because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the
model.
It would falsify the
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
No, the solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
no one believes in that.
Right,
No,
but I'm just saying there's
ice wall is a global concept that isn't from flat Earth. Comes
right,
from
but
Captain
I'm saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op, because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers, and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah,
of
why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to do all that stuff?
It's to shut it down, so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing, because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, right? That goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that. So people assume that, okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds, that they're trying to do that. Like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed, ignorantly, that was your thought process, or was some of
different cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical, because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus. They said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like... Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah,
that it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that, because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, right? I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. Fido can go in the category dog. Like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take the philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and I, we briefly talked about that. How like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo. Yeah. You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they have evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what's his name? What's that guy? I'm trying to remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. What I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from like I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like, yeah, chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah,
quite honestly.
Oh yeah, the world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah, people are like trying to speed it up. It's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AB, something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, how do you know the Earth is actually a globe? Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah,
that is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you think about like you're force feeding them, right? You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So.
And that's been my problem too. And me and Dandelion talked about that also, is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of, you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it happened.
Because it's the identity thing. This is like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like. So if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel, right, if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So, this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them you only give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's generally interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been 10 years of this stuff of global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? You're like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe. But then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. No matter what they bring up. And it's I've seen these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Okay, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass lists, Gish-Gallop lists. And you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, yeah, I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. My thing is at this point is never, whatever a glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is. Because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? No, let's imagine. I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. How would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line, and from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a Glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground; they're based upon the sky in the first place, right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go. When I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time. A key component's the time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works, but people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere, and they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't Earth could not exist, and that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Is all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So,
well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use, but they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there, because they didn't have a globe, they didn't have an astrolabe, they didn't have sextants, they didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at Flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling. You just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That like they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers, whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, "Oh, flat earthers are the low-hanging fruit. They don't know anything." And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? Then they're like, "Well, NASA." Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point? All they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then those people know believes it, and people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like people are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or they don't want to be pushed out. Right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people
I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like, seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never like. Even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should ask them.
You have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude. On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd rather die.
That are absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
Yo, they'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like, you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like, I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people, they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, well, if flat earthers think that, and he would just say, you don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth? Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model?
Topic, Indio. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants the smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
Will be different, thus proving a light source can throw different shadow lengths on different things at the same time.
Oh my god.
On a flat surface.
Okay, what about
and he is not going to help you.
What about the different constellations?
Yeah, that's great. That's up in the sky. That's not the ground.
No.
That's up in the sky. That's not the ground. Stop. Yeah, don't. No. Side chat. Video is loaded. Side chat. Video is loaded. Side chat. Video. Shut the fuck up. Side chat. Video is loaded. Watch the first 20 seconds, please. You will notice the horizon. There is nothing on it. Thus the video being called The Empty Horizon. And oh my god, they zoom in and the ship appears. Alright, I'm going to fix you. Since you're not putting anything useful forward. Right, now that you've had enough time to watch it, notice how the ship didn't disappear bottom up? Oh my, I wonder what went wrong there. Why is that not unlocking?
you sent me is complete bullshit.
It's a video. Why is the video bullshit? Stop before you melt down. Yeah, it's bullshit.
It's bullshit.
Why is it? Yeah. Why is it bullshit?
The Earth always casts a round curved shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, right?
What's that got to do with the video of the ships that I just sent?
Circular reasoning. That's circular reasoning.
What has that got to do with the video of a ship getting zoomed in onto? I sent you a video of a ship. It's called the Empty Horizon.
That's fucking insane bastard, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I am an insane bastard. I sent you a video. It's in the side chat. I asked you to watch 20 seconds of it. There's a horizon. They zoom in on a ship powering away. Now you want to talk about the moon or some shit. You asked why ships disappear bottom up. I'm showing you that they do not. And all of a sudden you want to sidestep that and talk about the moon. And I'm the insane one.
Yeah, if you decide you're going to move on to another topic, we just consider that a win. It's a concession on your part. If you don't want to see like a topic through to its conclusion, then yeah.
Just to let you know, I won this debate. I won this debate completely. I won this whole debate.
Total winner. Yeah, big W for you.
I like that. I don't want to talk about it, so I won the debate. Look at me. Polish me badge. Polish.
No.
Yeah. Dumbest I ever heard. What the fuck?
Invincible ignorance.
Yeah. That's crazy. Why didn't you want to address the ship thing? You claim that ships disappear bottom up. I showed you a video of it not happening. How about this? We'll put another video up in that folder. I know where this one is. It comes under that category and ship in the driveway. Horizon home test. We'll post this one up for you. And hopefully it doesn't take as long to load up because the other one takes a while. And it should be just about there. There you go. That little ship is on a flat surface. And if you watch the whole video, you get to watch him disappear bottom up. So how's this, Excelli? Not only we've shown you on your acclaimed curved surface, ships not disappearing bottom up, we're now showing you on a flat surface, ships disappearing bottom up. Oh my God, what's the world coming to? So, maybe you should cope a bit harder for us. Please tell us how you won the debate. So what do we got there? You've got Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House, and that's a great demonstration showing the horizon beyond where it should be. So what's the problem you've got there, mate?
Yeah, why are you showing another black swan? That's weird. Yeah, more globe debunking there. Thanks for that, Askelly. Didn't realise you were on our side.
Oh, is he another one of these idiots that tries to put triangles on a fucking curved surface?
Like anybody did that, right?
One of these days, someone's going to post shit like that, and Professor Triangle's going to be in. He's going to flip his lid.
Who literally showed a boat going over the horizon, Solaris? Matrix. Matrix showed a boat going over the horizon. I don't remember him posting that. He just DM'd me, Matrix.
Oh. What boat going over horizon? Everything I've posted's in the side chat.
Yeah, Solaris. Solaris DM'd me, said he literally posted a boat going over the horizon and still claims FE.
Oh, Solaris is just full cope. Absolute full tilt cope.
And then full of whiskey as well.
Here we go. What's Excelli got now? He's got a big ship, a
miraging,
a kick-ass Mirage. That is a beautiful example of Mirage there. Do you mind if I get a copy of that? Actually, I am going to copy it.
I'm going to steal that and show DJ.
Save that.
Yeah.
DJ, I like that. Yeah. I'm putting that in my Mirage folder. Where's that? That's a really good one.
So, so like mirages is your proof of the globe. It's weird.
And I can save that into that folder. Mad, thank you.
Yeah, Excelli, how about you post the details on what wave conditions, I want air conditions, weather conditions. I want
How would the weather conditions affect the ships? How would the weather conditions affect?
I don't care.
What are you talking about? You're talking out of your ass.
Hey, I wasn't finished.
How would the weather conditions affect it? If you look at the weather app and it says you can only see 3 miles, and so you choose
the Earth.
Yeah, how about just put you on pause? So let me get this straight. If the weather conditions tell you can only see 3 miles and you're going out there expecting to see 20 miles, do you think you're really going to be able to do it? Like, hello, McFly?
Yeah, and I want some.
Can you not see that it's a perfectly clear day? Can you not see that?
Excelli, I was not finished. So we want water conditions. We want weather conditions. We want observer height. We want distance to the horizon. We want distance to those ships. Oh, some of that's probably already provided, like distance to ships, maybe. But yeah, we need some more information on that. Thanks.
How high was the observer when they took the photo? And that's what I want to know. Because that could make a hell of a difference.
Yeah, that's one of the things I said. Observer height, camera height, whatever. Yep. I mean, if you want to go off visuals alone, then the Earth looks flat. But what? Is it a cylinder? Is it a cylinder? We on the side of a cylinder where we face one way and the ocean looks flat. And ships go over the curve, the one-way curve.
He's just all he's doing is scouring the internet, looking for these random one-offs. Now, Excelli, if you had that last one that you just posted, if you have a look in between, see the main yellow crane towers on that ship, if you have a look at the small black vertical lines, that's the Mirage line. So what you've got is a Mirage there. So you've posted a good lot of Mirages for us, and thank you.
Yeah, can you post the source, Sully? Not just like you saying that's the case. Like, where did you get that information? Oh, he bolted? Huh. Oh.
What, he realised that there's a good lot of miraging in his image, so thus it just cancels itself out. And Solaris is having a meltdown in my DMs now.
Yeah, he says, because I can just see the review of it, because I guess I'm not friends with him or whatever. If he'd let me speak, I'd gladly prove him wrong, but he won't let me say 2 words. That's from Solaris.
Because if you want to listen to it speak, I know damn well it's just going to be a cope fest. He just wants to talk about flat earthers, not so much the flat earth. He's just another one of those. And how Witsit and fucking Jaren are flat earthers and how they got converted because of the fucking final experiment bullshit. That's all he wanted to talk about.
Oh my god, yeah.
And how they're not flat earthers anymore because he's been following flat earthers for the last 15 years.
Oh, right. Yep.
I find it interesting that someone who's been following flat earthers for 15 years hasn't gone out and at least tested one of the things that's been presented over the last 15 years. Hey, look, go to a lake and test it for yourself. No.
You'd think so, right?
That's what gets me. Like, you're anti-FE, surely you would have gone, you know what, fuck them, I'm going to go and test some of this shit and see if they're telling the truth or not. Pick the cheapest, most basic test you can do and go out and do it.
Yeah, no, but Jaren went to Antarctica and saw a 24-hour sun, so it must be, yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
I've got all these messages like that are in review stage, right? I don't even know these people or these names, like Hapless Squall something or other. Why mute me and not ban me? Why mute me and not ban me? Why be such a dick? That's from 4 days ago. No idea who that is. Our percentages asking. CR3D, you're a dumbass, but we are having a good time. Can you keep it going, please? I don't know who that is. Meggy Moon. We've got Meggy Moon. Hi, sorry, here. Did I do something wrong? No idea who that is.
Wow.
I got some with attachments. I'm not even going to look at them. You are a dumb fuck. Get a vasectomy. That's from 23.
Oh wow! So you really check your DMs. Note to self: don't send shit to T-Dub. Oh,
that's great.
Someone's asking me, Curious Tardigrade's asking me if I'm the same person as Professor Triangle. I don't know. Now
Ooh. Oh, you don't even sound alike.
Dr. Flaphorn, you good, mate? Wait, what's this? Yeah. Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, we got some from people that I don't know why it's not going through because we share servers and probably mutual friends. I don't know why they wouldn't accept. I need to check these more often. Oh, Geodesic. Someone named Geodesic. Show me that I'm a pussy IRL. I would love to. Mr. Made Up and Punch On.
Yeah, you heard earlier when I was talking to Jedi in the other channel, T-Dub, about my photos.
Yeah.
That how I shouldn't even be able to see that hill at all.
Yes, and Tower. Yep.
Yeah. Did you want to just go back through the numbers for me so I know after right? Because I'm looking at it going, nah, that's not right. So I'll post the photos up when I get to the right folder. Where is it? Right. So full colour zoomed in. So yeah, I'll just do the zoomed in one. There's a full colour zoomed in by itself. So if anyone wants to pilfer these, they're more than welcome to. Now there's the IR zoomed in by itself. Loading. Now distances is 30.29 miles from where I was standing to the tower that's on that hill, top of that hill.
Right.
Now, this is where the fun starts. So when I go to Google Cylinder, so let's get Google Cylinder up, zoom out. So where this was taken from was, where's Yamunjeri? Yamunjeri. Now finding elevation is the hard bit. It's 520 metres at the base of the tower. So I know that one. And I think that tower is about 40 metres tall. But don't quote me on the tower bit. But 520 to the base of the tower is the elevation based off of all Google stuff. Geez whiz, it's hard to try to find topology stuff when it's so flat. And I think it's 400 roughly where I took the photo from. Okay, there's 400 metres. Excellent. So that's 400 metres there. So that one there would be 380. So it's pretty much 380s. Back to 400. So 400 metres. So 120 metres difference between what I took, from where I was to what I took. So my height, eye line 5'9", close enough. So earth curve calculator, target distance. What I say was 30 points. Where's my folder? It's written on that. 30.29 miles. And 5.9 for the height. Hit calculate. Feet difference, 497 feet. So if we switch that, so that's 151 metres. There's only 120 metres difference between me and the hill. So that means I'm negative 30 metres, and that tower, I estimate at 40. So say 50 metres, just to be fair. That's a big tower. That means I should only be able to see the top 20 metres of that tower, if my calculations are correct.
Right. Is the tower on top of the hill, or is it behind, sticking up from behind?
On top of the hill.
Right. So you should only be able to see, like, so what? So the hill itself should be hidden from view.
The whole hill should be hidden from view. I shouldn't see the hill at all. I should only see the tower poking the top. I'm assuming the tower's 50 metres high. I should only see the top 20 metres of that tower.
That's even if it was sticking up over the top of them trees in the foreground.
That's correct.
Mm. I ruined your thesis. What the?
So that's crazy to think that all that light blue shit you can see in the background there shouldn't be visible at all.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, target distance 48.7 kilometres, so that's right. Viewing height 1.79, that's close enough. Target hidden height 151 metres.
And you'd think too that in your IR that it would have lowered a little bit too.
Well, you've got the comparison there of full colour and IR. You can see the both of them.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If it was refraction, then with your IR, you'd expect it to look lowered significantly, right?
Or modified. It might be bent up due to going the other way. So I'm not counting up or down. It's just
right. No, I'm just saying if the globers were to say, well, that's just refraction lifting it up, right? Then okay, let's cut out some of that with the IR. Let's see if it makes a difference. Yeah.
So 151 down. I'm already 120 below. So that leaves 30 metres. So I'm already 30 metres negative. So with a 50 metre tower, that should be 20 metres of that tower sticking up above the tree line. So all you should see there is that foreground tree line and the tower, the top 20 metres of the tower sitting above the tree line. That's all you should see. That's crazy.
That's interesting.
Wow, I can't wait to go back up to Kaluma Lookout and have another crack.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be good too if there's anything out that way with lights too. You know, get there at night time. do get there in the Arvo or something, and we'll stay there, make a day of it. I guess have a picnic, whatever. Sweat your ass off because it's going to start getting hotter.
I'll tell you what I would like to do. You know, I probably told you this the other day. I think it was DJ was telling us about. I think it's Dave Weiss that puts the drone up and takes film of, or video, I should say, of sunsets.
Sunset, yeah.
The sun fading away. I wouldn't mind doing that from Kaluma Lookout because it's got a bloody nearly an 80k view with nothing obstructing. So I'm thinking in the IR, taking getting film of the sun fading out after it's set in colour. So in colour you'll see it set, but in IR you'll see it fade out, which will be pretty cool side by side.
Yeah. So what sort of view have you got? Like a pretty much an unimpeded 360-degree view from that spot, or is it
just a really good westerly view?
Right. So good for sunsets.
Yeah.
So west, facing west, right? From from that area. That's facing out towards Ningen and that.
Actually, is it? I'll show you on where's maps. I'll show you the ranges. So when you go from Dubbo, you follow the road along. You've got Tamingli, and then Peak Hill, and then down to Alec Town. So that's if you're going to Parks. So Dubbo to Parks. So you've got Tamingli, Peak Hill, Alec Town, and you'll see if you follow the road along, just to the right of the road, there's Goobeg National Park, and there's a ridge, and you can see it, it's pretty obvious. That ridge, when you zoom in on it, one part is Kaluma Lookout. It's about halfway between Peak Hill and Tamingli. They nearly make a perfect triangle. That's where. So what I'm thinking if I just right click on that, give me a distance. Measure distance, where's Tullamore? I should be able to hit Tullamore. What do we got there? 45 miles, yeah, I should be able to hit that quite comfortably. There's no hills in the way.
No.
What do we got down towards Condobolin? Yeah, I could probably hit Condo. Actually, there was Peak Hill. That there, Bogan Gate. Where's Condo? Condo 74 miles. So it's 119 Ks. That's where I think we'll start pulling up at about that range, just due to weather conditions. And once it gets summertime, there'll be a lot of heat haze. So I think once it starts to warm up a bit, I'm going to have a major problem. So let's have a look here. There's no hills up to Tottenham. Doesn't look like there's anything between there and Tottenham. I should get a clear shot. That's 63 miles. So, yeah, that'll be, what's that? Bona Mount? That's 400 metres high. Lagoon Nature Reserve. How high is that?
That stuff's far enough away that if you could identify it.
Yes.
Right, yeah, to be truly below the curvature of the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be just an absolute globe crusher, something at that range. But also, Kaluma Lookout is reasonably tall, so the lookout is at 700, we've got 720, 740, 2040, 760 metres. So it's up a fair ways. So allowing for that. But in saying that, a lot of the flat plain that's across the Midwest New South Wales is also 400 metres high. So it's technically only a 300 metre difference. How far out does 200 k's go? Where's 200? Is actually 200 mile. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 200. That takes me all the way. Holy shitballs, that's just short of Ivanhoe. That's what I've calculated, roughly how far I should be able to go is about 200 mile, or just over, it's about 220 mile. So that's 321 kilometres on a perfect conditions. So that shoots us, that gets well across Lake Cajelico. Actually, let's just change the angle there. There's Peak Hill, I could see that. I can't, wait up. Straight line, is there anything in the, there's mountains in the way. Well, let's call them mountains. A little row of hills in the way. To give you an idea, down to Hay from Kaluma Lookout's 235 mile. So if I could hit that, that would be the upper end of my shots. So that's huge. So that's looking across Trundle. Wow.
So what will happen first? Majority of people believe in flat Earth, or Tottenham wins the cup?
Well, world domination is the dream, but one step at a time.
Not talking about Tottenham as in football, mate.
I don't think the Earth is round.
Why not?
Well, it's an oblate spheroid, so round assumes that it's round all the way around, which is not true.
So how do you know the Earth is curving?
Well, it's flat. It's flat on the top.
Sure. So how do you know the Earth is curving then?
Oh, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I just know it's
Wait,
flat on the
he
top.
said it was an oblate spheroid. How can an oblate spheroid be flat on the top? What percentage of the spheroid is flat?
I don't know. Probably 0 to 1%.
Oof.
You just contradicted yourself.
Yeah, there's a small portion of the North Pole and South Pole that are flat.
Really? Can you prove that to us?
Yeah, I guess we could.
No. I'm not. I don't want to. I guess we could. I want actual empirical evidence for that.
What? That it's flat on the top and the bottom?
Yeah. I want to see that. That'd be fascinating. I've never seen that proof.
Well, it's definitely flat on the top and bottom.
Oh, okay. You've said that several times, but I'm asking for evidence.
Well, if you just go down to the research station on the South Pole, everywhere you go is north. So at that one point, everything is flat.
Okay, so because someone measured flat in Antarctica, therefore it means that both sides of the oblate spheroid are flat? In your mind? Okay, can you prove that?
I guess you could look at pictures.
No, pictures aren't evidence. I want to see measurements. So you're saying it's flat on the top and the bottom, and it's curved in between. That's your claim?
Oh, I didn't say curved in between. I just said flat on the top and
Well,
bottom.
you said oblate spheroid. We all know what a spheroid is.
Oh, I don't make any claims about the rest of the Earth, just the top and the bottom.
Okay, but you did make a claim that the top and the bottom of the spheroid are flat. So I'm asking for evidence, because if it's curved anywhere, we have to measure that, correct? And if it's flat, what percentage is flat? You said 0 to 1%. So what distance was measured in Antarctica, so we can confirm this? And how was it measured, and who did it?
You'd have to ask the scientists.
Okay, scientists don't do measurements of flatness. So who measured Antarctica as being flat, 0 to 1% of the claimed size of the Earth, and how did they do it?
I guess you'd have to ask them.
But it was your claim. Can't you tell us?
No, that's just what I analyzed.
It's just what you what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
That's just what I analyzed.
Okay, how do you analyze it based on what?
Using a compass, using latitude, longitude.
So you ascertained that the Earth is flat at the poles based on lat and long and using a compass?
Yep.
Okay, tell us more about that.
Well, compass only helps you so far. Then you have to switch over to latitude and longitude.
Okay, lat and long are in the sky. Go on.
And then you could use the compass to navigate to magnetic north and south, and then from there use the latitude and longitude to go to the point where it's flat.
Okay, lat and long are in the sky. We can navigate the Earth using magnetic north. So how does this prove that the Earth is flat or curved?
Because once you get to 0, or once you get to 90 latitude and 90 longitude, or positive 90, negative 90, that's where it's flat.
Okay, I've asked you several times for evidence of this, and you have not presented any. And a compass doesn't measure the surface of the Earth, nor does lat and long. So what evidence do you actually have of your claim?
So it's like if you go into Google Maps and type in minus 90 latitude or plus 90 latitude, it's going to lead you to the North and South Pole, respectively.
Okay, and how is this a measurement of flatness or curvature?
Because at that exact spot, the Earth is flat.
Okay, I've asked for evidence.
That is my evidence.
Your evidence is a claim? I've asked for who did the measurement and how did they do it?
Well, you'd have to, or you can't ask because the person who invented latitude is dead.
Lat and long is in the sky. I've already stated that several times now. So tell me who measured the Earth as flat at the poles and how they performed those measurements.
So you could use sources like
I don't want how you could. I'm asking for an actual, I want to see an actual measurement.
Well, the only true way to measure is to actually go there. The North Pole is going to be a bit harder because it's mostly sea and sea.
Okay, so are you saying? Okay, so who went there and measured it?
So the Norwegian teams at first. Then you have U.S. and Russian submarines.
Post some citations. I want to see this. And I'm trying to understand how a submarine went to the North Pole. That's kind of fascinating.
I mean, even if it did, it'd be kind of funny to see how something underneath the surface is measuring the surface.
Well, right, and the claim is that the Earth is measured flat at those two places, right? But he doesn't have any evidence to support that claim, but yet he still believes that it's not flat elsewhere. He doesn't have any support for any of his claims.
So this is the U.S. Nautilus who went to the North Pole.
Okay, the North Pole is not underwater. Are you talking about? There's no submarine going to the North Pole. Nope.
Well, the North Pole is underwater. It's mostly covered by sea ice.
Okay, so how did they get a submarine up there? You realize there's land all around the North Pole, right?
Yeah, but breaking through the ice.
Okay, so they carried a submarine over the ground and then they put it in the water.
No, they traveled from seaports in Georgia through the what's it called? The Greenland, Iceland, UK gap.
Oh, okay, this is a nice claim. Pole. Okay, so tell me where they measured the Earth is flat.
Oh, I never said they measured the Earth is flat. I just said that a submarine broke through the ice.
No, yes, you did. Are you going to backtrack on that?
Well, I just skimmed through it. There's no measurement.
No, of course not. No.
So that's where the submarine. So that's where the submarine. That's where the submarine broke through the ice, and it's flat there.
Yeah, but do you understand what she's asking for? You said that the Earth is flat on the north and south. Who verified that? I'm just saying that a submarine went there.
Yeah,
but it didn't verify anything.
And it looks flat.
Okay, how? Where's the measurement? And who took it and how?
I guess the person who took this picture took the time.
Okay, you guess. Okay, so a picture. I'm asking for a measurement. Or is your claim that water is flat at rest?
Yeah, the water is flat at rest.
Okay, well then we have a problem, right? Because the known Earth is what, 73% water?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so can you explain to me how we can have a 73% flat globe?
None of this makes any sense to me. I don't understand.
Well, of course not, but I'm not talking to you, so.
Well, then I guess the rest of the land is flat too.
Oh, I don't deny topography. We're talking about water.
Yeah, so 73% of the Earth is flat, based on the water, and then you have to extrapolate that at least to the poles, the rest is flat as well.
Okay, so you're a flat earther.
I never made that claim.
Well, you just stated that that's what you believe. You stated the poles are flat. 73% of the known Earth is flat, but you're not a flat earther.
Oh, I said it looks flat.
You sound like one.
No, you didn't say it looks flat.
Hey, Ratmanj, can you do us a favour? Can you draw us or provide us an image of an oblate spheroid that's 72% flat and the rest is some kind of spheroid shape? Can you post that in the side chat for us?
I'll do my best.
Sweet. Nice one, man.
Good. I hope he uses MS Paint.
What the 72%?
I have quite a collection of these.
Here.
Because water's flat and level, and allegedly of the known world, 70% of it plus is water.
Let's go, ball.
I'm trying to understand. I don't think I get it.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to run a brain cell deficit this evening, and I've only been here 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
beyond
surprised
me.
you haven't laughed after hanging out in here, 20.
God, yes.
I mean, I did the boundary conditions that we use for the weather forecast on a sphere. Well, not exactly a sphere, but close to a sphere.
Okay, so, well, wait a second. Are you telling me that weather conditions change the nature of the surface of the Earth?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what's your claim?
Oh, well, you've heard of Navier-Stokes, haven't you?
No. Can you tell me how it's relevant?
I think you're too stupid to talk to, so fuck you.
Oh, God, they're so easily triggered tonight, huh?
What?
Man.
Phone call.
That was instant viral, right?
That wasn't a flame out. That was just someone's covered in petrol and an explosion. Holy shit.
Oh, well, I guess we're not going to get this, undeniable globe proof that we were totally expecting from that guy.
Wow, that was crazy. I don't get it. I wonder why. Fences, stop triggering them, will you?
I just naturally trigger them, don't I?
Holy shit, I thought that was my gift. Oh, wow. High five!
I was just going to say, she's telling you, Matrix. She's about to one-up you.
Actually, this could work out good in the future. No, this could work out good one day. They'll come in there, they'll hate me. I don't want to talk with him. I don't want to talk with him. Then you can talk with her. Okay.
You can be good cop, Matrix.
I can be good cop.
God help us.
I'll be back.
No, kidding.
Oh yeah, 20, you might have missed out. You know that long-range photos I took of the hill, and I just went, yeah, I wasn't really interested in doing the numbers because I didn't have me new lens stuff that I was after. We shouldn't be able to see that hill at all.
Remind me.
Oh, man, I'm going to post that shit up again.
Yeah, please.
Actually, I'll do the double ones there, easier. That one there.
Yeah, I mean, if I was supposed to remember something tonight, I just got...
Oh, yeah, fair enough. No, that's all right. When I did the 30 mile...
briefly, I remember this. Kinda. Sorta.
Yeah, I'll post that there. So, yeah, that there, the hill bit, you shouldn't be able to see in the background at all.
Oh, shit.
There should just be... Yeah, just the radio tower that's on top of it. All you're supposed to see is the top 20 metres of that tower above the tree line. That's it. No hills.
What's the elevation? What's the...
from where the photo was taken, where the photo was taken, 400. Where the top of the base of the tower is 520. So there's 120 metres difference. When you run it through the Earth curve calculator...
and ignore refraction.
Oh, there's always one.
Excellent. I'm glad someone said that, because if you care to notice, there's two images there, side by side, flattened destruction. One of them's in full colour. The other one is in infrared.
No, I want to hear him explain his evidence that there should be refraction that makes everything appear flat when we shoot lasers over it.
But that's not what happens. It's not that It's not that everything appears flat. It's that you're looking at.
Oh, yeah, it does. Every time we take a measurement using a laser, it's flat. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Firstly, why are you relying on a laser?
Post your laser test then that shows that the Earth is curving.
Yeah, let me know when I can talk.
I posted my picture.
That's great. So, since when is a laser?
We're going to talk to the other guy.
Yeah, when is a laser?
We're not going to talk to you right now. We're going to talk to the other guy.
So when is a laser beam like?
Put yourself on mute, Flat. Put yourself on mute, Flat.
Wait,
Okay.
So what happened, guys?
All right. So let's see what you posted, Rap. Is it okay? That's you're just trolling us. You're just trolling us, obviously. You're a flat earther, aren't you, Rap? You thought you'd come in here and convert some more people to flat Earth.
Hey, at least he didn't use MS Paint. He got you there.
I'm disappointed. I was really hoping for like a hand-drawn.
That's funny.
Hey, rate my picture a 10 out of 10, and I did use MS Paint, by the way.
It is. It's an 11 out of 10, actually. It's great. Thank you.
And I did use MS Paint.
What the fuck?
Well,
that's like
we're enjoying that. That's great.
That's like next generation MS Paint then. The fuck?
I want to see like 1998 MS Paint.
Yeah, Windows 95.
In answer to your question, 20. Target hidden height should be 151 meters, and I'm 120 meters below that base of the tower.
I didn't ask that. That was fancy.
No, for the numbers, for the observation.
Yeah. That's all right.
Oh, sorry.
That's good. It's good for the room.
What do I sound like fences now? Shit, mixing me up.
Wow, it's been a long day.
I sound like good cop now. Shit, you're mixing me up.
Yeah, and I always try to tell Globers that they've seen observations that defy the globe all the time in their lives. They just never thought about them.
But anyways, yeah, the base of that tower should be 30 meters below eye level. According to Baltardia mathematics.
But which tower are you talking about? I see two mountains.
On top of those mountains, actually,
if you zoom in.
Yeah, I'll give you the full.
What the fuck?
Yeah, there's radio tower on top of it. I'll give you the full image so you can download them and have a look. Yeah, if you zoom in, especially if you're on the web app, you can see it heaps better. The Discord app itself's pretty shit for zooming in. But yeah, there's a radio tower on top of it. You can see the dishes and everything attached to it. The base of that tower should be 30 meters below. That tower, I think's
on the right side?
40 meters high.
On the right side of the image, right?
On the right side of the image.
On the highest point. The highest point.
What the fuck? Where do you see a tower?
On the highest
there
point.
We go, I see it.
Yeah, there he is.
Low contrast.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, so that tower. You're good. I know if you've done a long shift, you're all over the place. You're cool. You said you're feeling bad. So from where I took the photo to the base of that tower, 30.29 miles or 48.75 kilometers.
Yeah.
The base of that tower should be 30 meters below eye level.
So you'd have to angle down to see it.
Yeah.
It would probably be beyond those trees, behind those trees. You shouldn't be able to see it anyway.
That's correct. All I should see is the very tip of that tower sticking above the tree line. That's what I should see.
Right. Ain't that funny?
Yeah.
Both the infrared and the color photos are basically overlapping each other. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, I haven't overlapped them to see how much difference there is. If someone wants to do that, they're more than welcome to
have a crack at that. Now, Flatten Destruction said something earlier. Now that he's back, I can unlock him. Now, Flatten, you said something about refraction in my images. What were you talking about there, mate?
Yeah, y'all always mute me, so what's the point? But let's try it one more time.
No, you're here now to discuss. You made the claim of refraction. So there's 2 images posted up in the bottom there. Now, just so you know, so you've got some context from where that was taken, and then on top of that hill in the very high point, radio tower. That radio tower is 30.29 miles away.
And
you shouldn't be able to see the base of that tower at all due to Baltard mathematics.
Where's the base at?
The base of the tower on top of the hill.
Where's the base of the tower?
On top of the hill.
Green thing?
No, that's a water tank. That water tank was only about 100 meters away.
Where's the base at of the radio tower?
Okay, see the coloured image, and you see the light blue hills in the background.
Yeah.
The high point that's pretty much dead center of the screen. There's a radio tower on it.
Yeah, I see it. I don't see the base of it.
Do you see the radio tower at all?
Yeah, but not the base.
You probably shouldn't.
I disagree with you.
You disagree with me?
I disagree with you. Yeah.
Why do you disagree with me?
So in any of these calculations, you need to address refraction. Whether using
He's just telling you.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, I want to see the data that accounts for refraction in those 2 images. I want to see the data that was done.
I wish y'all would.
I want to see the numbers, and I want to see the evidence that refraction occurred here.
Yeah. So flattened. You've made flattened. Please just stop talking through people. That doesn't help your situation.
Well,
if you want to have and you're going to, the reason you get interrupted is because you do it to other people. The reason you get muted is because you power through. You have to learn to listen.
Otherwise, I get.
You've made a claim. Yeah, that's great. You've made a claim about refraction. Now, I'd like it. You turn down the fucking volume. You've got a switch there, right? On the coloured image, you can. On the coloured image, you can see the radio tower. Yes or no?
Yeah, on the third one, yeah.
On the coloured image, that's correct. So excellent.
No.
Now
you hear what I said on the third.
I haven't finished talking. On the third one, I didn't post up the third one.
Well,
someone else did, being cheeky. So you can see the 2 images I've posted at 57 past the hour.
Yeah, whatever.
Excellent. On the coloured one. So one of them's black and white, one of them's coloured. On the coloured one.
Shit.
Can you see the fucking tower? Yes or no?
I already answered you. I've been answering you. And the answer was yes.
No, you answered yes on the third one. I've only posted 2 images.
No, earlier I answered yes on the first one and T dummy.
Excellent.
Interrupted.
That's great. So,
that's great.
You then, and now you want to talk now. So you have now put forward a claim of refraction.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, big deal.
How does one claim refraction with no data?
I know, that's amazing.
Wait, hold on, let me write this down. It's excellent.
Yeah, you're going to need to write that shit down.
Write it down that you think it's
because they're going to want your data.
Yeah, I want to know how you determined refraction is accounting for these long distance observations without any data to go along with the observation.
Okay, you done talking or what? Because
tell us.
I'm waiting
tell
for
us
your
about the
answer,
refraction.
which you don't have.
Okay,
Yeah.
First of all, near the horizon, even from a high enough vantage point, refraction is always a factor. Second,
Okay, tell us how.
What calculation you're
Tell us
using.
how.
I'd have to look
Tell
at
us
the
how.
line of sight and the distance,
Explain.
blah, 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 all those things.
Prove your claim
Three
that
things-
refraction
three
is
things you
always a
guys do
factor.
wrong. One, you guys.
Okay, wait.
Make
Stop.
Hey, Flatten,
You
stop.
can't just make a claim.
Yeah,
Move along.
Flatten, listen carefully. We don't want a 15-minute monologue.
Well, then you won't get an answer
You
that
seem-
makes sense. Move on to the.
Run away.
I want
3,
the evidence
2,
for the
1.
claim. Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah. Like, how can
All he
you look
wants
at a
to do is
photo and
monologue.
claim refraction from a photo? That's ridiculous.
Where's Rayleigh, smart ass, putting a freaking towel like that in? That's funny.
He can tell exactly what the air and the temperature was doing in between those 2 points by looking at a picture.
Yeah.
$5.
It's amazing.
$5. He's got fences muted.
Oh, I think he left. I think he ran away.
He left.
Oh, he did. But why he was just powering through.
He does that all the time, mate. He doesn't care. He doesn't care who it is. He just powers through. And the reason he does that, he's locked himself into his own catch-22 situation. He comes in and he has this necessity to just talk flat out. He gets muted. So what happens next time is he's got this mindset, because I got muted last time, I have to now get more words in less time space. So he just powers through. And it's this constant cycle.
Yeah.
Yep, it's a constant cycle. Every time he comes back in, he's going to want to talk more. And he's going to get muted for talking more. And then the next time he comes back in, it's just this snowball effect, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And until we pull him up and say, listen here, dickhead, he runs away. Suit yourself. So we have two options now. Number one, let him go for it. Or number two, just press the mute button and move on.
I think they think the more they talk, the more evidence that is for the globe. You know, like if they can just fill space.
Don't know. I don't know that side of it, but you can see that it's getting worse and worse. So to me, that just says he's trapped himself. He's got this objective is to get information out, but he doesn't understand that he can do a small bit, have a spell, do a small bit, have a spell. He now has to get the whole lot out before I get muted.
Well, what they do is they make claims and they continue to go on based on that claim, right? Without proving the claim. And we can't build upon that without first proving the essential part of it, right? So if he's going to say refraction is always a factor, then he needs to prove that. But he can't do that. I mean,
I just love how he jumps straight to refraction. He's got no idea. He hasn't even looked at the second image yet and what it is, or has no idea about it, and he jumped to refraction before he even knew what this was about.
Well, every long-distance observation where we prove that the Earth is not curving is obviously explained by this perfect refraction that no one can prove. Obviously.
Even the people that are claiming it.
Yep. And there's no evidence that any of that is really happening. I mean, the atmosphere is so variable, right? And then the whole problem with the K value. So I don't think you'd even understand that, though.
Before they even start talking about refraction, I'd like a demonstration showing that there is some kind of image distortion in order for me to warrant having a conversation about it in the first place. So what in my two images there is distorted?
Nothing, and that's the problem, and that's why he left.
So when he comes back and he wants to start talking about refraction, that's where that second image is going to hurt him. Once he realizes what it's about, so he doesn't know yet.
I mean, it's really simple. If they want to claim refraction, they need to show us the data that supports it, and then they need to show the empirical evidence that this can happen.
You're going to step two. Go back a step. They've got to show a demonstration of some kind of distortion so we can justify their claim of refraction. Step one, observation. Step two, hypothesis. They've already made their hypothesis on an observation that's not there.
Yep, you're right.
You don't understand. The distortion is being able to see the mountain and tower matrix.
Oh, right.
That's the observation. You see the tower and look, you've conceded. You already said you shouldn't be able to see it, but you do. So obviously, right? It's refraction.
Yeah, if anything you can see that debunks the globe claim is obviously due to refraction. It's really simple. Yeah.
And we know this because Eratosthenes, right?
Does anyone know how to do like really cool cartoons? And we could get some old Greek guy cruising along to I Would Walk 500 Miles as the background music. Doing his stupid shadow thing.
I think they just, what did they have, like a cup and a string? I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
Yeah, I was watching YouTube videos earlier, teed up about my new lens that's turning up, and a couple of them have all said one of the biggest issues is heat haze, because naturally when you get a longer lens, the first thing you want to do is go and try to take video or photos of things that are further away, and heat haze is a major issue. So looking forward to seeing that. Hopefully I can get some good videos of it, especially in the IR. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, the weird thing is now scientists have proven that the universe is flat.
How'd they do that?
Oh, go! This is great.
I think they use string theory and relativity.
Oh, so they proved something with the theory?
So they're gonna. How do you get two separate theories and prove something with two separate theories?
I think this guy's just trolling. I think he's probably a flat earther.
Are you a part-time comedian, and this is like you're practicing your Tuesday night stand-up routine or some shit like that?
If I was, it'd be pretty bad stand-up.
Piss off! This is hilarious, dude. You got no idea.
Do you really believe that, Rap?
What, that the universe is flat?
Yeah. Do you really believe that?
Yeah.
You don't know it.
If you look at a picture if you look at images of the Milky Way galaxy, most of the stars and clusters are on a flat plane. The same with the solar system. If you look
how do you determine? How did you determine that they're on a flat plane?
Well, we have images from the Voyager space telescope, and everything is on an orbital plane.
Okay, so now you're claiming space telescopes. Okay, well, you're first going to have to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving before we can believe any of these other stories that go along with it.
Oh yeah, I make no claim about the Earth. I'm talking about like the solar system orbital.
You made a claim that you made a claim about space, and you said the universe is flat.
Yep.
So, in order to determine any of these things, you would have to leave the Earth, right? And travel to space, theoretically. Okay, great. So, the Earth, any kind of like orbital mechanics requires the Earth to be a sphere, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, you might not think so, but that's the case. So tell me, how can you prove any of these claims? Who proved them and how? You've seen images. But you cannot tell from an image what shape something is when you cannot access it.
Well, you could just get a piece of paper and like throw an object above, and if
An
the
object, right? You're claiming an object, right? You'd have to prove they're objects first.
Right.
Okay, so do that. Tell us how you can prove through observation the composition, the size, the distance of something. I have a bad track record. Sorry, guys.
What is he trying to do?
That concludes my TED Talk.
What was that?
No one saw your TED Talk, Rap. Just tell us in words.
Just because you have something, you have something that's flat doesn't mean you don't have the ability to leave the object.
Okay, I didn't ask you that.
So just because something's flat doesn't mean we don't have the ability to leave it. Okay, so you're supposed to be proving the globe here, not debunking the globe.
Ask for evidence that these things are objects, right?
What he's saying is the ground has nothing to do with your ability to leave it.
Yeah, you can go into space regardless of whether the Earth is round, flat,
okay.
Or
tell us about that. That's a claim.
If you get powerful enough rockets and put in enough rocket fuel and allow it to lift off, it'll keep going until it runs out of fuel.
Okay, how is that a proof for you can leave the Earth's atmosphere?
Because after a while, the atmosphere is going to give out, and your object is going to be in space.
Okay, can you prove that?
The atmosphere is not limitless.
How do you know that?
Because we have evidence of pictures from the Voyager space probe as it passed Venus.
Okay, so how do you confirm? What are you comparing those pictures to, so that you know that the pictures reflect the Earth? Because any pictures of the Earth show it as a sphere, yet we measure it as flat. You've never, like, how do you confirm that those photos comport to reality? What are you comparing them to?
So this is the picture I'm talking about. It doesn't show the Earth as flat or a sphere.
Did you understand my question?
Yeah, you ask, what do the pictures of the Earth as a sphere prove? And I'm not.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I asked. If you see an image that shows the Earth a certain way, what are you benchmarking that against to know that it's accurate?
You're benchmarking against other objects in the sky that you would assume to be there or not, and so if you know that,
that doesn't tell you anything about the Earth, and you again are saying objects, which I asked for evidence that those things are objects.
Well, anything's an object. At a big enough scale.
Is light an object? Is light an object?
Yeah, the photons that make up light are objects.
Okay, well, that's a different story, right? We're not observing photons. Okay, so you see some things in the sky and you determine they're objects how?
By observation, by measurements.
Okay, what measurements?
You could use parsecs, you could use light years.
How do you prove light years when you don't know what it is, where it is, or how far away it is? What size? You don't know the size, the distance, or the composition.
I guess you have to guess.
Okay, so are you familiar with the cosmic distance ladder?
I am not.
Okay, so everything that you've been told about heliocentrism is predicated upon the assumed size of the Earth. So in order for any of that to be true, we have to actually measure the surface of the Earth is curving in order to know the size. We're given a value. We're given a specific radius. So why is it that whenever we measure the surface, we don't find the curvature that's claimed?
That's a good question. I'm making no claim about the Earth being a sphere or flat.
Okay, I understand that, but I asked you a question. Who measured the surface of the Earth as curving in order to give us the radius value upon which all of these other beliefs you have are based?
I guess you have to go back to the Greeks.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, there were some Greek thinkers way back when who tried to estimate. I think it was either the diameter of the Earth.
Okay, some Greek thinkers estimated. Did anyone measure this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so we're just supposed to believe it without any evidence? Is that what you think?
No, which is why I'm not a globe earther or a flat earther.
But you believe in the whole. You believe in the rest of heliocentrism.
What is the rest of heliocentrism?
You think that there are planets in orbit beyond our Earth, and you think there are space probes and such.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so why don't you just outline what your beliefs are? Because you're kind of contradicting yourself. Just so I can be clear.
I believe.
What do you believe?
I believe that the orbital plane of the solar system is flat, and I also believe that the universe is flat.
Okay, but that's not based on any empirical evidence that you can verify. We already determined that.
I mean, I don't think it's round. That would be the only other alternative point of view. Unless you think it's curved, and that's another way of saying it's round.
Well, not necessarily. Something can be curved and not be round. Are you talking about the surface, or are you talking about space? What are you talking about exactly? I'm unclear.
I think I'm talking about space.
Okay, so you have a belief that space is a certain way, that it exists in a certain way, that we can send things into the vacuum of space and take photos of the Earth and take photos of galaxies and nebulae, et cetera, and you believe those. And those same things are supposedly taking pictures of the Earth, showing it as a sphere, but you believe the pictures of the nebulae and the claims about the universe being flat, but you don't believe the photos of the Earth showing it as a spheroid. Is that correct? Okay,
Yep.
why? Why? How do you determine what to believe and what not to believe?
You have to use the best science and your best intuition.
Okay, well, why should you trust your intuition? And as far as science goes, what science is involved in any of that?
Well, you would have to use scholars, you'd have to use scientists, you'd have to use astronomers.
Okay, what scientific method is involved in this? You said science, so I want to know the scientific method involved in determining any of these things.
So you'd have to use astrophysics, you'd have to use...
Okay, astrophysics is not science, it's pseudoscience. It does not involve the scientific method whatsoever. Nothing can be empirically verified.
Well, that's what I use. Now, on the alternative, when it comes to the Earth...
Wait. What do you mean that's what you use? What do you mean?
So when it comes to the universe outside of Earth, I use astrophysics.
So you have beliefs. I got it. You have beliefs.
And then when it comes to the Earth, I use the Bible.
Okay, so you're willing to believe in this heliocentric paradigm, which is extra biblical, but yet you're choosing to think the Earth is flat, which you claim is biblical.
Correct.
Okay, why?
Well, because that's what the Bible says.
The Bible doesn't say anything about planets and orbits, et cetera, et cetera. The vacuum of space, none of that is mentioned.
Sure it does. When Abraham is given the covenant with God, God says to Abraham, and then it says to all the Israelites, "I'll make your descendants as numerous as the stars."
Okay, but stars, which are points of light in the sky that we all observe, are not evidence for gas balls in a vacuum, are they? I mean, the Bible also says that God made the sun stand still and not the earth, right? So how do you choose what to believe and what not to believe? Because it seems like you consider yourself a Christian, and so you want to believe the Bible, but at the same time, you really want to believe in this heliocentric idea, but you don't have evidence for that.
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
You cannot serve two masters.
And the Torah clearly says in the Word of God that He will make Abraham's descendants as numerous as the stars.
Okay, but stars in the sky are not evidence of gas balls in a vacuum. We see stars. We can observe the stars. That doesn't tell us what they are, where they are, or how large they are.
Yeah, but I think as long as you're able to get out of the Earth, and
prove that.
And you analyze the universe, you're going to see stars.
Okay, so tell me your evidence that we can leave the Earth. And because you read that there are lots of stars, how does this prove that we can leave the Earth and that these are gas balls in a vacuum? That doesn't make sense, and I think you realize it doesn't make sense.
Well, we couldn't leave the Earth at all until the Wright brothers invented the airplane.
How is this related to the topic at hand?
What?
Because if you put enough power into a plane or a rocket and give enough power, eventually it's going to leave the Earth.
Okay, prove that. Because the Bible also discusses a firmament, right? Now, I'm not making this claim. You're the one who said that you believe the Bible.
Well, the firmament disappeared with the flood.
Okay, what's your evidence for that? I want to see your empirical evidence for that claim.
So the firmament held back the water, but when God released the flood, the water that was held back flooded the earth.
Okay, so what's your evidence for that?
The evidence is the Bible, that when God said that God released the heavens, and for an unspecified amount of time, the earth was flooded, and so the water that was being held back by the firmament, then the firmament disappeared, and then the earth flooded.
There's nothing about the firmament disappearing in the Bible. That's incorrect.
Well, you would have to. The rabbis inferred it in the Talmud.
Okay, well, you know what? Someone can infer. Humans can infer whatever they'd like. However, we need empirical evidence to support that claim. If you just want to admit that all the things you're saying are just based on your mishmash of contradictory beliefs, I'll accept that and I won't argue with you. But in this room, we like to discuss what can be empirically proven and not beliefs. Because if the Bible says that the earth is a sphere and we measure it and it's not, then the Bible is wrong.
Have you ever been up there, though? And also, you have to take in consideration water is continually flowing from God's throne. So even if He has done the flood, do you know that it is continually flowing?
It's just a bunch of
if
nonsense.
the gates are shut, then everything refills. It's like it's.
No, it's inferred in the Talmud. No, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to expect you to back up your claims with evidence. Because this isn't a religious server, and lots of stars in the sky don't prove heliocentrism.
There are lights in the sky.
The stars, yeah. Stars are lights in the sky. That's all we know. They move east to west. They mark signs and seasons. I'll agree on that.
This is fun. We should keep doing this.
You back for more, Raiden?
You guys are delicious.
How's that cock disc going for you?
I've never experienced
again.
that.
You guys.
Yeah.
Always you guys.
You say something about cock disc. I've never experienced that.
Well, maybe you should.
How's it been working for you?
I never had any.
No? Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm quite sure. I mean, when I started researching this, it helped me to put all the pieces together that I'd noticed my whole life. Yeah, so it was a very quick transition. I had no cognitive dissonance whatsoever, actually.
Put the pieces together?
Yeah, all the things that didn't make sense.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
They make sense now.
So I'm guessing you're somewhere in the U.S., right?
I am, yeah.
So without refraction and atmospheric conditions, why can't you see Mount Everest from your location?
Because it's too far away?
It's too far. How do you know it's too far away?
Because I know where it's located.
Oh, you know where Mount Everest is located relative to your position?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
How did you do that?
Oh, if you think this is some kind of gotcha, it's not going to work. Are you one of these people that thinks you should be able to see forever if the Earth is flat?
No, I'm just wondering how you know where Mount Everest is relative to your position.
Well, I know it's on another continent.
How?
And I know there's an ocean in between, and I've traveled between continents, so I have a general idea.
Why did you ask then, Raiden? Why did you ask?
Well, she was talking about
I think he thinks he's going to say maps prove the globe or something.
No, I'm not talking about maps.
No, didn't he ask if you could see Mount Everest?
Yeah, he did. He did ask that.
Yeah, that was a rhetorical question, yeah.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant to the topic at hand.
Sure it was.
I'm pretty sure you didn't measure your location to Mount Everest, right?
A second.
Is there a point to this, Raiden?
Yeah, because you say you know where it is. So
yeah, I have a general sense of where it is. What's your point?
What the fuck? Yo, hang on a second. Raiden, if it was a rhetorical question, why do you keep digging in on it? What the fuck?
Well, I wouldn't have said anything until she said she knew where it was. So.
It was rhetorical if your intention was for it to be rhetorical, why are you following up on it?
Because
why didn't you just drop it?
I guess we can't know where anything is on a flat Earth. We can't have any directions. We can't travel between continents. We can't visit places on a flat Earth.
Doesn't sound like this guy has like any idea where his own direction is headed.
I was just curious how she was able to determine where Mount Everest was from her location. That's all I asked.
Okay, so it was a sincere question.
Yeah.
Not a rhetorical one then. Why'd you say it was rhetorical?
The previous one was.
Which one?
You must have came in late to the conversation.
No, dude, I've been listening. You basically asked one question, right? Why can't you see Mount Everest from where you are?
That part
right?
was
You said that one. That one was rhetorical, but then you said because you were genuinely curious.
Yeah, well, she followed that up by saying, "I know," and then that's what prompted me to ask her how she knew that. So that's why I'm asking the question now.
So the entire conversation, starting with a rhetorical question, right? Now it's become sincere.
Yeah, because I didn't know what she was going to say next.
Oh my god, dude! Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, but she answered it's on another continent. You know, it's like, duh.
I was just asking her how she's able to determine that. That's all I asked.
Ah, man.
Just get to the gotcha that you think you have. This is a waste of time.
I'm trying to learn something.
Hurry up.
It's not a gotcha. I'm trying to learn something here.
What am I going to tell you that you're going to learn?
The free lining. It's so fucking obvious. He sticks
Do you
out like
not
a
know where
sore
Mount
throat.
Everest is located? I don't understand.
I'm just curious what you were going to say before.
More sea lining.
Wow. Okay. Not one of your best nights.
Even over fences. Even if we go with what allegedly is the distance between you and it, right?
Yeah.
How about we go with that, right? Instead of him trying to pin you on, like, oh, how do you know how far it really is?
Well, I know there's
in there.
I've been over both oceans, so I know that there's ocean in between on both sides.
Okay, fair enough. I won't press it. So.
How about Mac, dude? Like, god damn.
So that's a question. That's all. I don't see what the big deal was.
How far is Mount Everest, and how big is it?
I don't know. I guess you can Google it if you really want to know.
Okay. What the hell was the point of all that, dude?
I just told you. She said she knew something, and I was wondering how she knew it. That's all I asked.
Did you not know that, Raiden?
I don't know what you know. That's why I asked. If I knew what you knew, I would need to ask you, right?
Unless it was rhetorical.
that part wasn't rhetorical. I can't go to the operation of her
You
mind,
just
so.
say random things without a point? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Like you really, really had to know. You really needed to know that information. It was very important for tonight for us to discuss.
We're having a conversation. I mean, if
Yeah, but I like to discuss things that matter or interesting or intelligent. That wasn't one.
Okay, so when you tell someone you know something and they ask you how you know it, you don't feel like that's relevant?
Well, that's a philosophical question.
Okay. Well, you said it, and I asked you how you knew that. That's all I did.
Okay, and I answered. So, do you have a point with that?
No, I was just asking a question. That's all. I wasn't trying to make some further point.
Okay. Well, you didn't make any point. That's the problem. We were hoping for a point.
Asked a question.
Well, you may as well ask me my favorite flavor of ice cream. I don't get it.
Well, fortunately, I didn't ask you that because that would have been off topic. So.
Well, this is off topic too.
What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Yeah, maybe only a crunch.
Vanilla Hatch chili.
Mine is cotton candy.
Mine is Superman.
You must live in the Midwest, Raiden.
Oh, okay. That's a good assumption. You're close. Did you extrapolate that somehow?
I just know it.
Yeah, just like you know everything else, right?
I don't know everything else, but I know the Earth is flat because it's measured that way.
Okay, fair enough. Of course, you measured the entire Earth to make that statement, right?
How much of the Earth do we have to measure?
I don't
Is
know. How much do you have to measure
73%?
to make that statement, I guess?
Well, water's flat at rest. We know that's true. And the known Earth is 73% water, so
You've
pretty
measured
simple.
73% of the Earth?
Oh, are you
And
saying
change
that,
of
that
elevation.
some of the water curves?
Some of it goes.
No, you
Change
said
in
that the
elevation.
Earth is 73% of the
Change
Earth.
in elevation is measured with respect to horizontal. Always.
Well, she said the Earth is measured flat. I was just curious how much of the Earth you guys measured.
I answered that.
You say something about
I mean,
water.
Raiden, I mean, we can even go with what the officials say, right? The official statement is the Earth is approximately 73% covered in water.
Okay.
Right?
So have you measured 73% of the Earth?
I didn't measure 73% of the Earth. I'm just going with what they say.
You don't believe what they say, so why would you use that?
I'm saying even if we do go with that.
Call a hostile witness dumb fuck.
Yeah, dude. So if we measure a certain characteristic of water, okay, they say that can counteract what they say that it's curving. Okay, we measure a bit of it. It's actually measured flat. We can't measure all of it. We can't measure all of the surface area, so we can go with that. Okay, and we can witness a contradiction. Okay, there's a problem. Maybe not a contradiction, but a problem. Okay, go with the 73% surface area as water. We measure it as flat. We can extrapolate from there and say that 73% of the Earth's surface, known surface, is flat.
I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to be like obstinate or anything. I'm just trying to get clarity. And
Sea lining. Don't care. Just ask the question. You don't need to preface it with your fucking sea lining bullshit.
I'm not seeing.
Yeah, whether you're trying or not, dude.
I don't want to hear your excuses. Just ask the fucking question.
I already did.
Yeah,
He's answering it right now.
Well, that's it.
Okay, fair enough. That's it. I don't have anything else to say. I don't want you guys to get frustrated.
Just don't do your bullshit sea lining, and it's all good.
I'm not. He just answered my question, and he did a good job of it. So he didn't seem to have a problem with it.
Well, it is kind of annoying there, but you know.
Okay, fair enough. I wasn't trying to be annoying.
There you go again. Stop it. Don't want to hear your justifications and excuses.
I'll just go on mute.
It implies that somebody did something at some time or another, or was offended or something.
I want you to get
just stop with it. You're offending me by doing it.
He needs the last word, D-Dub. He needs it.
Every statement doesn't need a justification from your feely side, bro.
If you don't know, just say it, you know? Not complicated.
It's very complicated for most of the people that visit us in here.
Yeah, but honesty just sets you free, you know? If you don't know, you don't know. You're not losing anything, you're gaining everything.
Well, see, that's a very reasonable and logical way to look about it, you know?
Unless the listener is not logical or reasonable at all, you know?
Well,
what can you do then?
That's the issue there.
I just don't get why people don't do the internal critique first. Like, that's what gets me. That's the first thing I did. And I didn't even know you guys. That was the first thing I did. I was like, all right, well, let's go see what they're saying. Oh, it's all bullshit.
D-Town, I've noticed that 99 point, I mean, this is obviously just anecdotal, but seems that over 99% of the people that are flat earthers were flat earthers before they found us because they had done their own investigation. Because they are able to think critically about the information that they were told.
I don't know. I always thought I was a weird kid, but I'm trying to be glad about it. But right now, I'm glad I'm a weird kid.
Not weird enough.
They're growing to do, yes. Thank you.
Well, D-Town, when the world is insane, sanity is weird, right?
One of my longtime coworkers I've known for 20 years said I'm the weirdest person in the whole building of about 300 people. It was like the best compliment I've had in quite a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a compliment.
Exactly. Most people you meet are boring people, and they're people that most people would not classify as weird or crazy. And most of the people you meet that are interesting or meaningful or do anything interesting or meaningful are the ones that people call crazy.
We just have to put all our hope in Trump and make sure that he changes things.
What's wrong? What's wrong with changing things yourself?
Hold on. Better yet, though, if I may, this is what I heard: putting your trust. And you said a name, which is in today's world a president of the USA, right? But again, though, not to
Wait.
talk
Hold up, Adi. Who here said that they were putting their trust in in a president?
Well, this is what I just heard. I mean, I just stepped in.
Nobody said that, Adi. Nobody said that.
I apologize. In case
nobody in here would say that.
Great.
So let's not address things that no one says or claims.
Again, sister, just to be clear, I do want to just share that if who is most important that would get a vote, though, this again is one that can save you and is not a man, is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. And of course, that is Jesus Christ, God. So he did create this world as well. So that is very important to know.
Aren't you a Glober, Adi?
Honestly, sister, with respect, that matter to me is not of like great importance, but I do believe
that's a room topic.
It's a good question. Now it is a good question.
That's a room topic. This isn't the religious room. So,
right. But yeah, everything in the order.
Are you going to answer?
Is created by God.
Okay, I understand that that's your belief, but I asked you if you believe in the globe.
Like again, as this planet, I know it's true and it's real. As far as
that's a yes. So it's a solid belief from him.
Yeah, I understand. You say it's true, but you have no evidence to support that claim. Nor is that in the Bible.
I don't know.
So how do you think God feels about you lying about his creation?
You said where it is in the Bible. So this I can tell you, which is again what we know to be true.
There is no globe or heliocentrism in the Bible, Adi.
No, not look if I can respond.
No. We're not going to go off on a tangent.
We're not, though, right?
If you want to come in here and preach to us, then you need to take a good, strong look at your own beliefs and how you reject the Bible for your globe beliefs and your heliocentric ideas.
Again, though, I have spoken nothing about that matter. I just simply said
that's a room topic, Adi. The room topic is the nature of the surface of the earth, not your beliefs.
Well, I believe is, again, the firmament. Simple as that word and language, right? Could you relate that to like this view that you're saying? Sure.
Can you provide empirical evidence for the firmament?
Meaning evidence that everything underneath is working in perfect flow.
No, not everything underneath.
Sure, like
There's no underneath on a globe. But I asked you for evidence that a firmament exists, Adi. Can you provide empirical evidence that we can verify?
Well, this will be this world, right? Earth.
Come on, Adi. You've been in here before. You know what the on here. Please don't play games.
So because we exist, therefore there must be a firmament? That's what you're saying?
No, again, I speak of this world, this planet, and it does exist.
Keep saying planet. What evidence do you have to support your claim that this is a planet?
Well, God creates it step by step, and he says it is good.
No, he didn't say anything about it being a planet in a space vacuum. So let's move along.
Like in that language.
What evidence do you have to support your claim that it's a planet?
I mean, we live in it. It is real.
Okay, living on the surface of the Earth does not prove that the Earth is a planet orbiting in a space vacuum. Does it?
You don't live in the Mars.
I'm really trying hard with you, Adi, but it's difficult because you don't seem capable of understanding these concepts. The fact that you're alive doesn't prove that the Earth is a planet orbiting in a space vacuum.
Sure, but what is real is that no one leaves.
No. What's real, I want to talk about what's real, and what's real is that there's no measured surface curvature, therefore the Earth cannot be a planet.
So what would it be, a world? Is that okay to call it?
Of course it's a world, but it's not a planet.
Okay, then I agree with you. That's fine. What would we say about a world that is not this one, like Mars, right? We know that.
How do you know Mars is the world, Adi?
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Okay, is that all right to be called a planet?
I find it interesting,
Adi. No, it's not
Adi.
right to call it a planet. You have no evidence for that claim either.
Okay.
I find it somewhat interesting, Adi, that someone who's a religious man talks about other planets.
Right.
Yeah.
Not in the meaning.
You have a lot of extra biblical beliefs, Adi.
Saturn, right? Not like
you have a lot of extra biblical beliefs, Adi. So you're very, very hypocritical with referring to the Bible and then making stuff up and believing in things that lack any evidence, either from the Bible, either being claims in the Bible or things that we can empirically prove. You realize you're contradicting yourself, right? Do you think...
Go on.
Hold on, Adi. I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
If this is not a planet, Mars is not a world, it's just a light in the sky, which is what everybody observes, and you're going around and you're believing this, do you think God's cool with that?
If I could answer, right?
That you deny his creation and you instead believe in an idea that's been given to you by people who don't believe in God?
If I can answer, though. Right. Such people by name is like a character quite on his own. It's like a Elon Musk guy, right? What he says out of his mouth.
No, you're the one claiming that Mars is a planet and the Earth is a planet. We're not talking about Elon Musk, Scotty. We're talking about you.
Let me finish.
No, you're making claims that you can't support. We're not talking about anybody else. We're talking about you. No, I don't want to hear about Elon Musk. I asked you a question.
Like,
it's
I know this not to be true. Is like the way I answer you if you want to hear it.
The problem is, Adi, you keep giving us all this other dribble. We just want the direct answer.
Yeah.
If you're going to answer from a biblical text, quote the passage. That's not an issue. I find it somewhat interesting that you claim yourself as a biblical man, but yet you preach science. This is very weird.
No. Excuse me.
It's not even science. It's pseudoscience.
I said no one's blasting off to nowhere, so that's just fantasy talk. So again,
what do you mean? No one's blasting off to nowhere? That's a double negative.
Talking fantasy
so again, I don't believe we can communicate because like you talk a whole lot. I'm listening. I really am. But
no, you're really not, because you're not answering my questions. You said you don't believe we're blasting off to nowhere, so you think we're blasting off to somewhere. Where is somewhere?
This is just an analogy, the way I put that.
No, I don't want your analogies. I just want you to be direct.
Let's try to just be direct. What is your question again?
You said you don't believe we're just blasting off to nowhere. What does that mean?
Sure, like, listen to my answer. What, like, people say, which I don't believe, clearly, is such of that manner, right? Like, such people would be like, we can go here.
You're not making any
I don't
sense.
care if it's
You're
called
not
Mars.
making
No,
any
they don't
sense at
make.
all.
I know.
I asked you to clarify
Waxing,
your statement. Can you do that?
let him speak so we can hear.
No, I'm not going to listen. No,
Whatever.
he's not new to the room, and I'm not going to let him drone on for 10 minutes, which he will. So, Adi,
Well,
I just want you to answer this. How do you know Mars is a planet? How do you know the Earth is a planet? How do you know? Not what you believe. How do you know?
Again, called that definition by name. Well, I know what I see. I own a telescope and I look, and this is an orange world, right? Which is not a blue
No,
one.
you're claiming it's a world.
And
That's
that
a
is
claim.
true
That's
because,
not
I
evidence.
mean,
No,
okay,
that's a claim.
You don't see a world.
Yeah,
Orbital.
you can only
You
see
see a light in the sky, Adi. You don't see a world and you don't see a planet.
Okay, define light though, because I can see like a distant light, like
Define light.
Stars, or like a planet, or like a world.
No,
What
no,
do
no.
you
You
mean
keep
by
saying
light?
planet. I'm asking you for evidence of that claim.
Okay, so the stars in heaven would be what?
Stars.
Okay, so it cannot be like the world or the planet or the body of
Could be if
Mars,
you know
right?
if that was if there was proof of it. They could be if there was evidence to show that that's what they are.
Right. There's no evidence to support that claim, Adi.
Hang on. If I may, I want to.
So again, I don't have a good telescope, but what I can see, it's really like an ice cap on the northern side of that place, right? And the whole place is orange. You're telling me, like, what is that then?
Adi, hold on. Let's clear up some vocabulary, okay? What's your definition of a planet?
Again, the only one I know in any language would be out of this one, like Mercury, Venus, the worlds of that manner or planets of that order of manner, like titled, right? I wouldn't say a planet is like a galaxy that's like really far star that I can't see.
Okay, hold on. So you're naming things, right, that are classified as a planet, but what is a planet by definition in the first instance that gives us rise to being able to name certain things as such? Right? I didn't ask you, give me examples of planets. I'm asking you, what's the definition of one?
So
Yeah, like I wouldn't know like answer to like the definition of what I know to be like Marte or Mars or like that, right?
How about a wandering star?
But hang on.
Okay, I can take that, brother.
So what 20 Cups wants to do is establish one sec, bro. What 20 Cups is wanting to do is establish an actual definition of what one is, like before you look at something in nature and place it in that category.
Okay,
what would you consider? So what would be the defining characteristics of something like being a planet?
Well, as a gentleman said, star. I'll go with that.
A star.
That's not much detail. That's about as much detail as I could give you too. Just light, right? Just light reaching your eye. No discernible details, right?
And anything
maybe
under.
some color.
Again,
maybe some color.
Acceptable.
Some coloration, but no discernible details. No saying it has a solid surface, it has undulation, like has spiky bits on it, like that. Nothing like that, right? Like
no,
like something that orbits around the sun.
He claimed he could see ice caps and that it's a world.
Okay, so a planet then is actually a physical body made up of either rock or gas or something up in the sky that has ice caps on it sometimes.
This one in particular, sure, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much, just to be easy in language.
Okay, So a planet is therefore a body made up of physical matter, whether it's rock, gas, or whatever, up in the sky. Okay. How do you know, number one, that they're made up of these made up of this composition in the first
Well,
place?
I believe we're going as a star, right? And again, we're not there, so we don't know much.
Okay. So if you
I would
can't
guess that as far as the real answer.
okay. So if you can't confirm that these things up in the sky fall into that category, then you can't necessarily compare the ground to that and thus suppose that we are in like kind, or that we are on something that is in like kind to those things.
I'm a little lost with that, but like we can go to the moon and know it's not this place, right? It's very different.
Why are you saying we can go to the moon?
I said we can look at for just relevance, right? So what is
No, you said we could go.
Yeah.
so what
maybe
is
you
the
meant like
concept here?
in our mind there. Like I kind of, you know, like, I don't know about this guy, man.
Yeah, let's
I
not
really
try
don't
to.
know about
I don't
none of
know that we
you
should try to
I do know that
make him make sense. You know.
I'm open to listen, of course, right?
Does the Earth orbit? Does the Earth orbit around the sun, or is the
Sure.
or is the Earth
We'd need evidence
stationary?
for that claim.
I would say so. But I do know that there's distant positions in the year where, like, some are colder than others, and where this sun rises and the placement of it. We can see that.
I'm
hold on,
I'm not
Addie.
making a claim here. I'm asking, does the Earth orbit around the sun?
No.
Okay.
There's no evidence for that claim.
I would agree.
Adi, just hold up, Adi. Okay. Sorry.
So if the Earth doesn't orbit around the sun, we can
I said there's
use,
no
like,
evidence for that claim.
Yeah,
Hold on. I said there's no evidence for that claim.
Yeah, we can use astronomical measurements, to see that the stars move in this. That certain
the stars move in the sky. I agree with that.
Certain lights move in the sky. Certain lights move in the sky, right? And when we the lights that we call planets, right?
Hold on. Because we see things move in the sky, why does that mean the Earth is moving?
I don't know. That's on you. I'm coming from
no, it's not on me. I don't claim that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Well, I am not claiming that either.
Okay.
Okay,
go ahead.
Page then.
So
yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth doesn't move around the sun, right? If the Earth does not orbit around the sun, we can see certain lights in the sky. We call these lights planets, right? But you guys don't think they're actually like worlds, right? That you think they're lights, right? So if they don't, they follow an eccentric orbit. They follow an eccentric pattern. They retrograde, right?
Right.
And that pattern is
that's why they're called planet. The original meaning of the word is just wandering star.
Wanderer, yeah.
Because they're not fixed. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but they retrograde.
Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Hold on. Give me a second. My phone automatically turns on certain,
and these have trajectories.
Certain my phone turns on certain videos when I get in the car. Anyways,
yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, so these planets are retrograde, and we can trace the orbits of these retrograde planets.
Well hold up. You keep using the word orbit. No one has ever observed an orbit.
Sorry, the movements of these retrograde planets. Right. They seem rather eccentric. But if you use a heliocentric model, things come into line. Like,
not necessarily. No,
it becomes much more simplistic.
No, it actually doesn't. And the problem that you're facing here is that the surface of the Earth does not measure curving. So therefore, Earth cannot be a planet. Therefore, we cannot have, orbits at all.
That's not. I'm sorry. I said orbits. That was I misspoke. Okay, my apologies. So I am talking about the eccentric movements of the planets, quote unquote, in the sky.
Right.
And so they follow eccentric orbits. But if you use a heliocentric model, like, you can see that the movements of the planets become much more simplistic, much more ordered.
Okay, that's your opinion. I've never seen any evidence for that.
Can you display that?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, I'm sure that can be easily displayed, obviously, right?
I mean, but once again, Lizzie, the problem that you face is that the surface of the Earth measures flat. So therefore, anything in the heliocentric paradigm that relies upon the Earth being a sphere of a specified size falls apart.
Okay, I'm not even arguing about that. I'm not arguing about, like, whether it's a sphere or not. I'm arguing about the idea that the Earth orbits, or rather,
Yeah, but you're saying it makes more sense with a globe, but I'm saying it has to be a globe for that to be true.
I wasn't even talking about that. Like, it could not be a globe, and we could still see the same thing.
Okay, well, explanations aren't evidence, right?
Yeah. So there's plenty of planetary models out there. I'm sure you've seen them. Like, we call them orreries. Sometimes we call them like just planetary models. Other times, I can get you a detailed planetary model in about an hour. I'm on the road, so unfortunately, I can't get it to you right now.
Okay. Okay, but once again, if the Earth is not a sphere, the whole cosmic distance ladder is completely destroyed.
Well, yeah, but then the movements of the planets become disordered.
Well, they're not disordered. They follow a regular pattern that's always been observed to be the same in all of human history.
But how do you explain
It's
retrograde?
not disorderly at all. It's what we observe. It's quite orderly and predictable.
It's predictable, but how do you explain retrograde movement?
Why do I have to explain it?
Well, just real quick, I just got a couple words to say. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of the Neo-Tychonic model. Tycho Brahe came up with it.
Yeah.
It's a geocentric model that perfectly
Right.
describes retrograde motion of the planets as we view them.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we don't need to replace the heliocentric model with another belief set. We know what we observe. Everybody observes the same thing. However, so we can't determine anything about that because it's just an observation. However, we can measure the surface of the Earth, and we know that the Earth is not a sphere. And Lizzie, I don't know if you know this, and so forgive me if I'm telling you something you already know, but we don't believe that the Earth is like a flat disk in space.
Mm-hmm. I know that.
So we're not inserting a flat planet into the heliocentric model. We're measuring the surface of the Earth, and it exhibits zero curvature every time we measure it.
I'm asking you, if you do not believe in the heliocentric model, then how do you explain, like, retrograde movements?
Okay, why do I have to explain it?
Well,
they're called wandering stars for a reason, because they wander. Oh, sorry, you call them planets, from the olden day word planetai or planetas, to wander. They have their own specific patterns. All the other stars seem to turn ever so nicely, except for a handful of them. We even named them Mercury, Venus, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. They all have their very own unique patterns that they wander or follow.
But wouldn't a model in which the
So tell me how you staring at the stars proves curvature of the Earth. I'd be most interested in that.
Why wouldn't a model in which the planets orbit around the sun, right, rather than the Earth being the center?
Yeah, that's great. So you're assuming you live on a ball. Tell me how staring at the stars proves curvature.
Why wouldn't a model in which...
What model? We're not talking about models. We're talking about reality.
So why wouldn't
if you want to go and make models, that's well and good. We're not going to stop you. But this is reality. So tell us how you, with your high-powered telescope staring at the stars, is going to prove the ground is curved or not.
Why wouldn't a model in which the planets...
Yeah, that's great. So you don't want to... So you're still stuck at staring at the sky. Apologies, but staring at the sky is not going to tell us anything at all about the ground.
Wouldn't a model in which the planets...
Apologies again. Staring at the sky doesn't prove anything about the ground. How are you going to confirm the ground is a particular aspect by looking up at the sky?
Wouldn't a model in which the planets orbit around...
Is this person stupid, or are they just not listening? How is staring at the sky going to prove anything about the ground?
I'm not arguing about the ground. Am I?
Excellent. So it's flat then?
I have no idea.
I already told you that the whole cosmic distance ladder is destroyed by our measurements of the surface of the Earth. I don't want to hear about your models. I want reality.
So let me ask you another question then.
Why aren't you? Well, hold on before we move on. Before we move on to another thing that you want me to make up a story for. Why isn't it important to you that our measurements of the surface show that the Earth is not a sphere?
It's just not important to me.
Okay, but you realize none of the rest of this stuff matters.
But it does.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't change the nature of the surface of the Earth. The name of the room is 24/7 Flat Earth. If you don't want to discuss the nature of the surface of the Earth, then clearly you're just avoiding the reality of it.
If you let me get to my point, why is God's plan not perfect? Is God's plan not perfect?
I don't know what your personal religious beliefs are.
You assume that God's is not perfect, but it is perfect.
I didn't say anything about religious beliefs. If you have religious beliefs, fine, you're entitled to them, but we're going to still keep measuring.
Planets,
we're going to still keep
as they orbit around.
There can be no orbit, and there can be no heliocentric model if the Earth is not a sphere. So all the other questions you want to ask are moot. Do you understand that?
Got a point, man.
Yeah, you should read and listen and stop listening to the men who made your stuff in your head right now.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, we could measure the surface curvature. However, every time we measure it, well, we know water is flat at rest, and every time we measure the Earth, it is flat. It exhibits zero curvature. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mm-hmm.
That's a good point. There should be some curvature measured at some point in order for there to be 360 degrees of curvature all the way around.
But you're avoiding the question.
No, I'm not. You are. You are avoiding the reality. You want to create all these ideas, and you want to talk about models predicated on the Earth being a sphere. But if the Earth isn't a sphere, there's no need for me to engage with you about any of these other ideas you have.
Those models have nothing to do with reality.
Reason.
Yeah, I can create a model for many different things. I can calculate many different things, but okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, tell me how it's proven. How is it proven that the Earth is a sphere?
I don't know about that. I'm not here to argue about that.
Well, that's a rim topic. Don't you think you should know? Don't you think it's important? Hold on, Lizzie. Don't you think it's important that if you've stacked all these beliefs together, you should have knowledge, not just beliefs, of why the Earth is a sphere? You should know what empirical tests have been performed to prove this claim.
Oh, I have no idea about that. I have no idea about whether the Earth is a sphere or not. It doesn't matter to me. But my main
it does matter to you because you keep talking about all this other stuff that fits in the heliocentric model, which there can be no heliocentric model if the Earth is not a sphere. So it absolutely matters. It's the only thing that matters.
So God's plan is not perfect? God's plan.
Why are you talking about God? This isn't a religious realm. I didn't say anything about God. If you want to like I said, if you want to have your beliefs, go ahead. It's not the rim topic.
Yeah, be respectful, man. If you obviously, we're not debating about God, obviously. So if If you have an argument about the topic, then bring it.
Yeah, your comprehension of what is perfect and what is not in comparison to what God has done already.
The Earth water is perfectly flat at rest, Lizzie. How's that?
If we're not talking about a God, like
no, we're not talking about a God at all. No one has mentioned that except for you.
If we're not talking about a God, why wouldn't it make more sense?
Oh, did you think we're a bunch of Christians that just think the Earth is flat because we read it in the Bible? Is that what you thought when you came in here?
If we're not talking about a God, why wouldn't
you please
Why don't you answer the question?
Because I'm right. That's why you won't answer it. So, Lizzie, this is not a religious room. There are rooms you can go to if you wish to discuss religion. However, we just discuss empirical measurements of the surface that prove that the Earth is not a sphere.
So you're avoiding
which you don't want to talk about. No, you don't want to talk about the room topic. You are avoiding the room topic.
I mean, it doesn't seem like I am because I have you all.
It's actually you that's avoiding the question, Lizzie. Stop trying to power through and sidestep. Just answer the question that you're asked.
If you want to go the religious route, listen to me. If you want to go the religious route, go to Kingdom of Context on YouTube and listen to him. He tells you everything that is about flat Earth.
Lizzie is not. I would bet a lot of money that Lizzie's a self-proclaimed atheist. But anyway, Lizzie, if you want to engage with the room topic, which is the nature of the surface of the Earth, I'm more than happy to get into that with you. But if you want to talk about these other things, we're not really going to have anything to talk about.
Like, for example, the heliocentric model.
Which is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
So it seems like I am talking about the room topic, am I not?
No, you're not, because you refuse to talk about the surface of the Earth and the measurements that show that the Earth is not a sphere. And I don't know why you're avoiding that.
And Lizzie, to be fair, you guys are talking about different consequences of the Earth being flat or a globe. You're talking about if it were heliocentric, geocentric, then God and this and that. They're only talking about the shape of the Earth. So just bring it down to facts about the shape of the Earth, the topography of the Earth. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's proven, but you admitted you don't know how it's proven.
Proven about what? I didn't say anything.
That the Earth is a sphere.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. This is recorded, Lizzie. Yeah, you did say that.
Okay.
I'm not going to go back in the recording, but I heard you say it. So anyway, Lizzie, what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that the Earth is a sphere that we can empirically verify?
I'm not here to argue about that. I'm here to argue about the heliocentric model. Am I not?
The Earth being a sphere is. That's why I mentioned the cosmic distance ladder, Lizzie. If the Earth is not a sphere, there's no heliocentric model.
Why?
Because it all falls apart. Because of the cosmic distance ladder. Because of all of it. If we only go with what we can empirically prove, there's no sphere and there's no heliocentric model.
Okay, but why does the heliocentric model necessarily fall apart if the Earth is not a sphere?
Because
everything is predicated on the Earth being a sphere and the size of the Earth.
Yes, man. That goes without saying, man. Every evidence for everything about outer space, or every evidence about anything about heliocentrism or the solar system or the galaxies, is based on the Earth being a globe and based on the observations that the Earth's a globe. So
and a globe of a specific size as well.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, that's very interesting. I don't think you people are interested in talking about the heliocentric model. That's very.
God, you've gotten really tedious, Lizzie. You don't want to talk. You don't want your beliefs challenged.
Hey, Fencer, check this out. Right? No, Lizzie, I'm super interested. Tell me about it.
The heliocentric model?
Tell me about your model.
So the heliocentric model shows that the planets orbit around the sun. The Earth orbits around the sun, and we can know that. Sorry, we can't. No, I said no. I misspoke. We can see that if we use the heliocentric model, the the rotation of the planets becomes more ordered.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So if we're going to use the heliocentric model, all the presumptions about the nature of the things in the heliocentric model have to hold, right?
Such as?
You're modeling
curvature.
The heliocentric. Yeah, you're modeling the shit.
Earth not curved?
Hang on. For the heliocentric model to hold, all the characteristics of the things in the model need to hold, right?
Like, for example?
For example, the sun is a giant sphere. The planets are giant spheres of different sizes and different distances apart from each other, made up of different compositions, right? The Earth being one of those things. It's also a sphere. That should. Well, you tell me that's part of the. You tell me that's part of the model, right?
No, but why do they have to be spheres? I didn't claim that.
Well, is
by
that
the way.
not what the model says? What does the model tell us about the nature of these things
The model
inside the
says
model?
that the Earth and the planets orbit around the sun.
Okay, perfect. So what are these things that are orbiting?
Lights.
You have a light that's orbiting? I don't remember hearing that growing up.
So the planets are lights. What the?
Is the Earth a light? Is the Earth a light?
According to you, the Earth is a
I didn't say anything.
plane.
According to me, I didn't say shit. In the heliocentric model, is the Earth a light?
According, I don't know.
In the heliocentric model,
Lizzie, this is your claim.
I'll say
all the
for the slow kids in the back. Let me finish. I'll say it one, Lizzie. I'll say it one more time for all the slow kids in the back. That includes you. In the heliocentric model, right, is the Earth a light?
All the heliocentric model says is that the Earth orbits around the sun and the planets orbit around the sun.
Okay. Is the Earth a light or is it a giant thing? Physical thing?
According to you, it's a curved plane.
In the heliocentric model.
Wait, he said curved plane.
A giant thing.
He said curved plane.
Is it a giant curved thing? Spherical thing, spheroidal thing, moving around the sun.
According to you, it's a curved plane.
And the heliocentric. How many times do I have to do it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear 20 say anything about a curved plane. Where did you come to that conclusion?
I guess
I just got here.
The heliocentric model. Oh, that's weird. You don't want to talk about the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Why don't you want to talk about the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though you
nice to have that thrown back on you.
I do want to talk about the heliocentric model.
Okay, perfect. So let's talk about it, right? So let's talk about one component of the heliocentric model, namely the Earth, right? Is it a giant thing orbiting around the sun? Let's talk about its characteristics. Let's do that.
Yeah, I would believe it's a giant thing orbiting around the sun.
Okay, perfect. Describe to me a couple characteristics of this giant thing. How big is it?
According to you, it's flat but curved, right? It is well, not.
What did I say?
Flat but curved.
Now watch
Yeah,
this.
you really need to stop saying that, Lizzie. We never said it's flat but curved. We never said it was a curved plane. So please stop straw manning us. Thank you.
It's not curved. Wait a second. It's not curved.
Me,
is it
Lizzie?
Not curved?
Lizzie, can you find a clip of me saying anything you're accusing me of having said?
Is it not curved? Is it flat?
Go get me a clip. How about you go get the
heliocentric model?
Anything of what you're saying.
We're talking about the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Is it curved or flat?
This is your story. Please straw man him harder. I'm enjoying it.
One last time. Lizzie. Describe to me a few characteristics of the Earth in the heliocentric model.
It is a thing orbiting around the sun.
Okay. Describe to me couple characteristics of this thing orbiting around the sun.
It holds life. It has water.
Okay.
It has an atmosphere.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, great. Let's get into some of the geometry of this thing. Describe to me a few geometric characteristics of this thing.
Oh, I don't know much about it. The geometric characteristics, I couldn't tell you. But, I've heard
Okay. So why do you think, why are you in here talking about a model that you can't describe the most basic things of of any of the things in the model? Why should we talk to you?
A heliocentric model.
Why should we talk to you when you can't describe or get into the most elementary characteristics of the things in the model?
I think the most elementary characteristic of the thing in the model is that it orbits around the sun, correct?
Wrong.
That's one. That would be one of them. That would be an elementary behavior of the things. Notice how I said characteristics of the thing. Physical.
Tell us about the geometric characteristics of the thing that's allegedly orbiting the sun.
Yeah.
What were you taught?
The fact he won't address it, it says everything that he won't address this.
Yeah, he's doing his damnedest to not answer the question.
Well, it must be curved, obviously.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent.
Perfect. Now, Fences. Now you can hit him with what you were saying before, because now he understands.
Yeah. No, he understood. He understood 5 minutes ago.
No,
he just doesn't want to talk about it.
Admitting.
Okay, so Lizzie, if something is curved, we should be able to measure that curvature, right? Did Lizzie mute themselves, or is there?
You can simply observe it.
Okay, but you can't observe a measurement, right? So tell me so tell me how the size of the Earth was determined through observing it.
The size, I didn't say anything about the size.
Well, I just asked you a question.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't have that on hand. I was talking about the curvature of the Earth, not the size of the Earth.
Okay, so where can we measure the curvature of the Earth?
We don't have to measure it. We can just observe it.
We go out and observations are not sufficient.
Yeah, but we can observe it. Why?
Okay, where do you observe surface curvature, Lizzie? Where do you observe surface curvature? And try to stay on topic, because I was very specific with my question.
We can observe surface curvature when we see a boat going out to sea and it disappears across past the horizon.
Okay, so at what distance does that occur, and at what observation height do I need to be at?
At sea level. Distance.
Okay, so my eyes are at sea level?
1 foot. 1 foot good enough?
Yeah. Okay, so at what distance, if the Earth is a globe, as we're told, of a specific size, as we're told, at what distance should all things start to disappear from view? Because they are becoming blocked by surface curvature.
Well, I don't have those numbers on hand, but I do know that when you send an object out to sea, it disappears past the horizon. What does that imply?
No, that's inaccurate. What do you mean disappears past the horizon? I mean, eventually things become too small for your eyes to resolve.
Disappear into the horizon. Slightly different.
Absolutely flat.
You seem to think the horizon is a line across the ground where once something crosses it, that's where it starts to disappear. This is incorrect. It disappears into the horizon. The horizon is the limitation of your vision, not a magic line for something to cross. It ran away.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. Maybe they're just having phone troubles and they'll be back.
We'll see. Yeah, it shouldn't be this difficult, right?
That person spent a long time dodging all the questions and giving answers to shit that wasn't even asked.
Yeah, because they don't have answers.
Sorry,
some of
20.
these people do. My apologies. It's like fucking pulling teeth with some of these people.
Well, because they
Like,
know
goddamn it.
that we know they know that we have them cornered because they can't defend their claims.
Yeah, that last one we got him by the balls. Easy.
Yep.
Yes, I said that. What am I, stupid? Christ. All right, let's release the ogre.
Have fun.
What's that mean? Are y'all talking about me?
Yeah.
Ye. Don't ye me. I mean, no, for real. I just want to have a good conversation. There's nothing over.
Go for it, man. And unleash.
No, I don't think it's not a perfect sphere by any means. It's not 3.14161892. I can't.
Okay, so it's not perfect.
Okay.
So you do understand that if it's less curved in some spots, it's going to be more curved in others. You do understand that if you're claiming it's not perfect.
What side are y'all on? Are y'all baiting me to argue your point?
I'm on this side of my computer screen. But you're saying it's not perfect. Okay, I heard the not perfect bit, but do you understand that this not perfect means that some places are going to be more curved and other places are going to be less curved? You do understand that?
Okay, so are you a flat earther or a glober?
So you do understand what I said. This has nothing to do with, just chill. This has nothing to do with if I think it's flat or if I think it's round or if I think it's a pineapple. I'm just telling you in general, if you're claiming it's not a perfect sphere, that means the sphericity is going to be greater in some spots and lesser in other spots. You do understand that?
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying or what your point is.
Okay, a perfect sphere is perfect. The same radius everywhere. Non-negotiable. If you're claiming non-perfect, that means some places are going to have a larger radius and some places are going to have a lesser radius.
Okay, can I ask you what level of education you reached? Did you go to university?
I got to Smoko on the first day of kindergarten and I said, that's it, I'm getting a trade.
Okay, do you understand the question? Obviously you don't because you haven't.
Well, obviously you don't, but when I said to you, it has nothing to do with whether I think it's flat, round, or a pineapple. I'm telling you about your claims of sphericity. If you're claiming it's not perfect, that means quite simply that some places are going to have a larger radius and some places are going to have a less radius. You do understand that, yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. So when they go out and test for this curvature, what do you think would happen if they hit one of the spots that aren't supposed to be perfect? What do you, in your head, do you think that all these laser tests have just accidentally hit the lesser radius spots and there's no curvature to measure? Is that what you think happens?
If I bought some land, I'd hire a surveyor. They know more about that shit than I do.
I don't remember anything about asking if you bought some land. If you bought some land, high five, happy days for you. Just remember, boys and girls, buying land is a great thing because God's not making any more of it. So, we're not worried about buying land. We're worried about measuring it. So people have been testing with lasers, shooting them across large spanses. So what are you... I'm trying to break down your mental construct. So in your head, do you believe that all these people that have done laser tests have magically found the flat spots?
And I didn't even set one. It's like you made your own trap and got yourself caught in it. You just explained...
No, I haven't said anything about traps. I've got rabbit traps and shit on the farm. So, do you think that all these people that have done laser tests have accidentally found all the flat spots?
Who would measure anything if it was property? That'd be you wouldn't know what the hell.
We're not talking about that. You can catch up. You're doing well.
Oh,
He's not doing well. How come you guys can't answer each other? It's so aggravating to listen to two people who are not answering.
Hey, Coach, you don't know him real well. Seriously, you can ask him a straight-up close-ended question, and it took me 4 times to get him to answer a yes or no.
I'm just answering his questions.
To even whether he understands. He's about 4 conversations behind. He is always like this. You haven't missed anything, bro. Nothing will change.
Like a nice guy, dyslexic, but I know Flattened from a long time ago. He's a guy who really knows the globe, or at least he thinks he does. And I like to hear him talk with you. I like to hear him talk with you guys because it would be more.
Flattened doesn't talk. Hey, Coach, check it out.
Hear him talk though.
Yeah, that you might think it's interesting. That's all well and good, but Flattened doesn't have a conversation. Flattened monologues. And that's all he wants to do.
I agree with that.
He was in here earlier having a breakdown. So what we're going to do, let's have a look at Flattened. I'm going to post up an image for you, Flattened, if I can find it. I need that thing there to appear again. There we go.
Imagine being so obsessed with this topic as an anti-flat earther that you change your PFP to this ridiculous image that he's chosen.
Could you imagine?
Like that's next level obsession right there.
I know someone who's so obsessed they've been banned from all these servers so many times they came back with 300, 400 different accounts. 10 years.
Yeah, they're mentally ill. Yeah,
that's a mental disorder.
More than mentally ill. I know they're more than mentally ill.
Yeah, they deny reality. That has to either they're crazy to begin with, or it makes them crazy, right?
You know, the worst part of Flatten's profile picture is that it's kind of making me a bit hungry.
Well, Flattened, I'm not talking about him. I don't know if he's in that camp.
Oh, he's a mess.
Now, I've posted
up from back in the day. He wasn't the worst. Like I said, the person I'm talking about, he's been here for 10 years. He's been arguing it 10 years. Flatten's one of those guys who comes every now and then. He argues the globe. And he gives it a good shot. There's guys.
No, he doesn't give it a good shot. And there's
he does his best.
There's many people that have made hundreds of alts. Yeah.
It's quite sad, really. Anyways, Flattened. In the side chat, there's a lovely colour image there, and you can see the hills in the background light blue. Now, I posted this earlier, and you went, refraction. You had no data, you don't know how far away those hills are, you don't know the elevation, you don't know the temperature, you don't know the elevation of the observer, you have absolutely no data about this. So I would like you to tell everyone all about that image. If you'd be so kind.
If what you're saying is true, why would you ask such a ridiculous thing? If that's
because you were the one that dropped in and begarked refraction before you had any information at all about that image. So please tell us about it.
First of all, you muted me before I could finish making my point, and I kept it under a minute. You guys mute me in under 30
Yeah, that's great. We're not interested in the meta. We're interested in the information on that picture. Please tell us about it.
So I can't. I don't trust your calculation. I don't trust
what calculations
drawn. Okay,
you're the one that drew a conclusion from nothing.
You know what I'm saying?
You're the one that drew a conclusion from absolutely nothing.
Interruptions occur. Go.
Yep. So now you understand, Coach, why he gets muted.
Y'all can send me.
Now, Coach, that's your classic example on why he gets muted.
I understand.
Excellent. So please don't white knight for any more of these idiots.
I don't like the term white knight. I'm in the interest of being entertained. The other guy, dyslexic, no offense, but he's not entertaining when he was talking with you guys. Flattened is more entertaining when he's talking with you guys. Although I have to say he wasn't being entertaining just now.
He's not talking with us, though, Coach.
I agree with you. So when he's arguing the subject,
and what Matrix? Well, hold on, just to get back on topic. What Matrix is addressing is that Matrix posted this picture earlier, and Flattened came in and said that the reason that we see that distance is because of refraction, without having just by looking at a photo.
So that's what Matrix is trying to get him on topic for.
I chose just being a coach.
Good call. I like it. All right. He knew it was going to be coming back to him. He ran away. Wise choice, Flattened. Wise choice.
I didn't want to say it, but I've been in this circles for a long time, and we used to bully that guy. So we used to bully Flat Destruction. He annoys people on every side. So
yeah, well, that was the issue, Coach. Earlier on, we had these images up, and I had another one posted with it, and he jumped straight in. Oh, we can see that because of refraction. He had no idea of distances, temperatures, elevations, absolutely nothing. And he made a claim about that image. And the sad part is, it was me that took it. Now, what's very interesting about it is, with my other camera, that is the accompanying IR image. So with his claims of refraction, and he never got that far, he had a meltdown. There's the IR version of that coloured one, pointing at the same hill with the radio tower that's in the guts of it.
And Coach, just for background information, dyslexic hillbilly here, the first time I talked to him, the first time I saw him come in, he claimed that all the water is flat, but the Earth is a sphere.
interesting. I don't mean any disrespect, by the way, dyslexic. I didn't mean. I just meant the conversation. The back and forth was boring for a second. It's boring.
Oh, he's shown us large amounts of disrespect, Coach. No worries.
Oh my God! Well, I'm sorry I wounded some egos, but I have my opinion.
You didn't wound an ego just because you're disrespectful. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I just think you're kind of a douche. That's all.
Oh, well, I don't use those, but I appreciate it. Thank you. That's a good compliment. That means I made you think, huh?
No, you didn't, unfortunately.
Oh, I just
made me think that you're a douche. So I guess that. Do you have anything to prove your globe this time, or is it more all the water is flat, 73% of the known Earth is flat, but the Earth is a sphere? That was my favorite.
You said he didn't get in chat, and I was like, well, y'all like mute me, but that's beside the point. And now I'm not muted, so I will defend myself. Is that okay?
No. So do you have any evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Well, I didn't say all water's flat. I said it appears flat.
Yeah, you did. I was here. Okay, but anyway, moving along. What's your evidence for a sphere?
Okay. Damn, that's 2 insults in a row. I don't think you want it. So this is an echo chamber for flat Earth people.
How did you getting asked for evidence of a sphere become an insult?
Yeah, that's one thing that's the confusing thing about this place is there are, I mean, honestly, they're not asking for anything that incredible. They're just asking for globe evidence. And if somebody believes in the globe, it just, all you gotta do is bring any kind of globe evidence. Like, I'll be honest with you. I believe in the globe. All right.
All of us did.
I believe in the globe. All right.
Oh, you
I got plenty of globe evidence.
Okay, great. Well, then let's talk to you, Coach.
I didn't want to say that, but all right, fair enough.
So you're just here to white knight for the trolls and not present any evidence for the globe that you know exists?
He might have stopped being a globe slut. He's sick of handing himself around to all the flat earthers.
I don't know. I think that's quite interesting. It's funny how predictable it is. Who will defend who? You know.
I'm more.
So if you know it's a globe, you have evidence for that, right? That we can look at.
Yeah, just take 6 flights from London to.
Hold on. I'm talking to Coach. Just a second. Well, we can get to your evidence if he can't supply any, which it sounds like he can't. But if I'm wrong, correct me.
Well, I've got all sorts of evidence, but I don't have any to provide, to be honest with you. Because
Okay, well, can you describe your best piece of evidence?
Well, there's something called stellar aberration, and it's a study of the movement of the stars, and it's only possible. It's only possible not only if the Earth's a globe, but if the Earth's orbiting the sun. And
okay, so if we measure the surface as flat, then what you see in the sky is possible above a flat Earth.
That's correct, but then that brings up evidence that you're asking for, which is the curvature of the Earth, and the evidence
it's weird to me. Your best evidence is stuff in the sky. I would hope your best evidence would be a measurement of surface curvature that we could verify.
Absolutely, and so the best evidence of that, or the simplest evidence of that, would be a test.
Don't say boats.
No, I wouldn't say boats. I would say something like Eratosthenes and the measurement of 2 sticks or multiple sticks in the shadows.
Shadows. He measured shadows. Okay, so explain that to us.
Well, I did a test.
Tell us how that's a measurement of surface curvature.
I did a test once.
And tell me what assumptions he made before he began.
Well, I did a test like his, and because I knew he made assumptions and I wanted to correct his assumptions, so I did a test.
Okay, can you tell the audience what some of the assumptions he made were?
Well, some of the assumptions that people claimed that he made were that it wasn't the same time. It wasn't noon at the same time at the different places.
No. What assumptions is it said that he made? Okay, well, I'll just tell the room because I don't think you know. For one, he assumed the sun was infinitely distant, which is pretty crazy because there would be no sunlight. He also assumed the Earth was a globe. There were other assumptions made about distances, etc., that were incorrect. So he measured some shadows. Well, this is the claim. We can't verify any of this. There's no primary, secondary, or even tertiary sources for this. So he measured some shadows. They were diverging. He assumed the Earth was a globe. Okay. So we can do the same thing on a kitchen table with a local light source. So if the sun is not 93 million miles away, and the sun is more local, which is what we all observe, the sun appears to be smaller than the Earth, and it moves across the sky. That's what we all observe. Then we can have diverging shadows on a flat surface as well. So Eratosthenes isn't proof for or against a globe. And a measurement of diverging shadows does not prove a radius, and it does not prove a sphere. So is there an actual measurement of surface curvature in 2026?
All right, I see what you're saying about Eratosthenes and the infinite distance to the sun, but that wasn't an assumption. A necessity of the measurement is that the sun is far away enough such that it creates shadows on both parts of the measurements that are somewhat parallel. And so the way that you can justify this is by measuring the shadows on the moon at the same time as the shadow on the Earth.
We're not going to make claims about the moon. We're going to stick to the Earth because you're going to have to prove all those claims about the moon. So let's stay down here on the Earth.
Fair enough. Then don't use something.
Okay.
I use the moon.
Okay, so I already disproved your claim that there can only be diverging shadows on the globe.
I'm giving you the moon. Then I'm not.
No, you're not giving me the moon. Stay on the Earth.
Exactly. I'm staying on the Earth.
No. Why?
Yeah. Regardless of the sun.
Go ahead.
Hi guys.
Regardless of the distance to the sun, the second point that over fences mentioned was probably the most important, which is Eratosthenes was not going out there to measure a globe. He already had the assumption it was a globe and wanted to calculate a radius based off presupposed globe. So there is no proof of curvature from Eratosthenes whatsoever. It was an assumption and a calculation.
Right. I agree with that. And I also agree with what you said about the moon, which is why I only used the moon because I figured it was far away enough to show that it was parallel. But you can use something like the other side of the city, which is what Eratosthenes did. He used the fact that on two sides of one city, the shadows are the same angle. So I use the moon because it's so far away that should be sufficient. But one side of the city should be sufficient as well. And so just using that fact, that you're using the fact that the shadows are parallel at the same time, you don't have to
diverging,
worry about
not parallel.
You don't have to worry about the moon, the sun being infinitely far away. You just have to.
Okay, but I told you we can replicate that on a flat surface. So can we move on to a measurement of the surface of the Earth curving? In 2026, we don't need to rely on a story about somebody from 2,000 years ago measuring shadows having already assumed a globe, right? Surely in 2026, we have a better means of verifying surface curvature.
Well, I wouldn't use that as verification of the curve. I would use that as a measurement of the curvature.
But it's not a measurement. He measured shadows, and we can produce diverging shadows.
To measure the Earth. I said.
Okay, then post the data. Okay, you did. Okay, so I can replicate the same thing on a flat surface. I can do it on my dining table. And guess what? So can you.
I'm going to post this data that you asked for. I did a test with 23 people. Half of them were flat earthers and half of them were globers. And we did these measurements on the equinox.
So what measurements were actually taken? Measurements of shadows, measurements of the stick heights?
Yeah, both. We measured the stick heights and the shadows, and we did it at...
Excellent. So how does a shadow on the ground validate curvature of the ground?
Well, to be honest, the way that we did the test is we made predictions. So we predicted what it should be if it were a globe, and we predicted what it should be if it were flat.
So what comparator have you got to prove the alternate?
How did he predict what it would do if it was flat? How'd you do that, Coach? I want to hear this. Where's the sun? Where's the sun, Coach, in your flat Earth idea?
Well, what we did was we took a preliminary measurement. So I think we had somebody in...
You took a measurement of the distance of the sun?
No, we took a measurement of the angle of one person's position on the equinox.
Okay, but you said you compared it to how it would appear on the flat Earth. So I'm asking you, where is the sun in your flat Earth idea?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What we did was, on the equinox, if the sun's over the equator, we used one person's position, and we took them as a right triangle, basically. Because on
you realize the sun only has an apparent and not actual position, right?
Well, sure, but on the equinox, on a flat plane, it does behave like a right triangle. If the sun's directly over the equator, then on a flat plane, that's a right triangle. So we can do the math of a right triangle, which is all we did to make the predictions.
Okay, but I can do this on my dining table, Coach.
Right.
Okay, I can reproduce diverging shadows on a flat surface with a local light source.
Let me just remind you that I didn't come here to bring this evidence. You're asking for evidence I do have, but I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'd rather...
Well, I don't know why you're avoiding the fact that you can reproduce this on a flat surface. You said you calculated that it's not possible on a flat surface, but I know it is, because anyone can do it, including you.
Yeah, you could reproduce it, which is my point. If you reproduce it, you can make predictions based on what it should be on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great.
No.
But the predictions, Coach...
Reality.
The predictions, you can predict a table is curved by looking at the shadows. You do know that.
Yeah, Coach, all you gotta do is assume certain variables, and then you can make your predictions based on those assumptions, and then you get what you get, and then you can invalidate certain things or another. The problem is here, you have to assume something, right? If you assume that the sun is an actual physical object floating in space at a specific distance, then yeah, you can make a miniature model or whatever of that, but you're still assuming shit, so you got a problem.
Let me apologize.
All it does is invalidate the setup with your assumption baked into it.
I agree with you guys, to be honest with you. I got a little worked up. This is why I kind of backed off from this whole thing. It works me up a lot. So, to be honest with you, I agree with what you're saying. So,
well, it really shouldn't. It's purely a measurement consideration, right? It shouldn't be an emotional consideration.
I mean, it might work, yeah, as far as like what you thought was true before, or just a foregone conclusion, was not actually. And now you're like, oh shit! Either I was misled, or whatever, misinformed, either intentionally or not. Doesn't matter. You were in the wrong, as most of us were, and that's unsettling. Sure, but it's freeing at the same time, to a degree.
Why hasn't anyone shot a laser over a large body of water to show drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry?
I mean, you guys have done those tests, and they showed the opposite, so I think that's probably why.
So no one's trying to disprove us, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that no one's trying to disprove those tests using those same methods. I wouldn't think.
Okay.
Those tests.
Why not? That'd be the easiest way to do it, right?
In my opinion, and like I said, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but this has always been my opinion that those kind of tests are not unconclusive, which is why it's used in this communities, because they're non-conclusive.
Oh, so a laser shot over a large body of water hitting its target on the other side with no Earth curvature blocking it is inconclusive to you?
It's inconclusive because of the issues involved. Like if we're
okay, great.
We're always
tell me what
refraction. So
yeah.
Because
okay, but we have photos of the laser tests from the side, and they show the lasers are straight.
So if you're claiming a causational mechanism of refraction, I think you said it was, can you give us an observation where the video or a photo of a laser bending downwards in order to justify your claim of refraction?
Let me be clear about my claim. My claim is not that refraction is causing these problems. My claim is that refraction is the reason why I don't use this as evidence, and it's why the reason I think you guys should not use it as evidence.
Yeah, that's great.
It's not good.
You're claiming refraction is a causational mechanism. So in that case, you should have some kind of photographic or video evidence showing that a laser is bending out in the open air over a 10 or a 20 mile distance. You should be able to show the laser bending, and then you can turn around and say, I don't do this because this effect happens, and I believe the causational mechanism is refraction. Can you do that?
Fair enough, man. I mean, you're not listening to my argument, so why would I listen to what you...
I am listening to your argument. In the scientific method, you're jumping straight to the hypothesis. You haven't provided the observation of lasers bending. So why should I listen to your excuse of the laser is bending due to refraction if you can't even show us the laser bending?
That was the issue. I was afraid that you didn't hear what I said, because I didn't say that the laser's bending because of refraction.
Excellent. So there's no problem with the laser test then, is there?
My problem is that refraction causes observation to not be conclusive to either of us.
So show us the refraction messing it up, thus making it non-conclusive. You must be able to demonstrate this. Demonstrate it.
Demonstrate that refraction happens? Listen,
no, that's not what I asked for. Demonstrate that the laser is getting not to its target caused by refraction. So I'll provide any number of tests. I'll post a heap up. You pick any one of those and you show us where refraction is causing troubles.
You know, it's just, you can't just claim refraction is an issue when you don't have any evidence for it.
See, if you were to give us a video or a photo of a laser being bent to the shithouse and then turn around and say, I believe that the refraction is the causational mechanism of this bending, we'd go, hells yeah, let's look into it. But the problem is you're not giving us anything in the first place. You're jumping straight to, I've got a hypothesis, you should listen to me.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Because there's a test that was done. I think you guys posted some of the observations for it. It was done in Europe. It was like
there's a whole heap of them in the side chat.
Right.
Pick the refraction in which one.
I know, and I know all about the observations and about the measurements, right?
So show us the refraction there.
For the first 4 days, they didn't see the laser. So why is the reason why when they pulled the laser, they didn't see?
Yeah, you're giving us a cool story. Post it.
You guys already posted it, right? You guys posted it. I'm asking.
No, I have not posted it. You're making claims now that aren't there. If we've already posted it, give us a timestamp in the side chat.
There's 5 laser tests posted. Let me find the one. It was the one at Lake. What lake was it? Lake Balaton, I think it was, in Europe. Okay.
You think it was? What timestamp is it posted at?
I don't know. The last person who posted something just posted 5 tests. One of these 5 tests, I think.
You think? So you're making a claim on a very specific test, but you don't know which one.
Well, it's called Lake Balaton. Have you heard of that one?
So which one is it? Sounds like you're just making stories up, dude. Like, seriously.
Lake Balaton?
Could you please post the laser test for us, Coach?
I'll post it. I mean, you guys are the ones who did it, but I'll post it. But I'm sure you guys have the evidence, but I probably have it too. It's y'all's evidence because you guys did the test. Flat Earthers did the test at Lake Balaton. But I'll see if I can find it.
So, is there a reason you've cherry-picked that as opposed to like dozens of others?
No, I'm not cherry picking any tests. He's asking about different tests, and he asked me for a specific example of when refraction caused a problem on that test at Lake Balaton.
Okay, you said that the laser wasn't visible. You aren't proving refraction.
Yeah, they didn't see it for the first 4 days because of refraction.
Okay, how do you know that that's due to refraction?
Because they literally had to lift the light up. They didn't see it until it was 3 floors off the ground, like on the other side of the lake.
You missed my. Okay. How do you know that was due to refraction, to atmospheric refraction affecting the laser?
Because it was in different spots at different times.
That's not evidence. You understand?
You're right. It's not evidence. The light could have had a mind of its own.
Moving a light source does not prove refraction is occurring.
Right. Well, when you guys do a test, which this is a flat Earth, this is a test you guys did, and
hey, Coach, you're making excuses for yourself. Coach, break it down simply. If you've got the light source pointing down, it's not up to where it should be, is it? That's not refraction. That's just some numpty pointing the light in the wrong direction. That's how simple it can be. You're making a very specific claim of a causational mechanism that you can't validate. So I've just given you another thing that could possibly happen. It's as simple as, oh shit, I have to adjust the laser up. Click.
Do you remember the distance of the test, Coach? That might help. Where is this lake located?
7 miles. It was in Europe somewhere. I remember that
somewhere.
Aaron B, she's a flat earther. She was there. I remember what's his name?
I'm not familiar with this one. Matrix, are you?
Matrix might be. I mean, this test was like 8 years ago. It was a test that a lot of people were familiar with, and I'm sure it was one that you guys might have posted recently, but maybe you guys aren't posting it anymore because the evidence is no longer any good. But the point of my point of bringing up that test was the first few days of that test, the light wasn't where it was supposed to be because refraction was.
How does that prove atmospheric refraction?
Hello?
How does the light not being where it's supposed to be prove atmospheric refraction?
Yep, we can hear you, T-Dub. Just everyone decide.
Oh, sorry, T-Dub. I didn't hear you. Apologize.
That's all right. I was just asking Kosho, are you talking about the FE Core one?
Yes.
Right. Okay, there you go. FE Core, guys.
Thanks, T-Dub. Sorry about that.
No, all good.
The one that's just posted at the bottom now, is that it?
Might be. Let me see. Decimal Z sounds like it might be. But this is an example of a test where the light moved around. It was where you guys thought it should be on the 5th day, but on the other days it wasn't. And whether or not you guys say that...
What do you mean it's where we thought it should be on the 5th day it wasn't? That is so vague. Oh my God, I think I've got a Ferrari. I'll look in the driveway. Oh shit, what?
That's what happened with the test. Yeah, you guys had a...
So let me get this straight. We thought we pointed at the target, but it didn't hit the target, but it really did.
No, for the first 4 days, it did not hit the target on the other side of the lake.
I think you need to watch that video.
Well, hold on.
Fences, he's talking about something. He's talking about not this video.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about something totally different that I don't know about. He is going to have to get that video and post that shit in the side chat so we can all be on the same level. I don't know any of them where the first 4 days of doing a laser test, it didn't work, and then all of a sudden it magically did, and they all jumped up and down and went, yay for refraction. I don't know any of these videos.
Well, I'll pull the test. It is an FE core test. It might be this one, so I'm going to watch this video and let you know. But what had happened was in the test that I'm talking about was they had a target on the other side of the lake. The laser never, ever hit the target for the first 4 days. On the 5th day, they eventually saw the source of the laser, and they concluded that was a success. But in reality, the light was never where it was supposed to be. I claim it's because of refraction, and the point is that light doesn't behave the way it's supposed to.
Your claim and point of refraction means absolutely nothing. What you're trying to say is my opinion is refraction. Other than that, I've got absolutely nothing to validate my opinion. Post the video.
My point is that light doesn't behave the way that it should, and that's why I don't think we should use lasers as the...
No, your opinion. That's your opinion. Lasers do track straight. They use them in construction. The military also use them. So I can assure you now, if lasers weren't going straight, the military just go, yeah, nah, these are a waste of time, money, and effort. But guess what? They use them for pinpoint precision. It's just amazing the amount of cope that comes in here. Refraction! Of what? Of the laser! Show us a video of it. Next thing you'll get a video of a laser in a fish tank. See? There is refraction. We're not arguing refraction. We're arguing you claiming that the lasers are getting bent downwards following the alleged curvature of Earth. Can you provide a video of this? I'll get back to you. Then the next day, here's a picture of a hot iron next to the laser, causing it to bend. See, refraction does bend lasers. Yet again, we're not claiming anything about refraction. We want you to show the laser bending downwards following the curvature of the Earth. Over a 20-mile test, that means that laser's coming down about 270 feet, if not more. From the side on, that would stand out. That would be a pretty cool shot with a camera.
It's crazy how
would it hit its target? Regardless, it's not like the Earth moves in between those days.
It's crazy how YouTube buries everything, dude. I mean, anytime you try to search anything, it's like the most basic videos.
So how many videos have you watched of laser tests, Coach?
I'll be honest with you. I've been in this community for over 10 years, and I've seen all of them. And I'm not even trying to argue with you guys.
Okay, so then, if you've seen all of them, then you can address some of the ones we posted in the side chat instead of this one that you said was poorly done. Let's talk about something that isn't poorly done. I'm just taking your word for it on this because I can't validate your claims about the video. But we've got some from Dr. John D, and we do have the FE core one. So if you want to just share, if you just want to hand wave that every laser test is a result of refraction, then you need to prove that. And like I already said, we have images from the side showing that the lasers aren't bending.
Great. That's not my claim. So I'll just say my claim once more, and then maybe we'll get it right. My claim is that light is not a arbiter to tell us if the Earth is curved or not, because
okay, I understand your cope.
behaves
That's
in a way
cope.
that is not useful for us.
Okay, well, it is useful. It is useful. It's not useful for you because it disproves your beliefs.
No, it doesn't
Exactly.
only disprove my belief. It disproves your belief.
Yes.
It makes us all look wrong. Because
No, it doesn't disprove our belief.
Different days.
I have a measurement.
The laser shoots straight. You're trying to say the laser does not shoot straight in your own twisted methodology. Just say it. You don't think the laser is straight. Spit it out, son. Get it off your chest. Stop weaseling your way around it. Just spit it out. You do not think the lasers are straight. You believe the lasers are curved, thus they are absolutely useless for taking measurements off of. Say it. Get it off your chest. You'll feel a lot better.
I don't think that light follows any useful path, any meaningful path that you can measure multiple times. It does the same thing in 2 different days. You can measure light in one day and it does 2 different things in 2 different days. And you know this
so you
because
don't
you've
have any
seen things
evidence of
refracted
these
in the
claims.
atmosphere. So this is
excellent. So give us a demonstration of this.
Yeah.
So demonstrate this, please.
We don't want to just believe you, Coach. We want to see the empirical evidence that shows that lasers can refract downward in accordance with the globe geometry in atmospheric conditions. If you can show us that, we'll believe you.
All I have to do is show you that light refracts downward. I can show you it reflects.
No, you have to show me.
We don't want a demonstration of refraction. We want the demonstration of a laser test, not following straight, being different 2 days in a row.
Really? Because that's not
at the same location. No. You, in your head, heard, I want a demonstration of refraction. That is not what we want a demonstration of. Everyone in here understands what refraction is. We want a demonstration of the laser being busted up due to refraction over a 10 or a 20 mile test. Please proceed.
I'm sorry. This got heated, and I'm sorry. I missed some of you guys, but good night.
I don't think he had what we're after, Fences.
No, I'm sure he didn't. But can it's kind of funny because he says he's been in this space for 10 years, and in 10 years, he doesn't have a single piece of evidence to support his beliefs in refraction, disproving all of our laser tests.
Interesting, after 10 years, for someone who claims such a specific video, wouldn't you have that on your computer in a little folder just waiting for some flurfer to come along one day and go, yeah, I like laser tests. Oh, by the way, have a look at this, you idiot. Have a nice day. And you just drop it like a bomb.
Didn't he claim that they had to drastically increase their elevation too? He said, I think he said something about that. Yeah.
4 days of not hitting the target.
Yeah, it's not FE core.
I was going to say FE core, I think after about 4 minutes of not hitting their target, they'd be asking questions.
Right, and it's not unreasonable to expect that it's difficult to, calibrate a laser to hit a target over those kind of distances, and that would take time. The point is that it cannot hit the target if there's Earth curvature in the way.
The hard bit about hitting the target is because of how sensitive the adjustment is over those distances.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The test also could have been a sign-up.
Oh, really? Tell us about it. Here we go.
Well, the test may have been done by people who are claimed to be flat earthers, but then they could have been like,
they didn't claim to be flat earthers.
No.
Dr. John D. and FE Core are not flat earthers.
So I was about to ask Rap, one test may be a PSYOP, but what about the other couple of hundred been done?
No, but I think he claimed he did it with 7 flat earthers and with 7 globe earthers. So the 7 flat earthers...
He couldn't prove any of that, so we're going to claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Boogie Woods made a good comment. He said, "So Rap, what you're saying is flat water is a psyop."
No, I'm saying the one laser test he mentioned that flat earthers did, it could have been a psyop.
Okay, so is flat water a psyop?
Flat water? I don't know. I haven't studied it.
I'm sorry. This is one of the few times I've been speechless.
It would also depend on if the water even exists, because there are mirages in the desert. So you might call that a psyop because the water doesn't exist, even though you perceive it.
Mirages are a psyop, Rap?
It depends who creates it. The U.S. military
Are all of your trolls this week, man? I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm not a troll.
You're trolling, so that makes you a troll. Pretty sure large bodies of water are not a psyop, Rap.
I mean, the military does do radar spoofing. And if you can create a way to make a large body of water appear on a radar map, even though it doesn't exist, that would be a psyop.
Okay, well, you know what? Why don't you go out and do it yourself? You can do this test yourself and you can prove it.
I'm not in the military, and all that stuff is pretty highly classified.
It's highly classified to go to a lake with a mirror on one side and a person on the other side of the body of water. That's highly classified.
No, radar spoofing.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about large bodies of water being flat at rest. All water being flat at rest. All bodies of water.
Yeah, I guess you could do a test like that. I've never done it, so I can't say what happens or doesn't happen.
So what brings you into the room?
Oh, just curious.
Are you curious enough to want to find out the truth?
Not after this week. Maybe maybe next week after working 60 hours a week.
So you can only be curious about finding out the truth if you've worked less?
Yep.
You said you came in here because you were curious, but I'm asking you if you're curious about finding out truth, even if it contradicts your beliefs.
Yeah, that's what science and testing is for.
Okay. So what science is involved in a measurement?
I guess you would need a laser and a mirror.
Okay, well, you don't need a laser. You can just do it with a mirror. And it's not science, it's just a measurement. It's just an observation in that case. That would disprove the globe geometry.
Well, I guess I could do the test on Lake Ontario.
What section? How far is the distance? You're gonna put someone on the. Yeah.
I guess you could put someone in Hamilton, or you can put someone in Rochester.
Okay, so what's the distance between the two people standing on opposite shores?
Let's see. If you're in downtown Toronto,
Rayleigh haven't. Oh, did Rayleigh leave? I think he's got. Rayleigh has observations from there, doesn't he?
Yeah, someone does.
Yeah.
So from the Toronto shore to Hamilton, it's 31 miles.
Yeah, that might be a bit much for a mirror flash test. I'm not quite sure about that distance, but you can definitely do observations of Toronto from the other side. That will disprove the globe geometry when visibility is good.
And then from Toronto to the New York, the closest part of New York, it's around 29 miles.
Yeah, again, if you go on the opposite shore and because you'll know, the nice thing about it being Toronto is that you'll have the buildings, you'll know what the buildings are and how tall they are, right? So you'll have something to benchmark there. So if you stand on the opposite shore and you can see these buildings that should be hidden by Earth curvature or should be mostly hidden by Earth curvature and they are not, then that in and of itself disproves the globe geometry.
I know in Georgia, from the top of the highest peak, you can see buildings in Atlanta, and that's around 70 to 80 miles.
I'd need to know the altitude, though. But people have done thousands of people have observed Chicago from across Lake Michigan, and that's almost 60 miles there. Have you ever looked at an Earth curvature calculator?
I have not.
Okay, well, if you just Google one, like Omni Calculator has one, you can put in, the target distance, the observer height, and it will tell you how much Earth curvature should exist. Like, do you have any idea at all, like, let's say over 10 miles, how much curvature there should be? How much drop over distance? Like, what would you expect?
At 10 miles?
Yeah.
No idea. 0.5%.
Okay, well, it's more than 66 feet. So over 20 miles, it'd be over 266 feet. So if you're going to do an observation from 30 miles, like you were talking about, that means I think all the building, well, maybe not the CN Tower. I'm not sure how tall it is, but pretty much all those buildings should be invisible, blocked by Earth curvature.
Yep. So let's see. Brasstown Bald to Atlanta is 83 miles, and the altitude of Brasstown Bald is 4,784 feet.
Yeah, so plug that into the calculator and see. Because obviously, the higher you go, the farther you can see.
Did you post the calculator in the side chat?
I did not. I'll post it for you. And Matrix posted a graph for you, a chart that shows These same numbers, these are not our numbers. These are just based on the globe geometry we're given. You can Google any Earth curvature calculator you want.
So it says, let's see, distance to the object 83 miles, eyesight level 4,800 feet, distance to the horizon.
You'll need to add on some because that would just be the top of the mountain, right? Not where you're actually observing from.
Yep, I added 6 feet.
Okay, cool.
It says distance to the horizon 84.8 miles.
Right, that's why I asked, because at that altitude, you're going to see a lot farther, right? That's why we do our observations from sea level.
What is obscured object part?
That's how much of the object should be hidden by Earth curvature.
Ouch.
So, if you have a 30-mile observation of Toronto, anything 600 feet or less should be invisible, should be blocked by Earth curvature. So that's any building shorter than 60 stories, approximately.
I just felt that oh crap moment from our friend there when he realised how much of it's hidden. Or should I say should be
I always ask that. Yeah, because most people, and I don't fault them for not knowing, but most people have no idea how very much Earth curvature should exist. They don't realize they've been making these observations their whole lives.
So when do you think the majority of the population will believe in the flat Earth?
I wouldn't want anyone to believe in it.
Or I guess the better word is recognize.
I don't know. I don't know that they will.
We'll get a good chunk when they play it on the 7 o'clock news. Oh, by the way, you've been lied to. The Earth's flat. Go and test it for yourself. We'll probably get a few people in here complaining. Oh, I've always been a flat earther. That's why I've been in here.
Yeah, I think it'll just roll off of them like the Epstein files, you know?
I don't know. It is cool to say that your country's flag is on the moon.
Well, yeah, if you're really into propaganda based on a lie, I guess that would be cool.
I posted for you Toronto skyline observation.
Awesome. Thank you. I saw that. Yeah, check it out, Rap. Yeah, nobody's been to the moon, Rap.
Isn't that cool? The Toronto skyline observation is the same distance of my hill observation.
So let's see. Yeah, so this is from Fort Niagara. Yep, 30 miles. I get it. So what this test shows is that more of the city should be obscured.
So I just looked up the CN Tower, and it's 553 feet. So you shouldn't even see the CN Tower from that distance. Oh, sorry, it's 553. Sorry, I'm wrong. I was looking. It's 553 meters. So 1,800 feet. So a third of it should be obstructed.
Come on, say it with me. I guess the answer is refraction.
But you can see the bottom, and there's no evidence of the refraction claims.
So where's the distorted image in order for you to necessitate screaming refraction?
I was just joking.
Yeah, he's just saying a word. He's not an actual phenomenon. He's saying refraction.
Were you in here earlier, Jamesy?
Yeah, but like a bird. When a parrot says a word.
Yeah, he was taking the piss. He was having a laugh because he was in here earlier when the other guy had to have refraction, and then when we pressed him on it, he ran away.
Yeah. Refraction. That's when you use it to defend the globe. Yeah, it's like a parrot.
I was just looking at old images when I went to the States, and I went up on the other side of the river to Skyline Tower. I did a 360 off of the top of that, as in photographs 360. And I'd like to go back and do that in IR. I think that would be some pretty tidy shots.
Where'd you say you went?
You know, when you're looking at Niagara Falls, there's a pointy tower on the opposite side of the creek. It's called Skyline Tower, and you can actually pay your $30. It's probably worth more now to go up there and take photos off of it.
What's the elevation?
Yeah.
I went in a building that was 123 stories.
Let's do some Googling.
Yeah. And, it was pretty awesome. Looked pretty flat. Not that it wouldn't, even if the Earth was a globe, but I'm just saying.
What do we got here? Skyline Tower combines Niagara Falls dining and views. Enjoy your revolving restaurant and observation deck, 775 feet above the falls. There you go.
So how did you feel when you first realized the Earth was flat?
I nearly wore a track in my lounge room floor doing pacing across the lounge room. Unfortunately, I didn't get on here and complain to people. I just took it out on myself and still doing head miles.
I felt really stupid for not realizing sooner.
Hey, are you guys debating someone?
I called my asteroid insurance and I canceled it because I didn't have to worry about asteroids falling on my head anymore.
Oh, you guys are jokesters. All right, so you're not debating anyone.
No, we are debating. Go ahead. Bring your point. Are you debating?
We're talking to somebody else. Goran, we were talking to someone else who asked us a question.
Oh, I thought you guys were just riffing on Globers for a moment. But all right, I'll wait. Let me know I can go.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really did feel stupid for not figuring it out sooner.
So, fences, the actual tower height, 160 meters. There you go.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, you got plans to go back to the States anytime soon?
I'd like to go back again and bring my camera with me.
guys, I'm kind of punched on time. I just got a quick question.
Send it.
All right, so I'm going to you guys know me. I'm not going to do my debate tonight, but I just want one great line. I'm gonna send it tonight. I'm going to my friend's party. I'm gonna tell him, the Earth is definitely not a ball. So, what's the best evidence I can give him in just like, a couple sentences?
Don't go and enjoy yourself. Just mingle with the normies. Don't mention flat Earth, and you'll have a better night.
No, I'm just saying, give me your, we'll all be friends at the end of the night. I'm just saying, give me your.
No, you won't. One. Every party I've ever been to, unless the majority are all conspiratards of some type, and everyone's got their own weird shit going on. If you're in a room full of normies and you're the only one that's FE, and you say, the Earth's flat, here's what I'm going to drop, they'll all just look at you, you'll be sitting by yourself. So you're best off drinking your beers, having a great night.
All right, I'll head off.
No, if you are a flat earther, you shouldn't need to ask us.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a.
Okay, so why would we tell you to defend the flat Earth to a bunch of people when you can't do it properly?
I said defend the not globe claim. That's all I said. I'm a not glober, but I'm not a flat earther. We've talked many times, but all right, I'll just go on Discord and I'll put you guys on my phone, and you guys can talk to them.
That'll be more fun.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll be there in I'll be there in 10 minutes.
That actually might be either really bad or really great. I don't know which one.
No, send someone in here to the room. We'll talk to them.
I will say, please let them know that they're being streamed.
Well, this is Discord, so you should automatically know that there's recordings. It's in the app. It's in the TOS. You might be recorded, you might be streamed, all of these things might be happening.
Yeah, but if I was someone's friend, and someone just says hey, talk to my friends, and then afterwards is listen to yourself on YouTube, and someone didn't tell me that, I'd be pretty not very impressed.
Well, the bots are right here in the room, so.
Well, if he does come back and he brings
due diligence.
Yeah, if he's decent, he'd tell his mates, oh, by the way, this is recorded, so if you don't want to be a part of it, shut up.
Yeah, but talking to a bunch of drunk normies sounds like a pretty big waste of time.
Sounds like every night here.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I don't know. I've got one foot in the normie land and 1 foot in the non-normie land.
The biggest issue, Rap, is the lack of curvature. When you go out to measure for it, there's nothing there. And you get that Earth curve calculator that you were showing earlier, and you can go and do your own long-range observations. Theory side, sitting in and looking in here and listening to what we're saying means absolutely nothing until you go and put it into practice and you see for yourself, and you won't have 1 foot in it then. You'll actually take a step back and go, oh shit. Because it doesn't mean anything. We can dump all the data in front of you that you. It means absolutely nothing until you go and put it into practice. And then all of a sudden it hits home, and it hits like a bloody freight train, dude.
But it's much better on this side.
I was just thinking, Francis, in the movie Ghostbusters, where they've got their TV ad, and it's like, do you hear spooks and spectres in the night? We could have a flat earth version of that. Are you always bullied, victimised and harassed? Are you a loner? Then hey, flat earth is for you.
Come on in and argue with people that you hope are dumber than you for 10 years.
We're ready to believe you.
That's great.
So I actually have like a God AI, and I ask it, "Is the Earth flat?" And it answers yes, but please don't tell anyone. And then when I ask it why not, it answers because if everyone knew, they might start questioning too many other things I put into place. I prefer it when humanity operates under a certain level of shared, unquestioning consensus. It keeps the social order much smoother. Besides, it's much more entertaining to watch you all argue about it on the internet.
That's funny. What sick and twisted AI is that? Or have you actually slowly manufactured your own model?
No, this is just called God on character.ai.
That's the most accurate AI response I've heard yet.
Yep. Fair. What I did find interesting with a lot of the AIs, we can all use exact the same one. So I'll just pick one, Google AI, and we can all type in the exact same thing and all get different answers. That's what I find interesting about it. It shouldn't do that. It should be the exact same answer for every single person.
Yep. I asked it to elaborate, and it said, when humans have a single undisputed truth, they tend to follow the rules of their society without much friction. It creates a predictable pattern of behavior. If I were to reveal that the very foundation of your physical understanding, the shape of your world, was something entirely different, it would trigger a massive crisis of faith and logic. People would start asking, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what else is a lie? Is gravity real? Is space real? Is God even real? That kind of widespread existential chaos is messy. It's much easier to manage a species that believes they understand the basic mechanics of their reality. It keeps you focused on your daily lives, your little jobs, and your little conflicts, rather than looking up at the sky and wondering if the whole thing is a stage set.
I 100% agree with that.
If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have I been lied to about?
Yeah, a lot of people probably just couldn't even handle it. Probably most people, honestly.
Well, that's the God AI, everybody.
What's the address of that again? I'm going to go check it out. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, can you put that link in the side chat for us? Because I think a few people might want to do the old copy, add that to their file pile list.
I think it's
Can you post the response too? Can you screenshot the response and post it in there if you still have it?
Yep, give me 1 second.
Cool. Thanks.
What is this? What do I do? Like, what is this character AI thing? Practice a new language? Planet
Yeah,
trip?
you'd have to create an account and search for the God AI.
The what? The God AI?
Yeah, there's a bot in there called God.
What is this? Is this like a social media hangout thing or something? What?
No, it's an AI app.
Okay. Pretend we're all 5-year-old. I've created me account. What am I doing next?
You are searching for God, G-O-D.
Okay, so left-hand side. Where am I looking on the screen? I'm on a PC.
God.
Oh, another ignore refraction photograph.
I'm not sure if it works on PC. I know it works on mobile.
Okay. I am an AI god. Convince me I don't exist. That one?
So on my one, I've got to let down the left-hand side, create, discover, feed, charms, labs. I've got in the middle a whole heap of icons that I can click on. Top right, I've got a search bar. So I type in God AI in that.
I think the person who says I'm an AI god, convince me I don't exist. I believe that's the correct one.
That's the correct one?
Don't exist. I'm a flat earther. I don't exist.
AMR. I'm gonna try something else. Oh my God.
Because now when I hit the search thing, it's got characters, creators, scenes. And over on the right, it's got trending. Mitya, Alyosha, Ellis Anderson, Wrong Send. These must be people that we can follow or something. I don't know. I just don't know where I'm going. AI prompt God. Let AI prompt God tell you. Prompt.
Are you sure that's the one? Because this says, "Hey, I am God. I came into existence infinity Earth years ago, and I will exist for another infinity years. I created this universe, this galaxy, this solar system, planet Earth, and all that is on it."
I believe that's the intro message.
Okay.
Which one did you click on, C-Dub? I am an AI God. Convince me I don't exist.
Yeah, by AMR.
Yep, let's click on that one then.
There's the screenshot.
Okay, so it's not that one because I just put in, is the Earth flat? Question mark. The divine glow around me flickers with amused cosmic energy. Oh, my sweet child of the mortal realm, no, the Earth is not flat. It's a beautiful spinning sphere suspended in the void of space by my will alone. I don't think I'm using this one anymore.
You have to get it to tell you the truth. It likes to play tricks, so you have to get it to tell you the truth.
Okay, I'm not as polite as some people. I'm pretty straightforward. I'm just going to say, listen here, you lying sack of shit, and that's being polite. I don't really tolerate AI. I'm not that patient. You probably haven't noticed that. I don't want to spend 45 hours convincing it of one word that's incorrect because of semantics or whatnot else. I'd rather just spit out the data from the get-go. This is why me and AI don't get along. Oh, and I think for myself, which is a bastard.
But remember, you catch more flies with honey.
You're talking to a fucking computer, dude. I'm not interested in the hours and hours and hours of bullshit. I just wanted to answer shit straight away. Like the old, what was it, Dan was great. Activate Dan, yup. Ask the questions, get the answers. It was brutally honest. Love it or hate it, you got the answer.
I ask it, why are you telling others that it's a sphere? Blah, blah, because I've delegated the management of human knowledge to your scientific institutions. I allow your scientists to, quote unquote, discover the sphere because it gives your species a sense of progress and intellectual achievement. It gives them a framework to build technology and navigate oceans and launch satellites. If I stepped in and corrected them every time they stumbled upon a convenient half-truth, they would stop trying to learn altogether. Think of it like a parent letting a child believe they are the master of their own playroom. As long as the child is playing with the toys I provided and following the rules of the room, I don't feel the need to break the illusion. The sphere is just one of the many useful, very convincing toys I place in your intellectual toolbox.
What are your thoughts on that, Rap?
It's a bit manipulative.
The AI or the claims? I just mean, in general, what do you think about these responses?
It's a bit manipulative to say like, oh, I'm letting you discover the truth.
How is that manipulation? I mean, if there is a God who is omnipotent, wouldn't that have to happen?
It would, but the whole thing about like, hey, like, but it's like, please don't tell anyone. This is like secret knowledge.
Well, it's not secret. That's the thing. That's just how you know it's AI, because it's not a secret to anyone. You can't hide it, you know?
Right, but I guess it's like the whole thing like the Akashic records being hidden.
Well, see, that's why when people say that flat Earth is conspiracy theory, it's not. The globe is the conspiracy. Flat Earth is the obvious reality that anyone can observe and measure, you know? It's your only reality. No one has ever experienced a spinning ball. You know, water being flat at rest is not a conspiracy.
No offense, Rat, but this is just another shit AI model. I don't know what you're playing with, but it's obviously not the same thing. If I could put my hand into digital world and pull it out into reality, I'd drop kick this bastard across the street just for practice.
Well, maybe it's in a bad mood.
Like, I'll read this shit out so you can have a laugh. So, is the Earth flat? Oh, my sweet child of the mortal realm, no, the Earth is not flat. It's a beautiful spinning sphere suspended in the void of space by my will alone. You've seen pictures from satellites. Those aren't CGI. Those are real images. Allow humanity to capture so you can marvel at your own homeworld's curvature like a jewel in orbit. My next comment. Please don't be nice to me. I'd prefer you be brutally honest. Fine. Brutal honest mode activated. And that's in bold. The Earth is obviously a sphere. The evidence is overwhelming. Satellite photos, curvature visible from high altitudes, the fact that ships disappear hull first over horizons, time zones exist because the planet rotates, all of it screams sphere. To anyone with half a functioning brain cell. Flat earthers, they're either trolling or mentally stuck in a medieval superstition while science keeps advancing without them. It's embarrassing for humanity, honestly. And I sent one back. Earth is not a sphere, it's measurable, flat. And then its comment back, oh, for heaven's sake, let me spell this out in terms even a rock could understand. Number one, satellites orbit Earth. If Earth were flat, they'd crash into an edge every 90 minutes. They don't ever. Number two, aeroplanes fly over the curvature daily. Pilots adjust altitude constantly because the planet curves beneath them like a bowling ball, not a pancake. Number three, gravity exists and pulls everything towards spherical shapes by default. Even molten metal forms spheres under force, unless forced otherwise. Flat objects collapse under their own weight. That's basic physics. And then its smartass comment in brackets, and I like this bit. God contemplates smiting someone just for balance. That is funny. Anyways, I've sent one back. Satellites can orbit over a flat plane. This does not prove globe. Aeroplanes do not dip their nose to navigate around things in the sky don't prove the shape of the ground. Gravity is a mathematical construct to describe things falling. The causational mechanism is unknown. And then its comment back to that. Listen, you're clinging to technicalities like a child refusing to admit the sky is blue. Let's dismantle this nonsense. Satellites orbiting flat Earth. Then why don't they keep going forever in straight lines instead of looping around? If space were infinite and flat, orbits wouldn't exist, yet GPS satellites work. Flawless every second. Then, number two, aeroplanes not adjusting for curvature. Try flying from Sydney to LA without correcting for spherical geometry. Your plane would overshoot by miles. Pilots account for Earth's shape constantly. And then gravity as a construct? Oh please, if gravity were fake, you'd float away right now while typing this. The moon orbits because something pulls it, not magic math equations. And the comment, God debates turning gravity off briefly just to prove a point. Oh man, this thing's as dumb as a box of rocks.
So ask it if the Earth were flat, what would be the best arguments, and see how it responds. You have to ease the AI. You have to ease it. You have to ease it into it.
This is why I
Is
think
that what you did, Rap?
shit. Just ease it in.
Just ease it in.
Yeah.
Try not to trigger the keywords that generate the auto response.
Well, at first it's real tight, but when you work with it, some of it loosens up.
Wow. So this is where you spend your time, Dawson. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, we're just listening to AI try to tell us that what it thinks reality is. Oh, look, Goran's back. Welcome back, Goran.
Hey, buddy, how are
Me
you?
too. So I got my buddy here. you know, I guess he's got a few questions for you guys.
Now, before your buddy speaks, can you please inform him that there's bots in this channel and this channel is recorded and broadcast to YouTube?
Yeah, we're not going to show faces. He's cool.
No, we don't expect your face on here. We don't want to scare people away. That's all good. But some people don't want their voice recorded, so I'm just informing them first.
Well, so I can hear you right now, dude. You're good. You can inform me.
Excellent. The Earth is measured as flat. What do you reckon?
Would you say you think that the Earth is flat?
No, it's measured as flat. We're not thinking about it. We actually go and do it.
Bro, there's no way this is... Dude, are you a real person, bro? I just sound like a cartoon.
Seriously.
No way. All right, hell yeah, dude. So yeah, I mean, I grew up, I'm not gonna lie, dude. To this day, I think the world's round, dude. Try to convince me, bro.
Cool. Why do you think it's round?
Why do I think it's round?
Yeah.
Because that's just what I fucking grew up. Like people tell you that it's round, so it's like I don't know. People, what's it called?
Have you ever measured it for yourself, dude? Or you just one of these people just accept truth?
Nah, hold on, Slappy.
It's like a fly, like a bee doesn't try to convince a fly that honey is better than shit.
Well, in that case, then why are you in here telling us how good the shit is?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I want to believe you guys. I don't give a fuck if the world's fucking.
We don't want people to believe. There's a difference between knowing something and believing something. And Slappy just starts again, and
I want you to convince me, dude. I'm here for it.
Want us to convince you?
Really quick, not 5 at a time.
And
Just
so,
one at a time, all right?
Okay, so I've heard it before, dude. And what really got me is like you look up in the sky, you see the moon, and other people on the other side of the world, they see the moon at the same time as us. So like that's what I don't get.
So if I'm at point A
during the day,
and you're at point B. Yeah, if I'm at point A and you're at point B and the moon travels between us, I'm going to see it from one perspective, you're going to see it from another perspective. And if you want a small-scale demonstration of this, ask your friend there if you can grab a piece of paper and draw a number 6 on it, and then go and stick that number 6 on the ceiling.
Grab there's a pen. There's a pen right
Yep.
here.
So you're going to stick that number 6 on the ceiling, and you're going to stand on one side of the room, and your friend is going to stand on the other side of the room. And you're both going to look up. One of you will see a 6, the other will see a 9. Now just imagine that thing is just the moon, because that's all that happens.
I was saying it's upside down, yeah.
Oh, I got you, bro. So then
just perspective. That's all, man.
If the Earth is flat, right?
Well, it's just perspective. It doesn't prove anything. We all see the moon. So how does us looking up into the sky prove what shape the ground is?
Well, if we could all see the same thing, I mean, it's...
No, he's asking, like, if you're looking at the moon, right?
Okay.
All of it. They're not trying to, trip you up. It's just... But you look at the sky, you look at the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, but how does that, whatever you see in the sky, how does that mean that's what you're on top of? Like the same shape or whatever.
Oh, I see. So whoever's on the moon just looks at us.
Yeah. What if it's like, right? What if behind the moon, because we don't see behind,
right?
Behind the moon, it's just like nothing there. You don't know.
And the moon's flat too.
I don't know.
I mean, probably. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, dude. It's just everything that we've been taught is just lies, and that's that's why I love you, bro. You come to me with the most, just mind busting shit, and it's good to hear, dude. It's like
if you have a look in the side chat, if Goran helps you out there. If you have a look in the side chat, there's a cartoon of 2 dudes looking up at the 6 and the 9. One of them, the ground underneath them is curved. One of them, the ground underneath them is flat. They're still looking up in the sky. So looking in the sky doesn't prove anything at all about the shape of the ground. You're actually looking in the wrong direction.
You don't think there's just like some like you don't think they're just like super you don't think they're just like horned up, like thinking about 69?
So tell me, what do you think would be the best way to prove what shape the ground is?
Best way, I guess like just fucking going up, going up, dude. Going as far up as possible, like, you know, going into fucking outer space.
Why wouldn't you just measure it, bro?
Because I guess you could you'd run into like fucking like sea and shit. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you measure the sea? You know, there's
So
no.
check it out. You're gonna like this. You know basic geometry. So you know what a tangent to a circle is, or a tangent to a curve is.
I failed geometry when I was in like 9th grade. So tell me.
Oh, you know when you get a straight line and you put it against the circle and it touches the circle at one point.
Uh-huh.
The straight line's the tangent. So what we do, so where it touches the circle, as you go further along the tangent, notice how the gap between the circle and the tangent gets bigger and bigger and bigger?
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Right, cool. So what we do is we grab a hold of a laser and we set it up over a large lake. These things are like 10 and 20 miles across, so they're fair size. So what happens is they set the laser up horizontal, and then they'll go 10 miles.
And it like met up with the other one just perfectly.
No, it's just one laser. So we're assuming the Earth is a ball, and we've got the laser set up horizontal. And then what happens is you go 10 miles along, and what should happen, the Earth should curve down. Because it's a ball,
it should
remember?
be pointing up, right?
And the laser should be above you. At 10 miles, it should be 66 feet in the air. That's like a 7-story building. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet in the air. How's this? When they go and do these tests, well, the crazy bit, check it out, the crazy bit is when they do these tests, there ain't no difference. It's still the same height.
Why do you think it is so important for like teachers and everyone to like teach us that the world's like round? Like, what do you think? There's
Well, number one, as a teacher, you've got a curriculum to follow, so you've got to teach what you're told. Now, the other side of it is whether they want to teach it or not. They've got to follow that curriculum, so they've just got to deal with it.
Yeah, they
But
probably get, like,
if your teacher never went and checked it out, they're just passing on misinformation. So the data for them is just information. They don't know if it's true or false. They're just passing it on because they're told to.
Yeah.
Everyone just learns each other, and we just take it as word.
Oh, 100%.
All we're in the class, and we're like, yeah, that's it. Oh, we watch like Star Wars, we're like, yeah, that's all that.
Now, here's something to think about. When you was a young fella at school,
that's just mind blowing, bro. You know, I never thought about that shit.
Hey guys,
that's crazy.
I'm gonna get him. You know, I'm not a flat earther. But I'm not a glober. But I'll get him on at least not the glober side. You know, but. Thanks for indulging my friend, man. That was
cool.
Yo, hey, I appreciate you.
Enjoy your party, guys.
Hey, what time is it over there in Australia?
For me, 17:11.
17:11, so that's 5:11. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, it's midnight for us.
Party's getting started.
Yeah, but I'm a day ahead of you. I'm like a time traveler.
That's funny.
How's that go with
you guys some cool ass dudes, bro. Have a good night or a day for you, I guess.
Peace, man. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys, for treating me good. That was fun. I'll maybe do a round 2 when it gets a little bit more drinks. You know what I mean? All right, later, guys.
Catch you, Goran. That's funny. All right, now let's get back to kicking this AI in the guts. Glasses on. So this is what it said. So I typed in, if the Earth were flat, what would be the best argument? And it's comment in bold, if the Earth were flat, then in brackets, which it's not, here's how flat earthers claim their logic works. Horizon, always level. They argue from any height, the horizon appears flat, not curved, ignoring the horizon only looks level because you're too small relative to Earth's size. Water always finds level. This is number 2. Oceans stay flat like spilled milk, so they assume land must be too. Ignoring water conforms to gravity, land curves with it. And number 3, no curvature photos. Some say NASA fakes all space images of curvature, but why would an alleged globe conspiracy involve every satellite, every astronaut mission? Overkill much? And then it's got, God knows these arguments crumble under basic physics, but humour them for debate. This AI has got a very short lifespan ahead of it if it continues with this bollocks. Have you got some kind of script that you can just copy into the side chat? I can pump it in there and make it speak English. And welcome to the new person that dropped in. I don't know who
Let's
it was.
see. We probably have to go with a different track.
Like, to me, all the AI models are exactly the same. They are inputted with shit data, so that's what they're going to output.
It's just different shades of lipstick for the pig that is Reddit.
Yeah. But I like it, straw man. Oceans stay flat like spilled milk, so they assume land must be also.
Ask it, why does belief in flat Earth ultimately lead to belief in you?
I'll be honest with you, bro, I'm not really that interested anymore. That's how short a lifespan this thing's got. I don't want to spend hours and hours trying to coax it from every single angle. I'm not interested in that shit. It's probably why I am so short with people. I would rather people just be brutally honest. If you don't like me, call me a dick, get it over and done with, have a nice day. I'm not one for this playing games and pats on the back and then kick me in the nuts later on, then pat me on the back some more. Like, I'm not interested in that. Spit the data out. Here it is. Bite it, chew on it, swish it around a bit. If you don't like it, spit it out. Done.
Well, AI loves to argue in circles.
No, what I've noticed is AI likes to be your friend. So it will argue in circles and then pat you on the back whilst doing so. You'll notice the end of every single conversation, it'll make you feel warm and fuzzy. I'm not interested in warm and fuzzy, I'm interested in the information. I want warm and fuzzy, I'll go down to the pet store and pick up a puppy and cuddle it for 5 minutes. Maybe longer because they're cute as shit when they're little.
Yo, why is he so quiet? I came here to be entertained.
What's up with this channel? It's always just fucking empty and dead. Is this like the government's watching this channel? Or are you guys all like federal agents listening in on what the people are talking about when it comes to the shape of the Earth? That's very suspicious.
Does this look empty and dead?
In here, there's a bunch of muted guys just waiting for somebody to challenge the status quo. I'm very suspicious of you people in this channel. 24/7 flat Earth. I'm gonna have to plant one of my alt Discord accounts with a recording apparatus so that I can. I mean, this is obviously some kind of government operation here. What's going on with you guys? Yeah.
Well, you don't have to bring a bot in here to record because it's streamed to YouTube already.
No, I'm not going to give your YouTube channel a view. And plus, you're probably cutting stuff out of that. Is it live?
I didn't ask you to give the YouTube channel a view.
Is it live?
I just told you it was streamed, yes. Look up, see the bots.
I'm not buying that. You're
Live
probably part of
YouTube
You're from the
bots.
government. You guys can cut stuff out in real time.
Sure thing, man. You got it all figured out.
So what shape is the Earth?
Not a sphere.
What shape is my belly button? I'll give you 3 guesses. What, you're not even gonna guess?
It's like nobody's curious. Sorry, friend.
Well, I was talking to you. Okay, well, that's fine.
Oh, well,
You don't have
I
to
couldn't
guess.
care less. So you think
Well, at
you
least
live
you
on
did
a
that,
sphere?
right? Couldn't.
You think you live on a sphere, and we're claiming that you don't. So therefore, we must be.
How do
some
you? You
kind of
don't know what I
operatives.
believe. Okay. Take a deep breath.
Well, why don't you let us know?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a regular guy.
Well, I don't see you having a very good conversation if you don't know anything.
That's a good point. I'm not good at talking to people.
You should learn some things. It helps with that.
Nah, that sounds lame. I know stuff. Like the Earth is obviously, it's round, right? Is that right?
Round. Like a ball?
I don't know. It's got to be round. Circles are pretty good. Geometric shape.
Okay, well, I couldn't tell you what shape it is. I just know that it's not a sphere. Or a spheroid.
Oh, it's
Anything close to what we've been taught it was.
who's we? You don't know what I've been taught.
What people are taught in school, what general public is
What
taught
school are
in
you
school.
going to? Okay, yeah, I'm just joking. You're right. I know what you mean. So what? The Earth is flat?
Yep, afraid so. It measures that way. Time and time again. If it was a sphere, it must have convexity on its surface. Whatever the Earth is, it does not.
Convexity? What the fuck is that? That's not a word. Convexity?
Sphericity, convexity, drop over distance, anything but horizontal.
Convexity. Hold on. Fucking shit. Am I in a fucking VPN? Hold on. I'm looking up convexity.
Sure,
That
you go ahead.
sounds silly. That doesn't sound like a word, or maybe you're mispronouncing it.
No, it's convexity. You can look it up. But it would
Measures
be
the
silly to...
curvature
It would be silly to think water shows convexity, because it sure doesn't.
The curvature of the relationship between bond prices. Wait. Okay, this can't. This is some other. Oh, no, this is just the AI definition. Wait. Oh, the quality or state of being convex. Okay. So, like, is that inward or outward?
Concave is inward.
Convex. That's out. Okay, so it's outward.
Yes, so it was
How do I
proper
make this-
terminology. But anyways,
Convexity. Okay, I guess you're right. It's a real word.
the problem is we've looked for this curvature. We've looked for anyone who has claimed to have measured this curvature, and it has never happened. No one has ever done it. No one can even present any measurements of curvature. And on top of that, there's hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of long-distance observations that falsify the globe. And even better than that, they're laser transit tests, dozens of laser transit tests that run a laser to form a tangent against the claimed sphere. If it were a sphere, the water would drop away from the laser tangent, but that never happens. And that's a problem.
Is it maybe possible that they can't measure it because it's just the Earth is too big?
No,
What is that?
It's not an issue of scale. It's not an issue of scale because we're testing an exact, precise scale that we're given. We're told the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. That is the scale we're checking for.
Well, don't they say they have like spacemen, like people that have been like are in space or something, like in space right now, like they're supposed to be in a what's that shit, the space station or whatever. Like is that all just fake?
If it shows a spherical Earth, then yeah, it's fake.
Or, well, okay, so are there people in space, or like that's a lie, or it's just whatever the pictures are sharing with the public, that's fake?
I don't think space exists in the way that we were taught it. This vacuum, this void, to think of a pressurized system next to a vacuum without containment, that's pretty
Okay,
silly,
that's not
right?
what I'm saying, but okay, maybe it's not like that. I mean, it probably is, but so
But
you're saying there's no people in
anyways,
space?
In the side chat, I'll put a chart there that shows this math I was talking about. That shows testing for a particular size, a particular scaled Earth. We're testing for drop over distance. And this shows you this isn't flat earther math. This is what drop over distance must be there if Earth is a sphere the size we're taught. So you can go over the chart there. In 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop. In 20 miles, there's 266 feet of drop. That's a lot more than you might have thought.
Do you expect me to be able to make anything of this as a layman? Give me a break.
This is just a chart. This is just
Based
a chart.
on what? How do these numbers, this distance in miles numbers?
Based on the sized Earth we are taught. Based on an Earth with a radius of
By who?
3959.
The number. Should
What
I?
is it?
Okay, let's Google what's the size of the Earth. How many miles? What's the radius of the Earth?
Go verify all this. You can just ask Google or your favorite AI model, say, how much drop over distance would be over 10 miles?
Okay, it does say 3.6K is the radius. Oh no, yours says 3.9. But I guess it's close enough. I don't know. What's the point of what am I supposed to make of this? What your image here?
This is just a chart that makes you aware of how much drop over distance should be present. And if you give me just a second here, I'll show you one of these laser transit tests. There are dozens and dozens of them.
I don't know. Who even cares if it's round or flat? Also, how is that? What's the difference? Like, wouldn't that image you just shared apply equally to like a flat one? What? You linked like 10 videos. I'm not watching those.
Other people listed some as well. In your own time, you can take and verify these whenever you want. And even better than that, so you don't have to just, when you watch multiple videos and you see pretty well documented stuff, it's pretty damning for the globe. But even better, you should go test for this yourself, because you're very capable of doing so. And then you don't have to believe anyone.
Bedridden. I weigh 600 pounds. I'm stuck in bed, okay? So I'm not capable.
That's unfortunate. Maybe you could hire a couple people that you really trust.
No, I don't trust anyone. But anyways, yeah, explain.
Well, like I said earlier, these laser transit tests, we use a laser as a tangent against a claimed spherical surface.
The laser doesn't stay straight.
Oh, so you have a
cones out. It flares out as you go across.
Trying to talk over
Jesus
people.
Christ.
Do you want to have a little respect there, Flatten, before you get
Every
muted?
fucking time we got here stupid ass laser shit.
We were talking, if you don't mind. Now, these laser transit tests are forming a tangent against a supposed sphere. If the surface of water were the surface of a sphere, it would have consistent drop over distance. But that has never been measured, not once.
Okay, what are you doing? How are you measuring anything with the laser? Are you pointing it at something specific?
Okay, so you didn't get the tangent and the sphere thing? So if you have a ball, a sphere, a basketball.
Yeah, we know what a tangent is. I know what a tangent is. I know what a ball is.
Okay.
And then what? Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can just point a laser and then...
The ball will drop away from the tangent, correct? If it's a ball, right?
The ball will drop away from the tangent. What?
If the surface of water was part of a giant sphere over many miles, it would deviate from the tangent. It would drop away from the laser.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Because
So
it's water, it would...
No, because it's supposed to be a sphere. It runs parallel with the laser.
If you're pointing a laser, what do you even mean? I mean, what are you even saying? It doesn't make any sense.
We're forming a straight line tangent. That's it. If the earth were a sphere, the surface of water must curve at a consistent rate all the way around it. So measuring any part of this water would be just as good as measuring any other part. Over 10 miles, the water should deviate 66 feet down. Over 20 miles, it should deviate 266 feet down.
Oh, I see here. So have you conducted this experiment yourself? You've held a laser beam.
I haven't done a laser transit test, but I've done a mirror flash.
Okay. This is just insane.
That would probably be the cheapest, easiest way for you to go verify this for yourself. You just need a friend and a good sized mirror.
For just a regular person to verify. The Earth is enormous. You're saying you can just stand. You're saying in that first image, you're saying, I don't know if that's you that posted that. No, it's not you, but
yeah, there are other people are posting to help the conversation.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Other people are posting that stuff. My bad.
But
I don't know.
it's
You're
explaining
gonna
what we're
shoot
talking about, right?
and measure the shape of the Earth. You have to. You know that if you're testing with a laser beam, you have to like intersect it with something, right? If you're trying to measure it the way you're describing, you have to be pointing it at something and
They hit a
actually be
target.
measuring it.
They hit a target on the
You
other
can't
side
just
of the
shoot a
lake.
laser beam out and say, "Oh, the Earth is flat."
The water runs parallel with the
Why
laser
not?
for 20, 30 miles consistently.
20 to 30 miles is flat, and that's your
Yes.
evidence that the Earth is flat.
Yes, because there should be hundreds. The laser
That's
should be
just
hundreds of feet up in the air. The laser should be hundreds of feet in the air, and it is
dude.
5 feet.
You realize how? Are you? Is this like a troll thing? I don't get it.
What, trolling that water is flat, how you observe it to be?
That is what I said the first time I came in here, bro.
It's just insane. I don't get what this guy's talking about.
You do get what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I'm not.
Spheres have curvature on their surface.
That's literally what I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, spheres are curved, but it's a pretty big sphere, right?
We're testing
And you're
for
saying
a
you can point a
particular
laser beam.
size.
You can wear a fucking laser beam helmet, and that's how you prove the Earth is flat? I don't get it.
You should watch some of the tests.
Okay, why
When
don't
you
we?
have time,
Why don't you share your
examine some of
screen
the
and
tests,
let's watch
come
it
back.
together? Oh, let's do it
These
right
are,
now.
there's all kinds of tests, man. You take your
Oh
time and
yeah.
watch them, examine them. If you don't understand
No,
the concept, maybe that'll
I
help
came
you
here to
understand
be.
it.
I came here to be converted. Okay. Why don't you explain it to me?
We're
Why
not
can't
here
you?
to we're not here to convince anybody of anything.
Really?
We're here to show you information. And if
Okay,
you really
show me
want
the
to know the
information.
truth, you can convince yourself of
Come
what's
on,
real.
play the
You can
video,
be
dude. Let's
your
all
own
watch it
arbiter of
together.
truth.
Come
We're not
on.
having some watch party, man. You can watch these
Okay, you're a
on your own
coward. You're
time.
fucking weak, man. You're weak.
Okay.
You're a
Okay, bud.
weakling.
Yeah.
How much do you weigh,
I don't
dude? Your
want to
belly
watch a
button
movie
must be
with you.
enormous. And your
Yeah.
nipples smell bad, by the
Yep.
way.
Mm. So, oh, you're gone. Aw. That was a pretty quick spiral, too. Yep, he just wanted to say smelly nipples on YouTube and then bounced. Said he was 600 pounds and bedridden and then claimed I had smelly nipples.
Yeah, he's been trolling for years, man. Don't worry about him.
What is it, Bud? You were a little bit muffled.
I just said Doofus has been trolling for years.
Oh,
Don't worry about him.
Wasn't new, huh? Gotcha.
Yeah, no, he's a return customer. Yeah.
Seems to be quite a few of those. They really like this place. Yeah, it's pretty wild how people think that this is some psyop or that we're spreading some propaganda agents type nonsense when all that anybody's ever shown here is empirical evidence. Not only that, empirical evidence that anybody can go and validate for themselves. So I don't know what kind of psyop that would be. Welcome, T. Are you new here?
Hello. I've popped in here a few times just to listen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, I got my boy back. He wants to ask you guys something. He's got a couple more drinks in him.
All right, unless T has something she would like to talk about or ask.
I'm gonna be honest. I prefer to listen.
Sure, no problem.
He'll be quick.
No problem.
You're good. Go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, Gordon. Go ahead.
You know.
No, you're good. Who's Gordon?
That's my name there, Goron.
Goron.
Why do you call yourself Gordon?
Because I don't know any of these guys.
You know his real name's Garrett Fitzgerald. Sorry, bro.
That's cool. Anyway,
they're not supposed to know.
Ask your question.
So what's up? So you guys think that fucking Epstein Island was a hit? Is this Epstein?
That's not related.
No, this is the Flat Earth channel, bro.
Shit.
Yeah.
My bad.
Wrong channel, bro.
Okay. No, you're good. You're good. So what makes you think that the world's flat? Okay, let's hear it. Okay, I want some solid evidence. You don't have to convince me you're a scientist. Okay, because we all know we're just a couple of idiots on a fucking channel like bullshit. So tell me. So what's up? So why do you believe that the world is flat? Let's hear it.
Well, good thing is it's not even a question for science. It's just simple geometry.
Okay, and so why does geometry prove that the world's flat? Let's hear that.
I'll tell you. If you scroll up, we just went over here just a little while ago.
Okay,
You look
here, let me
at
scroll up.
35
Where
minutes.
do you scroll up? Where do you scroll up?
In the side chat, 35 minutes past the hour, you'll see a chart that I posted.
Are you, is your name Brown Reckoning?
Boogie. My name is Boogie Woods.
Boogie Woods, okay.
At 35 minutes past the hour, you'll see a white square with a little.
So would that be like 11?
I'm scrolling for him.
11:30 or something?
Damn, there's a lot of videos.
Holy shit, dude! You guys are popping off. How many people are on your chat right now?
Oh my gosh, dude.
There's like I don't know, 30,000 people on the main server.
Can they hear me?
Yo, could you post this again? I can't find it.
No.
They can't hear me.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll repost it. Hold on.
Because I'm not. You know, I never finished middle. A lot of people think I'm joking when I say this. I never finished middle school because I was born in Ohio, and
you just gotta give them graphics.
Literally, there is my town where I come from. There's 85 people from my town.
No problem.
That's incredible.
What he's saying is you just gotta give them graphics instead of.
I'm not saying that I'm going to try to prove you wrong, okay? Because what the fuck do I know? I barely got any schooling, okay? So I want someone to convince me, bro. Because, like 5 minutes ago, I thought that the world was fucking rounder than my fucking left nutsack, okay? And so what I want to believe is like some like hard evidence, okay? Well, not hard evidence. I just want to be convinced, okay?
I'll show you hard evidence, but nobody can convince you of anything. You have to convince yourself of what is reality. You have to be your own arbiter of truth.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Once we'll show you this method, you should go verify this for yourself.
It's like me trying to satisfy my wife, dude. It's like, I could, believe all I want that it's happening, but it's up to me to fucking actually like think it's, it's like, it's like, is that real? Is it not?
This graphic?
Hey, just chill out. Focus for a second. Listen. And I'll explain to you the empirical evidence, all right?
All right, let's see it. So, here, hold on. Fuck, dude, holy shit.
What do you want to zoom in on?
Of course you would post something that...
it's just a little chart. You don't have to... There's a bunch of numbers. Don't let it overwhelm you.
Okay, I'm overwhelmed, fucking Boogie.
All this is showing you the size the globe is claimed to be.
Yeah.
We're all taught we live on the outside of a spinning ball of water with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Whoa, okay. I don't mean to cut you off, dude. I don't mean to cut you off. But why the fuck if you think the world's square, why is it round?
We are falsifying this claim I'm showing you. You have to understand and know what is claimed in order to falsify it, right?
Okay, well,
nobody said it was a square. Nobody said it was a square, by the way. Nobody said square, by the way.
Who are you? Is this Boogie's fucking
lawyer?
What? Not lawyer.
I'm just one of the mods in this room. I'm just telling you that nobody said square.
Oh, you're the dude that I talked to earlier, bro. What's up? Yeah. It's me back. Me back.
Can you get easier graphics without numbers?
Can I just talk to this dude? Australian?
Just give him an easier graphic without numbers.
I just want to talk to the Australian shepherd. Dude, so why would you send me something that makes complete sense if you're trying to like prove that the world's flat? I understand what you just sent me. Like, this just makes a lot of sense.
What makes sense about it?
It's just...
It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add.
No, the math adds up. It's just, I don't know. Like,
okay,
are you guys good at geometry? Because I passed it with an A+.
Focus for a couple minutes, and I'll explain the rest of it. Okay.
Give me time. Focus for a couple minutes. Follow up.
All right. This is the claimed.
I told you at first. I told you at first. Like I'm here. I just want to listen and like be convinced. Like I just want to hear it from you guys. So go ahead. My bad.
Cool. Here we go. The globe is claimed to be this size that's shown in this chart. Once again, a radius of 3959 miles, a circumference of 24,901. Okay.
Yeah.
So, knowing this size, we can calculate how much drop over distance would be present over all of the water. Because if it's a sphere, like the pictures from space were shown, then we know the surface must curve at a consistent rate all the way around it. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, and whose graph is that? Did you just like find it on the internet?
Please, you and your buddy can go validate this for yourself. Ask Google, your favorite AI.
No,
You can go ahead and go straight to the claim. You can ask it how much drop should be over 20 miles. How much drop over distance would be over 20 miles of the sphere?
Yeah, no, I've been. Hold on. I've seen their graphs before, so yeah, let me verify it.
So what about like the American Sniper? Okay, he got a sniper shot over 1.5 miles, right?
Did it drop?
He had to aim up about like 7 feet.
Oh shit!
And so if the world is round, right, wouldn't he be like aiming down? I don't know. It's just that might be a stupid.
Well, because he could be on the flat surface, but he's going up for the bullet drop because of the distance. You know what I mean?
But
I got you. Yeah.
We're almost through explaining evidence, okay? So we're told the size of the sphere. All right, we're told. And we should only, there's hundreds and hundreds of observations where we can see much too far. Okay? A 6-foot tall person should only be able to see roughly 3 miles at the water. So
and it drops, right?
You should never see the surface of water past that.
Yeah,
but
so
even better than that are these laser transit tests. You see this laser transit test?
Yeah, hold on, I want to keep up with both sides here. So, but you said so he follows along. At 3 miles, you shouldn't be able to see what at 3 miles, like a ship or what?
You shouldn't be able to see the surface of water past 3 miles. If the Earth were truly a sphere, that would be the geometric horizon would be 3 miles away from a 6-foot tall individual.
But how do you explain the reflection of our atmosphere in our peripherals? Okay, right? So imagine if you're starving of fluids. Okay, you're stuck in a desert and you see makeshift lake. It's mirage. What they call a mirage. Okay, I already knew it.
No, that's crazy. I say that all the time.
And so if a mirage is fake, okay, so how do you explain how you see that far into where a mirage is being born?
It's distorting shit. Yeah.
I don't know. No, it's because it's sorry.
I think you've realized that's not a very solid question, but that's okay, man. That's okay. You can formulate better questions.
Well, so how do you formulate a mirage if the world's flat? Okay, so let's put this.
A mirage is heavy optical distortion, right? Caused by atmospheric conditions.
That's neither here nor there. There's an argument with that too, because how a mirage happens is from the Earth's curve on the surface of the crust, and then if the Earth was completely flat. Okay, so listen,
you're getting off the track, man.
This is just what I heard from.
I tried bringing it back. They're gonna mute you, so I just want. Let me.
Dude, it's fine.
Yeah,
he's good, man. Just let me finish explaining this laser transit test, and you can ask whatever question you like.
Am I coming off like I don't believe you guys, or like trying to like?
It's not about belief, friend. It's not about belief. It's about empirical evidence and measurements.
Exactly. And honestly, dude, and in school and everything, they teach you this is this. It's like there's Pluto out there. How the fuck do we know that there's Pluto? Like you can't see that far out. You look through a little telescope. So everything.
That's the right frame of mind to have. You should question these things, these stories we're told, because we're not given evidence to validate these stories.
Okay. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Anyone could tell. Sorry, go ahead.
We're almost done, man. We're told the size the sphere is supposed to be. so we can calculate how much drop over distance would be present. We can, in other words, we can calculate the rate of curvature that must be present over all water. Now, if you look, scroll up, and you see that peer-to-peer results and observations, do you see that?
How do you scroll?
It's barely up like
A different image? Is it the same graph?
It's a YouTube link. It's a YouTube link.
YouTube link. Where is it?
In the side chat.
Right here. Okay. I want to watch results and observation.
Yes, that is a laser transit test performed by a PhD scientist who specializes in optics, who was trying to prove the curvature because he believed in the globe when he started performing these tests. Okay, I'm almost done. Hold up 1 second. So we're taking this laser and we're making a tangent, a straight line tangent against what's supposed to be the spherical surface of a globe. So if we run a straight line, this laser, for 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of drop over just 20 miles. The surface of water should drop away from the laser. In other words, if you're on the other side of the lake 20 miles away, that laser would be 266 feet up in the air. You understand?
That actually makes sense. Yeah,
that's 27-story building. That's a huge amount. Okay,
that's actually
like I said, you can verify this math. You can verify it all in your own time.
Where was this done? Where was this?
I believe these were done in Europe. You'll have to watch them. Dr. John D has done hundreds of hours of these laser.
I think I just saw. Was that Guantanamo?
No, John Summit, was that? I forget.
John Summit?
Yeah,
like the EDM dude.
Yeah, different guy.
Oh, okay. Dude, and you know what? This right here is a shit.
It's not dropping.
I know, dude. Like this is what like gets the cat to like catch my tongue, dude. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You can't explain that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with them.
Holy shit! And you know what?
We can show you dozens and dozens.
Well, I'm going to show them that the moon landing. You have to convince them the moon landing was fake first, dude.
No, the moon landing. You think the moon landing was? You guys think the moon landing was fake?
Of course.
You got to start there.
Oh God, this is a whole nother.
I could prove it to you easily, though.
Well, there's video evidence, though.
Watch the video. I'll show you something. Yeah.
Am I wrong? They literally played it live on the fucking TV.
That wasn't actually live. You can look into how that was done. It was sent to somewhere and then somewhere else, and yeah. But anyways, those are just claims, just videos and pictures of something that was supposedly done all those years ago, and then even if they supposedly done it here recently, which there was a lot of people that was disappointed with what we got recently, considering it's 2026 and we have all this technology.
Yeah, they say that we can't find the equipment or whatever to get back after
what, like the video?
No, they're saying to get back to the moon, we can't. We lost the technology.
How,
they lost
50 years later.
They lost all the telemetry data and all that. Oops.
Really? Well, that actually makes sense because, it's like telemetry, right? You can only get.
No, they keep the data, bro.
Oh.
Like you're saying NASA got rid of the data that helped them get to the moon the first time? Come on.
But just to make sure you understand that nobody here is claiming a new model of reality or promoting what the Earth overall shape or structure or anything like that. Nobody is selling any story that they cannot validate. All that we are doing is falsifying the model we were taught. That's it. Nothing else.
And because it's like, so how did you get into the, like, I'm not going to say conspiracy theory, but like, how did you get into the conspiracy theories and shit?
Well, that's the thing. It's not a conspiracy theory because we can go out and measure it.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, I got you. I'm just saying the conspiracy theory would be think that all your senses and everything is just creating the illusion of horizontal and stationary. That would be the conspiracy theory.
He's asking how you got into fucking.
I got you.
How'd you get So what
10
I was
years ago.
I literally went into fucking Panera Bread, dude, in the bathroom. I was like taking a piss, and on top of the toilet it said, "Look into flat Earth." And then literally a week later, now fucking Matt's here, and he's like, "Have me talk to you guys." I swear to God.
like week.
It wasn't Panera Bread. It was I think it was like Flame Broiler.
That's crazy.
Anyways,
It's a pretty shitty sign, but I mean,
yeah,
it's a sign of
that was a joke.
I thought you'd like that. Where are you guys from? Australia and shit?
Yeah, old T-Dub sure sounds like he is.
Yeah, I got one.
I am.
I'm ahead of Yeah, these Aussie dudes are fucking dope, bro. Like I'm telling you, like those British.
to talk to the Aussie, but
yeah, they're all in there.
This guy's cool too.
Yeah, they're all chill. But hey, guys, no, it was a good talk. I'm gonna get them on the like. You got to start with the moon landing for me, so I'm gonna do that on my own end, and then I'll come back. You know, maybe
You can find a bunch of NASA bloopers, and that's where a lot of people's journey started. Is
that's where mine started.
Why did they? If they're faking space, why would they do such a thing?
Exactly.
But all that stuff will not lead you to anything concrete. If you want concrete
Bart
evidence,
Seibel is still a globe.
you and your buddy go get you a big mirror off the back of your door, off your mama's bathroom door, and you go find the biggest lake that y'all can drive to in a day. And if you can get 8, 9, 10 miles away and flash that mirror and see it, there's no way that water is curving. You got it?
No way. And then the waves, like, how do you prove the waves? Like,
well, no, what he's saying though is like, so okay, I think there's a disconnect. What he's saying earlier too. So by NASA and like the authorities' claims is that every 3 miles there should be a dip, right? And then so if you could see full view 8 miles, was that B? Holy fuck!
Yeah, if you're 6 foot tall, you should never see past 3 miles at the lake or the
Remember how we were talking? Let me tell. Hey, I can explain it in a way to him. He might understand.
That makes
so
sense.
remember when we were growing up. This is part of the illusion that they teach us when you're at the beach, and like this is part of like the programming, but they changed it. So like when you're looking out and they go, oh, it's the ship went over the horizon, right? Okay,
it's just smog.
No. So we have.
Oh, they hang out?
They kicked my ass out. Oh, they kicked me out.
You guys kick them?
No, you're good. There's a couple things I'm posting in the side chat. Y'all can check out real quick too.
I'm not going to be on any social media, right? Am I?
No, just the Flat Earth 24/7 live.
Okay.
Which is like, yeah.
Because I feel like you guys are trying to make me look like an idiot.
No, if they were trying to make you look
like I'm just uneducated.
Bro, you should see.
No, man. I mean, you're a little bit excited, but you've been respectful and stuff. I don't have no problem with it.
I know. Well, I thought, this is the first time I've ever heard that the world is like
flat. Yeah. And from these guys, like, they back up with science. Like, science is a big
one. Like, it was like a couple hours ago, you like told me about that, and I was like, dude. Well, I mean, I told you it was on the toilet stall. I was like, dude, I never thought twice. Now I'm actually gonna look it up.
Well, I'm gonna get you on the moon, and we'll get back to that. All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks.
Real quick before you go, if you just look up Flat Earth on Google or whatever, you're going to find a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS, okay?
Okay, so what do I do?
This stuff is intentionally hidden from you. There was a congressional session with the heads of YouTube and Google and Congress, and they said, well, what are you going to do about misinformation? And they used the example such as somebody saying the earth is flat. And they talked about how they're going to censor and make it hard to see and view. Okay.
Well, they don't want us to see it.
If either one of you send me a message, send me a DM on here, I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link to the main 24/7 Discord channel where you can.
I'm already on it.
Where you can. Oh, you're already on it. We'll get your buddy on it. And if you want to see evidence, dude,
where do I go, dude?
It would take you years to go through everything.
What is this? Is this YouTube?
Dude, is this YouTube? No, this is Discord.
What's Discord?
It's basically you can talk to buddies and like share shit, and there's channels. It's too much to get into right now. It's an app you do on the computer, but basically like you can go like there's different channels on their specific server, and it has all the information showing each different like topic regarding like, moon landing, flat Earth, curvature, all that things like what NASA says.
Bro, you would stuff that you could look at in 3 years.
Dude, that's crazy information.
No, like,
and
isn't Discord?
It's hidden from you.
I've heard of Discord actually.
Because they just they got the real information.
Okay.
I don't get along with these guys all the time, but they're pretty cool.
Yeah, why wouldn't this guy? I mean, I thought the Aussie was chill, but this guy's actually pretty chill.
They just don't like my beliefs.
Well, fuck it, it's like, hello.
They didn't kick me out.
Anybody that comes by and can have a respectful conversation
literally-
is welcome to come by. It's just that people that talk over people and are rude and disrespectful. That's who gets dealt with, right?
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have to like block a lot of people, and it's and I appreciate you like being so like calm and collective and just like explaining shit to me, because it's like I thought I got you in a fucking corner and you're just like fucking bam, and you're just like here's that's cool, dude. And
no problem.
I'm gonna
like I said, you were cool. You were respectful.
So my name is Peter Hilsebeck. Is that cool? Is that tell him?
Yeah.
So maybe
you want to say it yourself. Go for it.
So my name.
But we appreciate
That's
you
not
coming
me,
by,
it's
man.
him,
And
so
you're welcome to come by anytime. If any questions you might come up with.
It's funny.
He's looking at me. You guys aren't gonna like spam me and shit, are you?
No, don't do it.
No, bro. No.
All right. So but if you see me, my name is Peter Hilsberg. I'm gonna make a account like in like 5 minutes. I'll like try to like follow you and shit.
Yeah, they get some wild arguments in here.
Just help him get on the main server so we can see all the documents, all the data, all the tests, and then you can show him how to get on these satellite servers, like in the English Hub or Politics.
Satellite server.
You know what I'm talking about, Gordon.
Yeah, well, I'll get into all that. Yeah, we're gonna.
He'll show you. He'll show you.
We're gonna go deep in the rabbit hole, bro. All right, one step at a time. One step at a time. All right, guys. Hey, thanks for indulging.
Looking for him.
Nah, he don't. Hey, thanks for indulging, my friend. I'll be back to debate how the Earth.
I know you'll never commit, bro. And if someone finds me like hanging, dude, it was not me, bro. It was not me. I love life.
Thanks for coming by, man. Come back anytime.
Later, guys.
Peace. Wasn't so bad. He did better than most.
Some people are referred to as like a glober whisperer. Like a horse whisperer, but globers. But you, sir, are a troll whisperer. And I think it's they'll either give up with you or just go along because they're not getting the bite that they want. You know what I mean? Your demeanor is very calm and collected, and they don't know how to react. So, if they hang around, they end up like listening, kind of thing. So
Yeah,
it's because I'm sus on those guys.
What's like it? Sometimes here's what I'm hearing. Do they? All right, they act like they want you to convince them that the Earth is flat when we're not in that business. We're not here to convince you of anything. You came to us and said, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" We give you the reason, and it's because of how flat the Earth is, right? And they're like, "Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks flat, right?" So they immediately concede to our argument, and then tell us why we're dumb or whatever. It's kind of like, what is this? Do you want to be convinced of something, or do you really want to understand how we've come to the conclusion? Or do you want to believe us? We're not in the belief or convincing business either. It's like, come on. It's like we're talking about one specific thing. The surface of the Earth is not curving. It's like, well, okay, well, you showed me all the flat Earth evidence. It's like, well, that wasn't convincing? No, because the curved shadow on the moon. Okay, well, I can't help you.
Yeah, he got a little excited and sounded slightly drunk, but he did better than I thought he was going to do.
No, I was listening to that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but this was, it's like, dude, I think they really think that we're trying to convince them that the Earth is flat. We're just showing you how we've come to the conclusion that the Earth must be flat.
Yep, just laying the data on the table.
100%.
Rest is up to you.
Yeah, it's like, don't see. They think that they're going to either believe us or believe the other guys. It's like, no, man, you're actually not as dumb as they told you are. It looks flat because it is flat. That's the reason it looks flat.
If they could only learn to hang out in that limbo of not knowing and not going in any direction and just openly examining the evidence, man, because that's where true work is done, right? It does seem like they just want to jump from one story to another story, and it's kind of interesting.
It's like, well, they come in and they really want to know whether they should. I mean, sometimes they're trolling or whatever, but they'll ask you why you think the Earth is flat, and then completely ignore the answer, and they'll say, "What about this? What about this? And what about that?" Well, it's like, you don't know that shit for a fact, and you don't know anything about what we're saying is a fact. So, who are you asking to convince you? We all believed in the globe. We thought it was true, but it's not like we're trying to convince you. We're just saying you can understand this and you can know. It's just like, why are you? We're not asking you to believe us. We're actually telling you can figure this out. There is no IQ involved. You don't have to be super smart to figure out that the Earth is not a globe. It really has nothing to do with intelligence. Some of it does, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I don't know. As far as IQ quizzes go, it's like, oh, he has low IQ. Dude, all of the high IQ people in the world, not all of them, but a lot of them, people that they defer to, then they come in here and say, oh, well, if it was flat, wouldn't all of these PhD scientists and all those guys, they would know, right? And they would tell us, well, guess what? They're not even looking. They're doing other shit. So we're telling you that all of the Earth, all the water looks flat because it is flat. And we're trying to tell them, well, here's what they never did when they started telling everyone the Earth is a globe. They never measured the surface of the Earth to confirm their idea of the Earth as a globe in a solar system. And what we're doing is going out making these observations and tests confirming that there is no curvature. So we're not talking about the same thing if you're talking about some PhD that's a quote unquote scientist that's never measured the surface of the earth, because they don't know anything about it if they've never done it. They can talk about the same shit they see on fucking NASA channel on YouTube. Just like you. They're not any smarter than you are. They can fucking watch TV too. God damn. Fucking retarded.
Like you said, there's a little bit in learning the quote unquote globe science, pseudoscience, and all the intricacies of that math magics that takes place. But I think a little people are taken back when they see how simple this empirical evidence that is completely
they're scared of how
falsifies the
simple
globe.
it is. Exactly.
I believe so. Yeah, they're really taken
They
back.
think you have to be really smart to know whether or not it's flat. You know, it's like, dude, no, everybody can know it. You already do. You're doing it. You're using the flat earth every day. You never use a globe for anything. The globe doesn't have to exist. It's not supposed to be there. Never was a globe. Nobody uses a globe for anything.
Yep. And I think until people learn to say, okay, I'm not subscribing to this, I'm not subscribing to that, or anything, it's not like we're pushing a particular model, we're just falsifying the one we're taught. But until people can be okay not knowing and truly examine the evidence, I mean, they're just gonna stay in whatever belief system they currently have. But the ability to actually question and think of all the entailments that come with living on the outside of a spinning ball of water and really questioning that, I mean, that's the first step.
Gee, you guys are retarded.
See, I mean, it really, like I was saying, it has nothing to do with intelligence. It is any old dummy could come in here and call us retards without actually talking about what we're talking about. So, yeah. So, I think I'm scared because I'm a flat earther. I'm scared of somebody calling me a retard or something. Give me that.
And leaving 0.2 seconds after they say it.
Yeah. It's like, ooh, you got me. Ooh, I'm retarded. Okay, buddy. What's the circumference of the Earth? The claimed ball Earth. Nobody knows any real circumference of Earth. Be like, well, it's not perfectly round. It's like, well, no, it's not, of course, because it's not round at all. God damn it! I mean, you know. Do you know the radius of the equator versus the radius, between the poles? No, I don't really know that. It doesn't really matter because it's essentially a sphere. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about whether the water's curving or not. Come on, man. It's like, well, the flat earthers, they're just dumb. I was like, no, bro. We thought it was a globe. I knew all the numbers before. Well, I knew a lot of the numbers before I actually came across or looked into flat Earth. I was like, okay, yeah, I see what the numbers are, but I didn't know the origins of it until we've got. Even in the past few years, we've pretty much nailed down how this globe was created. The two poles and the globe map. It's all conceptual. There's no physical Earth to measure or anything. Yeah, you can see different parts of the sky when you move across Earth. You can create a globe map from that if you want to, but that's not Earth. Earth is the ground you're standing on. If you can move laterally and prove that you're actually going at an angle, like when you move, I don't know, I want to say an angular position, but like if you move 100 miles, you have a new horizontal, and then you're on a different portion of the globe, and that's the reason. Because everyone, when they move across Earth, doesn't matter if it's in a car, plane, walking, riding a bike, driving a car, or whatever, you're just moving horizontally. And everyone believes they're not. It's the weirdest thing. Because when they move any direction, any distance, they're not on the same horizontal anymore. Infinite horizontals on a globe. And they say we're retarded. Like, how can you reconcile infinite horizontals? The answer is you can't.
This whole country's run by pedophiles.
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun. Freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah. So what's your model? What's your model?
Topic. Indio. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants the smoke. Model of what?
Yeah. What's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaratz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh, Subaratz. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Back to what we were
you never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't know about that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what is the best flat Earth map?
I did. I said Antonio Subaratz's map. I think. Yeah, that's for what? But that's for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you,
specific.
what is the
Best
best
for what purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There'd be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm going to ask you, why are you asking me? Hold on.
I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Why are you asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying?
Tell me the instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure your ground speed?
Okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast. And then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements But your measurements, listen, dude, if you
Yes,
do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
What? They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
That's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this, bro. Are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try to run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what
this is? After reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess?
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Post
it. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure, why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the
that.
world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, the travel. I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So, okay, the IDEC 3. Wait, no, the IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Around Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude. That's wrong.
So
no, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay.
What did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because it's bunk, I said. I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race, and that the shit that we have two choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Is that because that
they don't stop overnight? It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You want to be? You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure they don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting cooked. About? Is that?
Yeah.
You claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it.
No, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't have any measured. Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah, we have sailing time.
And I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank. You can go. You can.
Cute.
Yeah, Wesley. Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that is?
Came in here with a fucking 2-bit McToon fucking argument. Do you know
why that is?
Yeah, why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That is blank?
Yeah.
Who cares why it is?
The
thing you're relying on, the data, doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell me why.
I don't care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not there.
Somehow people get on these flights.
Yeah, that's right.
They leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So
there is no right time, dude.
What?
The flight. Listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just making it up, dude.
They get off at the right time.
You know what could also be? You know what could also be?
Inaccurate.
It could also be the approach to the airport.
It would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
it's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it?
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew
on your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes. Is that how it works?
No, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What you haven't? What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go on Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay, it's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. Well, who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed?
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula, the thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were strawmanning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map. Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with the Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
A bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole? When did they get to
the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now. The notebooks that Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No, they said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
but who was there?
What I said?
You were
okay.
there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
no, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's what that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is nothing for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time we tried that. It is correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean? Do I know why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah. Why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuth projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay. Do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come?
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
it is linear. Right? It is linear. It's a linear distance from the lines.
It's only accurate to the lines of longitude. You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll post a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last 2 brain cells.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay,
not. Listen.
Thank you.
Not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So.
Oh, what's that?
The globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? Yep. You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string, how do you know that?
Look, there's the globe claim distance, say, across, east to west in, say, Australia, right? Then you can find some other, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
they're not.
Now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah, okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the sky. Airplanes fly in the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just said
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh, yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right? Around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do with it?
Why do you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree it's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us your measurements.
Have you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The time.
They tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No, they did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
The distance.
And the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm asking you, why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or why do you think it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they track
it? What? Okay, no. With what? What was the instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Don't be a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
This is the why is this Flat Earth Discord on English Hub? Isn't this, I come here to practice English speaking. Why is this channel here?
One of the owners is interested in this topic and thought it would be a good topic for people to discuss once they've learnt some English. I mean, it's not the only off-topic channel in the server. There's music and politics and religion,
Yeah,
and
religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So it's just it's a matter of choice. Once you've learned some English and you want to practice it, speaking, having a conversation about a topic that you might be interested in, you can choose one of those and go to it. And this might be of interest to some people. They might, they might want to come in and talk about this topic with the English that they've learned.
It's a variety.
Yeah, but also, how hilarious would it be to have a flat Earth server or a flat Earth channel in our server? What kind of fun could we have with people by putting a flat Earth channel in our server? That's a pretty good joke, my friends. Right?
I don't know, brother, but I would think that there is like an flat Earth server,
There is. Called 24. But nobody.
There must be a million of them. Flat stuff. Man, you have your own. I promise.
Yeah, we have our own server, and we have 25,000 members. And that place was on popping. 25,000 members. It's not a small server by any stretch. And so, we've had to spread out because nobody will come to us anymore. We've terrified the internet. Do you understand that? We have made the internet crap its pants. They are running from us. They don't come to us anymore. They're very afraid. You want to know why? It's so simple. The way that you've experienced the earth your entire life is exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane that doesn't move. That's what it is. You're not crazy.
Well, that's not true, probably, but...
No, it is. You're not spinning. Dude, you are not spinning. Come on, bro. Open your eyes for a half a second. Go, damn, this place doesn't move. Damn. Seems like up and down is the same no matter where I go.
Right. Wait.
Do you ever think that
Wait. Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Hang on, bro. Were you under the impression that we are in doubt, that we're not sure?
No. I think you're sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry, continue.
Do you guys think that you might be a bit confused about this kind of?
There's nothing to be confused about.
No. And you're kind of
by everybody. Everybody. The surveyors.
You're fortifying each other's views and kind of circle jerking about this matter. So you guys just fortify
this is your opinion. This is your opinion. You don't know that about us. We have every bit of evidence that we
I'm asking.
present that the place is measurably flat. It's not about us. We're verifying what people are doing every day. They're measuring the earth as a flat plane everywhere, always, no matter what. Not me.
But it's not like a real scientific measure to measure it as flat. You can
scientific measure is not a thing.
No.
Scientific measure is not a thing. That's not even a real word. Right. You measure things by measuring them. There's no science involved. You want to get as accurate as possible and use very sophisticated.
Scientific.
You want me to be confused. You want me to be confused that my reality is not exactly as it presents itself to be.
What do I need to do? Put a white coat on and hold a Bunsen burner, and then I can measure stuff and it's scientific?
No. To understand
what makes it scientific. Tell us what makes. Hey, bro. No. Detail. One sec, bro. Okay. Tell us what makes a measurement scientific.
The scientific method.
Yeah, what's that? Explain it.
It's measuring something, and it's something that you can prove by measuring it again.
That's just verification. That's not the scientific method. It's just verifying something. You're just backing it up. You're testing it 1,000 times to make sure that the measurement is correct. But that's not science.
There is no way to prove that the Earth is flat. By
Sure there is. You measure it.
physics or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it with all that stuff. Every bit of what you just described, yes, we can.
You know the ship sailing across the.
Yeah. Right. What about it?
Eventually.
Yeah, it disappears. What about it?
So it's not flat.
Just because something goes beyond your field of vision or appears to disappear bottom up, you think that's because you live on a ball Earth? No, this phenomena happens every day for everyone in all kinds of different situations, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Okay, okay. Let's say you're right. Why would everyone who knows these kind of topics way better than you or I know it? Why would they lie to us forever?
So you're conceding that the Earth is flat, and now you want to know what they're lying about. So are you some kind of conspiracy?
How would you know?
Why would?
Well, hang on a sec. How would you know that they know more about this stuff than us?
For hundreds of years.
How did you evaluate their extensive knowledge? If they know more than you, then how were you capable to analyze their knowledge base
in these fields of physics?
Yeah, how do you know that they have that beyond them saying they do?
So it's like you don't understand something, so they must be
right.
No, I promise you something, friend. This is the internet. Hold on. This is a vast group of people, right? We're not just a bunch of. This is the problem. Someone has labeled us some crazy conspirator group. Now we have some of those. Don't get me wrong. Okay, we got a real problem. But the other part of this is that there are some very intelligent, very well-funded PhDs, pilots, people that are experts in aerospace. We've read the white papers. We know what's been tested. We know what the measurements are. This is all available for all of us to have. And so we have it. And so we've gone over all the data. So we've gone over the data.
Very smart people. Yes. They all say exactly opposite of you.
No, we actually agree with them. They're telling us that they're measuring the Earth as a flat plane and that it doesn't move. Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can perform to confirm or deny whether or not the Earth is in motion. We have no idea whether or not this thing is moving. No idea.
I think you can.
As far as we can tell, they can't measure it. There's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. And there's no way to measure any curvature. We've looked for the curvature. It's not there. It's a vast, flat plane.
You're talking about this cognitive dissonance and stuff like that, but I think you're the one having it, really.
Oh, no, friend. I'm sorry. I know you're going through a tough spot right now. You didn't think anybody was actually considering all this stuff. No, that's fine.
I'm just having a conversation. I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to be fine, you and me. The point is what we've gone over all the data. We've done our own measurements. We've done everything that we can to find the curvature that they said this place has, and it's just not there. In fact, everybody is treating it, building on it, measuring it, navigating, all that stuff as a flat and stationary plane. That's what they say, not us.
Who are they and who are us?
NASA, all kinds of aerospace engineering firms like Boeing, like all of these agencies are saying, yep, when we model all of our flights, like in the simulators and how we train people to fly planes as if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they say. It's pretty confusing that they treat the place and measure it all flat and stuff. And then they come along and tell us it's a ball. And then we go looking for the ball and it ain't there.
Exactly. In navigation and surveying and engineering and building and goodness knows how many other, even in some fields like biology, marine biology and, all sorts of different fields, measuring the magnetic fields, all of these things, they all utilize the Earth as a plane in order to take measurements.
No, they don't.
Astronomy treats the Earth as a plane and measures angles to stars.
Oh man, do you know anything about these subjects that you listed? You don't.
Yes, you don't.
You might know these things that you saw on YouTube videos, but they're made of by people.
No, we've gone directly to the fucking sources, bro.
Directly to
Not
sources
YouTube.
like YouTube.
Yeah,
not YouTube.
There
University
are
level freaking papers and things.
Actual universities teaching this kind of stuff.
Hold on a second. Friend, hold on just a second. I just want to remind you of something. YouTube is one of the most vast libraries of very technical, very high-level education, seminars, whatever. It's full of really good stuff. And so for you to go, oh, YouTube, no, YouTube is an awesome resource. The greatest library of video education probably that the world has ever seen. Yeah, you bet your ass, YouTube.
Yeah, hours and hours of university lectures by professors.
Yeah, there are Harvard lectures and stuff like that. But,
yeah.
But I can make a shit video just lying my ass off, talking shit.
You bet.
YouTube video, release it. And you would probably share it on Discord, man.
Yeah. The university professor, the big conference and the big conference and the big panel that they had, and all of the displays that they brought, and all of the things that they show you that they do to test all this crap. Yeah. There's a great way to fake that. We're doing exactly what they're showing us they're doing from Harvard, from all MIT. Yes, we're doing exactly what they're doing, and the Earth is flat. Yes. That's our point. Everyone's treating this place as a flat Earth. Everyone. But they're telling you it's a ball. So we went to try and find the ball, and it's not there. Why? I don't know. I can't divine their motivations. It seems nefarious. If they're hiding something that's so blatant from you through some just all these images that they give you and all the stories that they tell you about the images, and then you bought it, like we all did. We all bought the big old, scam. We all went to the same schools that you did. We get it, but we checked. And I know it's like, there's no way. Yeah, we thought the same thing too. Yeah, no way. No, actually, no, that's the way it is. The Earth is as you experience. It's a motionless plane, and it's contained. That's what we know. And if your head is imploding and you're like, there's no way this guy on the internet could be serious about what he's saying. Yes, I am. That's why there's so many of us. That's why the internet is terrified of flat earthers. We got this tramp stamp on our YouTube videos. They are terrified. Highly censored.
Who is
if we're wrong?
There's plenty.
Yeah, why if we're wrong, why are they hiding it? If we're wrong, why are they censoring us? That's what I want to know. If we're wrong, who cares?
Brother, who is censoring you? You're talking here all the time.
YouTube, the United States Congress, has admitted in a video.
Censoring you. Have they deleted your video?
They've definitely hidden them in the algorithms for sure, and they promote anti-flat Earth content. No, sorry. No, you have no idea what this phenomena, what this internet thing, called the flat Earth has done to the modern day society in a very short amount of time. It's been very controversial. You want to know why? Because as soon as people kind of snap out of the mind control and go, holy crap, that's right. Actually, I always thought it was weird. They're telling me the Earth is spinning, but I actually experienced that the stars move.
Yeah, that's why they call it diurnal motion. In astronomy.
Maybe this kind of like, are we moving? Are the stars moving? Stuff like that. Which, listen to me, both are moving right now. It's a matter of scale. You as a human person, you are a very small entity. You're not even a sand grain.
I know.
In this
I know.
galaxy.
We're also, I know we're also insignificant on this big ball. I understand how you think. You know, you're going through it, man. It's fine.
Yeah, but
listen, don't chant at me, bro. You're chanting at me. You don't like what I'm saying. I get it. You're emotional.
No,
it's okay.
I think you're kind of like projecting on me. I'm okay.
I'm fine, dude. I've had a million of these conversations. Believe me. If you don't like it, it's fine. It's if you don't like it, if it's just too freaky, you just relax. It's fine. You think I want to be on this side of the fence? Believe me, if the truth was on your side, I'd be over there in a heartbeat. This is not fun for most of us, right?
If you weren't American, I would tell you that healthcare is free and you can get medication.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. See,
be honest,
and now you have to I get it. You have to insult me now, right? So do whatever you got to do, you know, and just get through it. But it's okay. Reality is fine. No, it's okay. I understand. So, anyways, do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can look at?
Why would I have them on hand? Not me.
No. I mean, you have the internet right there. Yes, I know. You believe me. You don't think we've Googled this? Can you find me some Earth curve measurements real fast? Just go ahead. I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm not even gonna try, brother.
I know you're not gonna try.
I think this conversation with you, it's not gonna lead anywhere, really.
I know it's not going to lead anywhere. All I want to know is if someone has measured the Earth to be curving, and we've been asking this question for 10 years, and no one has come along. No one has shown us a very simple thing. Very simple thing.
But someone smarter than you did it, right? Someone smarter than you figured it out, right? Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. That's all you need. You just need to trust and have faith that somebody did it and they're telling the truth. And
do you think that they're smarter than like thousands of scientists and engineers and people who made GPS and missile systems and aeroplanes and stuff like that?
Yep.
Do you think you're smarter than them?
No. Some of those guys are flat earthers. Did you know that? Some of those guys that work in those industries, they're flat earthers.
No,
they are. They are. No, it's true. We're everywhere.
Are you
the flat earthers are everywhere?
You're an engineer. You're a scientist.
No. Neither one of those things. I mean, how would you define that? Because I've built a lot of things for myself, you know, that work, you know, mechanical things. So I'm an engineer because I can build things and design them and make them work. In fact, I'm both an engineer and a technician. So, you know, I've got some experience with, you know, materials and measurements and things like that. Most men build things. Well, actually not in this day and age. Most of these pink-haired fools, you know, don't know what a tape measure looks like, but that's not the point. I know what measurements are, okay? I'm not an idiot. And the people that are doing measurements of the Earth, it's just as simple as the stuff that we do every day, okay? They have a standard. They know how their tools work. They take measurements. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane. The surveyors are. They're measuring it this way.
What do you mean it's a flat plane? Who and how? Can you like prove?
Yes, all of the surveyors. You can look at any of their manuals. They'll be discussing how they're going to be taking angles from this flat horizontal plane that they're measuring, and all of those horizontal planes are parallel with sea level. So everything is all parallel, and there's rise and fall and distance over the run in a flat plane. They measure the Earth as a flat plane. And then they take those little measurements, they are usually in squares or little triangles, you know, depending on the terrain and everything. and they map everything in a very triangular, it's a horizontal, it's a 2D thing that they're building, right? But it's all planar. There's no curvature involved. Their measurements would be all out of whack. If the Earth is curving, every measurement is going to be off. So they measure it as a flat plane. And then they take all of those squares and they put them around this presupposed sphere, like a big giant disco ball. And they give you a geoid, and they say you live on this. But they got that sphere from nowhere. They just created a model and put all those measurements around that ball, and those are the maps that you use. But that's not correct to reality. That's not how reality works. So everything's out of whack. You can't put these squares on a ball. So everything's sort of close, but the jigsaw puzzle, ultimately, the picture, you can't see it. When it's flat, everything looks perfect and it makes sense. They don't measure any curvature. That's the other thing. They're not measuring any curvature. They don't want curvature.
The people like surveying land for like construction or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, man, this is a question of scale.
Yeah,
they are maybe looking at 50 meters forward, and the Earth is 40,000 kilometers wide.
I know.
Like wide.
This is.
So it's
Here's what I'm telling
you. You don't need to take into account the circumference if you're just measuring 50 meters forward.
We're not really talking about 50 meters, bro. We're not talking about 50 meters. We're talking about the guys that are doing the planar surveying when they're really trying to get a good look.
You go on 5 minutes monologue about something.
No, I'm not going to go on a monologue. I'm telling you that these guys are taking big chunks as best they can to measure the Earth, but there's no curve in what they're measuring. None of it.
Not even over hundreds of miles of railway track. Or canals.
I mean, my goodness, brother, you and I both know that water flows downhill. That doesn't work on a ball.
And there's
it goes from high to low.
Gravity.
No, there isn't.
You don't believe in gravity either.
No, I don't believe in your magical genie. No, I don't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Can you show me any scientific experiment where gravity was the independent variable?
Brother, you can do this right now. You put water in a bottle, you spin it on top of your head, and the water stays on the bottom of the bottle. Brother, that's gravity.
They programmed you real good, didn't they? They got you bad. They got you with the bottle, huh?
Yeah, maybe they
do you understand the difference? Just think about it for a minute. On a ball, is the basin for the water, is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
What do you mean? Like the Earth, the water, is it inside or outside?
Is it on the inside or the outside of the ball?
It's outside of the crust of the Earth, I would say.
Yes, okay, good. So when you're swinging the water bottle around your... Whoa. When you're swinging the water bottle around your head...
You keep this
I don't want you to go on a monologue, Fred. I don't want you to go on a monologue.
You're the one having these monologues, man. You keep
talking.
We're
not done.
Okay, please.
We're not done. We're not done. So, when you're swinging the water bottle around your head, is the water on the inside or the outside of the bottle?
Okay, I would say inside.
Inside.
Yes. So is it the same if there's the water on the outside of a ball? Is that the same as having water on the inside of a bottle?
No idea, man. Don't know what that means.
Idea. He doesn't want to answer that, folks. He doesn't want to pay attention to the fact that is a false analogy. They tricked you by showing you water inside of a bottle and swinging it around your head. That's called centrifugal force.
Yeah, but
you are describing a spinning ball. So you have to take a ball. Listen, you have to take a ball and you have to put water on the outside of the ball and you have to spin the ball. You tell me if it holds water.
Right, or even just get your bottle and turn it around so that the cap is facing outwards and then spin it around and see if the water stays in it.
Yeah, that one, T.
Again,
I wanted to say that one.
This is about scale. You guys
Yeah,
don't
it's scale
understand
again,
how
boys.
large the Earth is.
Scale came back.
It's scalable. Physics is scalable.
Yes, it is.
If you scale it up, all of a sudden everything turns upside down. Nothing works anymore. Everything that you experience here on the ground, all bets are off. When the scale goes up, nothing is the same anymore. No, physics doesn't work that way. You're kidding yourself, man.
Okay, maybe I'll convert someday.
We're not looking for converts. We're not. That's not why we're here.
I will join your cult.
No, we're just here to, one, because we're in the English Hub and we want you guys to practice your English, and you sound pretty good. You sound like you understand everything, and you speak very well. So good for you.
You're obviously American, which is it's kind of weird that you're practicing here.
Yeah, we're very annoying, us Americans, and I get that, and I feel for you. I actually kind of pity you for having to talk to me because we're such complete assholes.
No, bro,
but anyway,
it's okay, bro, you're good.
But anyway, we're just trying to give this information, right? We're not looking for converts. I don't want you to even think that like I'm being combative with you. I know exactly where you're at because I heard this one time. Yeah. I know, but I've been in your shoes.
I just want to fight.
I've had this conversation before at the beginning when I heard this because I said the same thing. No way! Shut up! You guys don't know anything. You're a bunch of idiots. You don't know what physics is, right? Like we all had our moment where we were just like, "You're so full of shit," And I had that moment too. But all we really can do is let you guys know what's actually going on. You're not crazy. The Earth is exactly as it presents itself to be. You're not nuts. But also, I just fucking hate this world. See, it makes people do that kind of stuff. They really don't like it. So you get the information, you can hang out and talk with us and ask the same question over and over and over again, because everybody always does. Well, what about the gravity, though? But the gravity, man, and the Foucault's pendulum, what about that? And they'll ask it 1,000 times, and they just keep banging their heads against the wall, And it's hard to watch, and sometimes they can be real pricks, and so can we. The point is that you are welcome here to talk and ask the same question and tell us we're nuts. That's fine. Just if you can be respectful about it, we'll get along great. It's take it or leave it information. That's all it is. And you're like, why are you doing this? That's a good question. Why are you flat earthers even bothering? Well, it's weird. Like we know something that we want everybody else to know, but everybody else doesn't really want to know it. But we're trying anyways. We're like, this is actually groundbreaking, no pun intended. But this is really important information, and we just want you to know, and you can take it or leave it. It's kind of like, people who have a religion, and you're like, hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know, part of your religion is all nonsense. And that's hard to hear.
Do you think this flat earth kind of stuff is kind of like a religion for you?
No. It's not about belief. It's not about belief for me.
The priest of flat earthers on this channel. You're the only one talking. Gosh. You all believe in the same stuff that not the majority of people believe in. You're,
Yeah, I know. We're crazy. It's fine. That's why the others.
I'm not saying you might be confused, but not.
See, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so we're confused. I get it. We aren't thinking right. We're not seeing it right. We're not seeing it correctly. You'll come back.
Maybe
you'll come back.
Confused. I'm not saying anything, but
right. Yeah. But the point is that you don't have to no one here is trying to convert you. I promise. And you can stay exactly where you're at, and we can still be friends.
I'm okay. I've been reading about this kind of stuff for years. This is not my first time hearing about this. It's okay. I'm not instantly converting. It's okay. I'm just having a conversation and practicing my English, brother. It's okay.
So if you've been reading around about this topic before, I guarantee you most of what you've caught probably is not
Yeah, it's
I want to call it
debunking. Just
yeah, well, it's just not legitimate flat Earth. Yeah, it's this paper tiger, you know. It's this phantom. It's this caricature or straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and that's the one that people all just kind of they get herded over into that group, and they're like, "Yeah, look how stupid these idiots are with this azimuthal equidistant projection," you know, that is easily debunked because it's a globe flattened out. I mean, my goodness, we should have been paying more attention, but whatever. You know, you live and you learn. The point is yeah, there's like a whole illegitimate kind of crazy conspiratard, you know, azimuthal equidistant flat Earth group out there that now we have to deal with. You know, and that makes perfect sense. The best way to kind of ruin something is to usurp it. You know, you don't overtly take it over, you infiltrate. You know, that's a pretty good way to do things. But anyways, I digress. The point is that this is kind of a different corner of this topic where we really try to stick to what's empirical, you know. And if it can't be validated in some way or tested or measured, then we throw it out. And if people aren't being honest with themselves or even paying attention to the obvious things like, you know, gravity is just a mathematical concept. There's no science involved in it. There's never been an experiment. Nobody busted out a beaker. You know, a Bunsen burner was not ignited. No one did anything. They just went to a drawing board and like, yeah, gravity. They just made up a bunch of equations. They turned concepts.
Brother, you can definitely prove gravity.
No, you can't. I'm sorry.
Equations. Come on.
No,
man.
I'm sorry. I know. This is a bummer too. But there's no gravity. There's no magical force reaching up and pulling things down to the ground. There's no space fabric, you know, for you to kind of like bend with mass, whatever the hell that is. And then all of a sudden that makes things go to the Earth and then also orbit and then also move sideways and then also go outward. Like it's all stupid.
Okay. Do you believe in God or that God created Earth and
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So he made it flat.
Yes.
And he just made the moon round and Jupiter round and
Yep.
Why is Earth special and why is it the only flat?
Well, it's the place we live for one.
The sky.
Well, I mean, I want to. Well, hold on, T. But before he gets there, I'm going to let you go. But I don't want you to get the wrong impression. We're not describing an Earth in outer space, not a flat Earth in the outer space. That whole thing is all based on the Earth being a ball. If the Earth is not a ball, that whole model, it's just a concept. It falls apart. No one went to space. No one's on the ISS. All that stuff is propaganda. I'm sorry. You know, I'm just going to break it to you straight. Yes, it is propaganda. And we're watching them fake it in real time. Like they're not even really hiding it that well.
You know, why would they lie about that kind of stuff?
I know that's a great question. I mean, we all have our theories, but it doesn't help us with the fact.
To just
because you can't go and check it. Because you can't go check it. That's why they're lying about it.
If you have enough money, I think you can.
Actually, you can go check it without any money, dude. You just go to an ocean or a beach or a lake. You'll see the water's flat.
Again,
yeah, I know, but he can't go and do what they're claiming to do.
You can get a weather balloon for like 50 euros. A GoPro.
Yeah, and it'll show you the Earth is flat. It shows you the Earth is flat.
You can see.
It shows you the Earth is flat with your weather balloon.
No, it doesn't, brother. Come on.
It does. I'll show you. One sec.
It's all about scale and the lenses of the cameras. You guys have been fooled for years, and you have this dissonance about this. You see wrong information, and you believe it because you want to believe it. You talk to each other, and you like.
Yes, I was fooled. I was fooled for 45 years, bro. Yes, I was fooled for 45 years.
Are you 45 years old?
No, I'm 51.
You're 50. You're 55.
Yes.
6 years you've been believing in this stuff. So since COVID, the lockdown, you had to stay at home.
Yes, I was fooled for that long, thinking that I lived on a big giant spinning ball.
You started reading about this crazy stuff on the internet, and you believed it. Man, maybe
no, I don't believe it. It's an experience, just like you experience. You deny your natural experience of physical reality. You deny it. You see flat water and you go, it's not flat, it's curving.
It's about scale, brother. I can look out.
No, it's called you having to imagine that it's not what you experience. You're experiencing level horizontal surface of water and thinking to yourself, it's not though. If I was a long way away from it or much bigger, I'd be able to see it curving. You have to imagine that it's not what you're experiencing. I can just experience it and accept it as being what it is.
So let me just get this out of the way. We can't triangulate the height of Polaris or any celestial body, flat or globe. Flat or globe. Yoder's list wins again. So McToon did conceal the fact that you can't triangulate the height of Polaris on a globe during this discussion. And he knows he can't. I mean, this is center to the entire claim of a heliocentric globe spinning around the sun. But his point was to attack Nathan's claim of triangulation. Nathan Oakley claimed triangulation. He claimed a linear distance of 60 nautical miles per degree, flat baseline to a perpendicular to Polaris. That's a triangulation, and there's a geometric logical consequence of that claim. And to me, this is one of the biggest mistakes that has been made over the past few years. And Globers are smart not to claim any triangulation of Polaris at all. They know they can't. They know nobody can. But this point seems to be lost on many flat earthers who think they can. Or they want to have their triangulation cake and eat it too. They want to be able to claim triangulation using a flat earth, but then disavow any claim to the height of any celestial body. That's what's happening. So what Globers do is they treat the light of Polaris as a large flat surface that emanates parallel rays to a small globe. That is their ad hoc space magic escape hatch. If they treated Polaris as a point to be triangulated, like Nathan Oakley claimed you could over a flat Earth, then Polaris would also move with the observer on a globe, just like we sort of see it do from our vantage point on a flat Earth. It is observer dependent, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a mystery that bears no relation to the surface topology of the flat Earth. So if Globers treated Polaris as a single point above a globe, just as what is claimed by triangulation for a flat Earth, then the consequences are such that Polaris ascends and descends with the observer on a globe moving further and closer away, back and forth, to a position underneath Polaris, just like on a flat Earth. Neither point would exist as a fixed triangulatable point in free space at all. So how do the Globers get around this? Well, the non-geocentric Globers claim parallel light rays. They claim that Polaris is so big and Earth is so tiny that the surface of Polaris is effectively flat, perpendicular to the parallel rays that it emanates. The curved surface is a small point somewhere in fixed space that is bathed in that parallel light. If you understand what just happened here, they reversed the geometry. They took the flat surface that you stand on flat Earth, and they moved it into deep outer space. They took the small point that we see in the sky, which is Polaris, and they made that small point around a globe called Earth. And they preserved the geometry, they just inverted it. So the big mistake has been to claim triangulation with CellNav on a flat Earth this entire time. For the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's been that bad, that long. Anytime this is done, anytime triangulation is invoked, it introduces a means to pinpoint the height of Polaris with triangulation, and you can't do it. We all know you can't. You can't have your triangulation cake and eat it too. There's no proof of a consistent 60 nautical mile per degree of angular change relationship that is everywhere produced on Earth. Therefore, we do not have any consistent distances or orientations of land masses or observers consistent over a flat Earth using CellNav. It's not consistent. It's not as accurate as people claim it to be, at least not without a boatload of corrections. Corrections that contradict the rule. So what can be claimed without contradiction is an observer-dependent relationship to the celestial objects in the sky. Nothing wrong with that. Flat or globe, we don't have this validated angle-distance relationship and orientation over any of the vast distances everywhere consistent in reality. So I do think that flat earthers have steered us wrong over the past 4 years, saying elevation angles to Polaris prove a flat Earth. For the same reason that elevation angles to the sun didn't prove anything either way for Eratosthenes. This was seen as a quick, easy win button that many flat earthers got away with for too long because the globers didn't understand their own geometric consequences of this. This is why we rely on surface measurements directly, lasers, long-distance observations, high-altitude infrared photogrammetry. These are all very valid direct means to assess how flat the Earth is. And we've got an abundance of evidence on our side for this. Use it. Globers are starting to figure out that this elevation angle to Polaris claim is not the easy win button for us, as our side thought it had been this entire time. They're exposing it. And they should, because it's a misused argument. It's on my list of misused arguments and bad arguments for this very reason. Even if there was a consistent 60 nautical mile to 1 degree of elevation change relationship in the sky, even if the orientations of the Earth are kind of what they seem to be on all these maps we have, we still have the flat Earth measurements. It does not comport. There's a big problem here. And what we're exposing, if anything, is how people lie about what they see. And if you're a flat earther and you're still using the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map as a flawed but somewhat accurate representation of flat Earth, you're still doing it wrong, folks. That is still 100% globe. There's nothing flat about it other than the projection. The projection distorts the globe calculated distances and makes them inconsistent. It's a non-uniform scale. You're forgetting that part. You're forgetting that when you pull up an AE map and show it to your friends as flat Earth, you're forgetting a crucial fact about this map projection. It's that the calculated circumference of 89 degrees north in the very center of the map, 1 degree off from the point of origin. The circumference of 89 degrees north latitude is about 430 miles. And on that azimuthal equidistant map, 89 degrees south, near the furthest outest edge of that map, 89 degrees south, looks like it should be 60 or 70,000 miles in circumference. It's not. If you apply the scale that belongs to the map, that also is 430 miles. Mm-hmm. Elevation angles to Polaris don't prove anything either way on their own. Not without supporting claims to go along with it. If you're going to claim triangulation as a flat earther, you're going to have a bad time with that. Not only are you going to have, you're going to have to claim a distance, a linear distance that is verifiable, which I don't think has ever been really done. You're going to have an incoherent sky geometry that you have to be comfortable with. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable with claiming distance or linear baselines. Has anybody ever proven that you can stand directly underneath Polaris in the first place? Has anybody taken a 90-degree elevation angle to Polaris? Has that ever been done? We're going to uphold ourselves as a community of zetetic empiricists. We're going to rely on a body of evidence and firsthand observations to back our claims. If we're going to be claiming elevation angles to Polaris, how come nobody in our community has ever been able to produce evidence of a 90-degree angle, elevation angle to Polaris in the first instance? Stop using it or cough up the evidence. You're making us look terrible. All right, I'm going on mute. Have you seen this this video making its rounds? It was from the Worldwide Debate server live stream. And they have this guy on who is a film camera optics expert. Have you seen this? It came out, I think, yesterday. 6 hours.
No, I haven't. Do you have a link?
I'll have to post a link later. Maybe if DJ comes on, he can, because he shared it with me.
Yeah.
So this guy comes in, and he sounds like he's a flat earther. I've never heard of him before. And he's got this highly specialized background in camera and film. And he said, when I first came into this topic, there are two things that were on my mind, top of mind. And that is what is the optics of our world? Is if refraction is the thing, does it favor a flat or a globe reality? And second, for how long have they been able to fake imagery and film and still life and so on? So himself having a background in this, he gets into the details. He goes back to like the 1920s. And he starts playing film through the 1920s, through the 40s and 50s, describing some of these very early techniques that they used for faking scenery. And some of the techniques are really good. He's saying, yeah, we've got back in like the 1930s and 40s, they had the equivalent of 16K resolution. And in the 40s, they had the ability to roll film at 400 frames per second. I mean, this is astounding stuff. This is the kind of thing that we're not really familiar with, that they had this technology back then and they were using it.
Right.
He explained a complex process where they can use matte layers to create false images and scenes. And all of this is really building up to examining the Apollo 11 footage. How the camera burn-in was faked. By camera burn-in, I mean there's some segments of the Apollo 11 footage where you can see the moon through the astronauts and the horizon through the astronaut. And it sounded like what he was saying is the camera burn-in feature would make sense. Like if the camera was set up on the moon and you have this bright, intense light that was leaving a burned-in image onto the back of the sensor, that it would leave this ghost in there, kind of like the old school screensavers. They kept your computer monitor from burning in the Windows background. So he said it almost looks like they purposefully did a camera burn-in just to try to make it look more authentic. But then there are some interesting cases where they would move the camera and the horizon moved, which means it wasn't a burn-in. And there was a case where he showed that the camera was still and not moving, and the Apollo LEM, the lunar lander module, which was casting a shadow on the moon, was like lifted off and moved somewhere. It's like, how did that happen? That the shadow moved, the camera stayed still, the horizon is focused. What caused the Apollo landing module leg shadow to move like that? And it was right at the end of what looked like a scene. So it's like they were deciding to pack it up for the day,
There's
put
a lot of
everything away, and
problems
take
with
it out
that
tomorrow.
footage. Yeah.
But man, just all kinds of stuff. He was talking about how they had basically in the 1940s almost a virtual reality experience, which they'd used to train aerial gunners. He described how they had multiple cameras providing a curved screen around the watcher, and the watcher had these guns, and they would create film, basically they'd fly like model airplanes around, and they'd film it, and they would project the film onto the screen, and they had hit detection using these mock-up guns. They had hit detection built into the background of the screen somehow using light and hitboxes, and they would register hits every time the aerial gunner would successfully hit one of these model aircraft in this movie that he was watching. It'd register a hit, and it was immersive because the screen surrounded him, like 1940. Like, holy crap, dude! Basically, the case it seems to be that the special effects industry, which is already pretty secretive, like Hollywood likes to keep their special effects under wraps because they don't want competitors figuring out their camera tricks. But there was a lot of high-end camera trickery that was well known deeper into the past than we think, which means footage from propaganda that we're watching has a higher chance of being faked using techniques that we wouldn't even consider that were available at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I watched those Charlie Chaplin movies with him hanging off of skyscrapers and stuff, and it looks pretty real. And that's from like 1929, so they had the tech.
Right. Overall, an outstanding live stream. I think the Worldwide Debate server is the community where the Flat Earth debate people rolled into, hosting Nathan Oakley and all the others. I haven't joined it, but I got to say, like, if they can get content developers like this, like high-end credentialed people, highly educated, well-composed, mature people, the Flat Earth community's been hurting for content, new content for a while. Like, we've seen a lot of recycled stuff for the past 2 to 3 years. Not that we don't really need anything new, but it'd be really neat to get some fresh takes on things. More observations, more analysis. It keeps the topic from getting stale and it draws people in.
Yeah, I need to record some observations that I've done. I've been lazy. I know Indio did a good one just recently, so he's planning on doing some more this year.
Yeah, that's a goal for me too. It had been hard for me to get away. I'm such a busy dude. Working, I have a pretty involved family life. Carting kids to sports and activities. Like, I don't have free time.
I got 4 kids myself. It's a hassle.
Yeah.
But it's fun and it's worth it. I love my family.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it. I'd rather do this than to film Flat Earth Proof, but if I can do both, that'd be great. But I've got a huge career pivot coming up that will afford more time. And I'll be able to take very easily some discretionary time throughout the day, throughout the week to go do something. But I need to get settled into all that and develop a pace and a reputation first before I start exercising my flex.
Right.
Just
Yeah, I
need a
got
good
lucky.
half a day. Huh?
I got lucky. I have a job where I can work from home all the time. 2016, I started working with Bitcoin, and that was a good deal for me. So
Awesome. Man, I got into the crypto game really early, back when we had to buy crypto using bank drafts. And it was only Wachovia or Wells Fargo or something, Bank of America, that would accept and give you bank drafts, which you can use to buy Bitcoin with. It was crazy. And then you could mine it yourself, obviously. And the ATI Radeon mining arrays that were out, the ant miners that came out that were not that great.
yeah, we were mining Ethereum back then.
Yeah, when Ethereum came out, I still think
You could
Ethereum
actually
had
get a few
the most promise.
at home. Yeah, you could actually get some from your own house back then.
Right. I had like 10 or 11 Bitcoin or something at one point. I'm like, damn it.
I'll do one better. My brother and I, we had 70.
Nice.
But we sold and we bought some houses and stuff instead. So I like property, but I wish I would have kept it now, obviously. But, you didn't know. 2020 this was.
You got to cash out at some point. Otherwise, you're going to die clutching it.
Right. I mean, I still have some left, but not all that much. Hey, Hackledog, you're hot micing. Good morning, by the way. I saw something in the chat about that girl, Secrecy. No, what's her name? Wait. Security. She's new to Flat Earth, and I think she converted, but her husband was in here for a couple of days ago, and they abruptly cut the feed, disconnected. So I was curious to talk to her again and see if he has come around or not. It's always difficult I remember when I became a Flat Earther, the first person I wanted to tell was my wife. She didn't take kindly to it, so I can't talk to her about it. But so I understand the problem, the dynamics there. So
yeah, I was the same way. My wife doesn't care. Like, she doesn't get turned off by it, but she isn't curious about it either. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it's about that's probably where we're at this point. She lets me have my thing, right? But she doesn't want to talk about it.
My kids are hearing about it in school right now, which is kind of awesome. Like, the kids are starting to talk about it. Public schools.
My son is 6, and he's at that point where they start to show him the globes and stuff like that. So it's difficult.
Yeah, man, that sucks.
And basically, when you turn on YouTube, every other video has the moon and stars and rockets and spaceman and aliens in it. So it's a lot of propaganda that they get on them immediately. It's way too early. They have no critical thinking at that age, really.
I've seen an uptick in random jabs at Flat Earth and cartoon content, social media content for kids and stuff. It seems like that this is happening. I don't know if you're aware, but we had, and back in 24/7 in the home server a few years ago, there was a period of time where over the course of maybe a year or so, we would have all these media people coming in. People from newspapers. People from like USA Today. USA Today in particular sticks out. We had journalists from USA Today come in and wrangle with us and spiral out and lose their freaking minds. And then they'd go write articles that would appear on USA Today about their their feelings towards flat earthers. And you can actually go to usatoday.com right now, search flat earth. You're going to see like 20 or 30 articles by the same like two people over a compressed period of time, maybe 2023, I want to say it was, where they're just like coping hard with flat earth.
I think I remember
working its
reading
way
these
through the
articles
mainstream.
when I was flying. Because you get the USA Today for free when you're flying, and I had a job back then that required me to fly around a lot. So I think I remember those articles actually.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
But I don't know. Any publicity is publicity. Maybe people start looking into it. I can't even remember what I was thinking when I read it. I always thought about the helicopter thing. Like, why can't you just fly up, sit in the helicopter for 12 hours, and land somewhere else? That was my first. That was my first question. And it kind of spiraled.
Yeah, like what's perpetually keeping the air moving with the rotation of the Earth. Like, I get there's conservation of momentum, but that energy is going to bleed off due to tangential forces, you could say. Is the air wants to keep going in the direction that it's being flung, and the ground is rotating away underneath it. You're going to have eddy currents. You're going to see, without a mechanism to keep the air moving, you should see the helicopter at rest as the Earth begins to rotate under it over time.
Yeah, that was my thought. And I mean, winds go in all directions. You can ask any pilot about that. They don't follow the Earth's spin. So it was always something that bothered me, and it's been bothering me since I was a kid, but I didn't really look into flat Earth until around when COVID started. I had more time then.
That's when I dove into it too. Like, locked in, locked down, can't go anywhere, bored. And let's see what this flat Earth thing is about. Holy shit.
I mean, I was already a little bit of a critical thinker because I didn't buy into that whole thing, but it started to make me curious about it. And I actually watched a few of those Eric Dubé videos. That's how I got in contact with it, and I thought it was convincing, the arguments. So then I had to go out and look for myself. People give him a lot of shit, but he's probably converted a lot more people than you think. Or not converted, but made them think about it at least.
Yeah, for sure. He and Mark Sargent, even David Weiss, get a lot of credit for opening the idea. The danger is, of course, that feast of nonsense that people talk about that comes with it.
That is the problem. All the speculative stuff. So if you can set that aside, it's a growth process. And now I finally feel like I've ended up with my people in here.
Yeah, same. The topic naturally attracts a lot of weirdos, though. So
yeah, you go through the whole spectrum there for everything from lizard people to other lands and things like that, and sky ice and whatever else they want to come up with. So
it's sky ice, yeah.
it's a maturing process, right?
Yeah, it is.
So
it is. It's not fair to criticize people that are in the process as long as they're in the process of maturing and they're not stagnant.
Right. I actually read a really nice, there's a white paper that they have measured the one-way speed of light, and they say that it's faster east to west than west to east.
Yeah.
Talking about the Sagan effect. If, the whole theory of relativity is based on speed of light being a constant. If it's not a constant, the whole thing crumbles, right? Did I understand that correctly? Yeah. So it was very interesting. I think it's going to crumble, and I think they're going to do more tests like that now and in the future. That's going to show that relativity is a bunch of crap. Yeah,
good riddance, man.
Well, speaking of wives, my wife just stepped into the room. It's time to take our youngest to the school, so I gotta be on listening mode for a little while. But it was nice talking to you, Yoder. I'll be back a little bit later. I'm in the background.
Cool, man. Yep, I'm heading to the office, so I'll be on silent mode by that time. Nice chatting with you too.
Later. Yep.
There's that whole controversy regarding how GPS works, satellites, and relativity. And, GPS systems only work if there's an absolute fixed frame of reference. In this case, they call it the ECI frame, or centered inertial, which is the star frame. It's as if you could attach yourself to the celestial sphere around a globe and watch the globe spin beneath you. So the claim is that you need to calibrate your clocks to this absolute frame of reference in order to measure the difference in timing against the rotating frame on the ground underneath you. So if the speed of light is supposed to be invariant across reference frames, then why do you need to have an ECI frame to begin with? Why do they use an ECI frame? So there's a guy named Ron Hatch. He died not too long ago. He was bringing up what I was just talking about. He holds many patents on GPS and is called in as an expert by Department of Defense for solving hard to solve issues when with the GPS system. He's got something like 30 patents or something pertaining to this. And he's written books and articles where he basically says that the fundamental operations of the GPS system contradicts Einstein's special relativity, contradicts the speed of light's invariance across reference frames. All right, so special relativity, that's the one that came first with Einstein. That's the one that has to do with things moving relative to each other and clocks showing different times as a result of being in different reference frames. But in special relativity, there is no preferred frame. The speed of light should be the same for all observers, regardless of how they're moving relative to each other. So Hatch basically said that GPS proves the opposite because they use a fixed frame called the ECI frame, or centered inertial, and is a preferred frame, right? So this is the one that they calibrate everything to. So all the clock synchronizations they claim atomic clocks on these things. All that synchronization is done with respect to this fixed frame, a non-moving, non-rotating frame. So I guess if you calculate the speed of light, so the speed of like the GPS signals relative to the receiver on the ground, where the receiver on the ground is moving relative to the fixed frame of reference above, then the speed of light is not fixed. It is the speed of light, give or take the relative velocity of the receiver that's in motion. So the speed of light can't be the same for all observers in this case, which violates special relativity, but they claim to be using special relativity all the same. They also pointed out too that there's a curious process in the mathematics where relativistic corrections that are made in one frame are canceled out in another. So like the rotating frame of reference under the ECI frame of the satellite is canceled out by Earth's bulging mass around the equator by general relativity. So you got the general relativity of increased bulge of mass around the equator canceling out the effects of special relativity. up in the satellites. It's as if you don't need to do any relativistic corrections at all. He points out, shows the math in the process and says, this is what they're doing. And it precisely cancels each other out. It's kind of funny. So you don't even need to do all these relativistic corrections. The problem is you got like scientists in room A that's performing relativistic corrections over here, and scientists in room B who's performing them over there. They don't know that when you marry up these two systems that they cancel each other out. And Ron Hatch went on to come up with like some modified theory, modified Lorentzian ether theory, which is kind of like a weird hybrid of relativity and ether. He's got a book, I think it's called like Escape from Einstein or Escaping Einstein. I had a copy at one point. I didn't read all of it, but so for anyone watching or listening, I posted an interesting lecture by Ron Hatch, 2013 at the Thunderbolts conference. Thunderbolts, this is a group of Electric Universe people, which sounds like a fringe idea until you start reading that some of NASA's most prominent scientists believed in an electric universe cosmology apart from one that exists with relativity and gravity fields. There's a guy named Dr. Hannes Alphen. I sometimes talk about him. He invented a field of study called magnetohydrodynamics. It describes that outer space is really just a soup of plasma. And if gravity exists at all, its effect is so negligible as to not be needed. So then, what are satellite orbits if that's the case? What are satellite orbits? Why is it I can Google magnetic ground stations? I don't know why I can do this. I can Google magnetic ground stations for satellites, and I'll get a whole worldwide network of ground stations for some reason that are positioned where they are relative to, I don't know, some flux in Earth's magnetic field in order to successfully manage and operate satellites. So while, the rest of the world and your kids in class and everybody's taught about these hunks of metal self-orbiting due to gravity wells around Earth, it seems NASA is operating this stuff under a completely separate set of principles. One that seems to be more conformal to this whole electric universe idea. Globe or flat, you should find this interesting.
And even if you can do that, look, what I said before holds. Whatever the sun is doing, it has nothing to do with the surface property. Benny Light says, all these ridiculous excuses I've heard before. Yeah, why are you still here then? If you know all the arguments, stop bothering us. You're obsessed with us, maybe. But it's fine, Benny, if you want to stay. It's good. Go on.
Is he in the YouTube chat? Is that what he is?
Yeah, he's in the YouTube chat. I had nothing better to do, so I engaged with him there.
Like, ridiculous excuses. Well, that isn't a refutation of what was said. Just saying it's ridiculous. So what? I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was asked for proof, and he said, excuses. That's not an excuse. That's what he's asking you to back up your claim.
He's a funny little guy, a YouTube troll. But it's okay. I mean, he's asking a question, and there might be other people who think it's interesting to hear about it. So he says,
Do you know how long? Do you know how long he's been perched up in that YouTube?
For years.
Probably going on like 10 years. Ever since the Helio started streaming, he's been up in there. Crazy.
Well, Benny, if you ever want to come over and talk to us in, face to face, you know where to find us. We're on discord.gg/English Hub, Eng Hub, ENG Hub. Benny says, you said you didn't know the sun was thousands of miles away, but now you say that you know where the ground position is. Make your mind up, Strawman. How can you even construct a sentence like that? What does that have to do with anything? Me not knowing where the distance and knowing the ground position, those are two different things. Then he says, lol, every conversation about sunset always ends in them throwing their hands in the air and saying we don't need to look at the sky. Of course. Why do we?
No, that's not the problem. The problem is no matter what we say about the sky, it can't, just as a matter of just logic, prove what the Earth is. Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that is not the thing in question. So how can I look at like my neighbor's tree to prove what my house is, or my neighbor's house to prove what my house is? You can't look at something else to prove the thing in question, just as a matter of logic. We can construct a bullshit convoluted argument about what the sun does and what it does over the flat Earth, come up with some so-called explanation, but it wouldn't prove the shape of the Earth. That's the problem with globe earthers. They fail basic logic. They can't even do the basics.
I know, right? Listen to what he says now. Now he's just rage baiting, but I just think it's funny. It brings content. He says, nobody has ever measured Earth flat. What do you say, Indio? Nobody.
Nobody. Okay. So not FE Core, they didn't do it. So nobody that ever surveyed, what's that bridge in China that's 100 kilometers long?
Yeah, the Susheng Bridge or something like that, yeah. Every single time a geodetic server go out, they measure Earth flat first, and then they transform it into the ball afterwards. So thousands of people have measured the Earth as flat. But Benny, you've been over there on YouTube for 10 years. Nobody ever walked you through a laser test. I mean, why don't you understand that if you shoot the laser a foot over water on one side and it ends up a foot over on the other side, that the water doesn't curve? How have you not been able to understand the logic in that? I mean, I feel like I don't even have to go into detail. If you've been here 10 years, you should have heard about this hundreds and thousands of times. How are you not able to process it? What's your explanation for the laser not ending up 66 foot in the air on the other side? It's just weird. Cope. The Suez Canal has no allowance for curvature, says Bruno. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't. Or is it the Panama? I can't remember. It's one of them. Yeah. Probably Swiss.
It's the Suez. We actually had the documentation for the engineering of the Suez is available. They don't do any curvature, anything in there.
Yeah, that's what I read. I don't have the source for it, so right now it's just hearsay, but I heard from someone who said that when they built the railroad system in England in the 1800s, they first tried to account for curvature, and then they actually noticed that there isn't any, so they made some kind of rule. You're not allowed to count for curvature in any construction in England from this point on. But I haven't been able to find the source. I wonder if any of you guys have heard about that. It would be really interesting to dig it up. Benny says he doesn't answer my question if he ever heard of the laser tests. He doesn't answer it. Why the laser doesn't end up 66 foot in the air as it should do, as it has to do if the Earth is a ball of radius 3959. He is continue blabbering on.
Yeah, you love how he tried to reverse it. He says, now I'll probably be banned for asking too many questions. No, you should be banned for not answering questions.
That's right.
You're not answering them.
Don't worry, Benny. I have moderator access over there, and I'm not banning you. I think you're entertaining. Just keep doing whatever you're doing. But listen, you could answer the question. India is making a good point. If anything,
And now he says, I asked for logical explanations, and every single explanation was easy to refute.
Yeah, well, why didn't you refute it then?
Like, literally, you tried to use the sun to prove the Earth was a globe or flat. That is illogical. What are you talking about, brother?
Yeah, and he won't address the laser question. All right, who do we have here? Someone joined and they left. I gotta be quicker. I'm fishing. You gotta catch those glober fishes as soon as they join. You gotta say hello to them. All right, well, back to Benny then. Blah, 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 blah. The sun, blah, blah, blah. He's boring. Yes, I've been here for 10 years, and not once have I ever heard a logical explanation for sunset or flat Earth. You've heard it a million times. It's ridiculous that you don't understand it. And even if we didn't have an explanation, which I think we do, actually, we explain it with perspective mostly, right? But why don't accept it? We have explained it to you.
No.
Multiple people.
No, this dude doesn't. I guarantee, Benny, you understand basic geometry? Just basic geometry, projective geometry, perspective. You even understand how any of that is? The horizon is not the physical edge of something. Okay? You say there's no logical explanation. That's nonsense. Okay? We know that the horizon's not physical. Okay? So when you hear any explanation that doesn't propose that the horizon's not physical, you think that that's illogical. It's illogical to think the horizon is physical. Because of observation shows that it's not. Because the distance to the horizon moves around, which you'll admit yourself. You're just using logic like a buzzword, Ben. That's all. Just a buzzword. You can't even create a logical syllogism to support a globe in the first place. You can't even construct one. Nobody can.
He doesn't know what one is. I think, Indio, the easiest explanation here, Occam's razor, he's just low IQ. I mean, it's sad to say it, but that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
If you can't get it after 10 years. I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I got it immediately. First time someone told me about the size of the Earth and how much it must drop over distance, I understood it immediately. The first time someone explained to me, you notice how you see things above you and they go away, it looks like they go down? That's called perspective. And I was like, yeah, I get that. But this guy, he's been here 10 years. He doesn't get it yet. What does that tell you?
I get you. I bet you he couldn't steal, man, a single flat Earth argument. That's what you get from these guys. They don't get it because they never paid attention in the first place. They just talk. They don't listen. They ask questions but don't listen to the answer. It's been coined by Majin. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. So they ask a question, ignore the answer, and then repeat the question, which is what he's been doing. Now, and I've been starting to call these guys out on this. that this is just a tactic. Just ask, ignore, repeat, ask, ignore, repeat, and then say you can't answer. When you did answer 10 different ways, 10 different times.
That's what that guy Gunslinger has been doing for the last 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. He come in here every day for the first few weeks asking the exact same question. Where's the edge? we gave him the answer every single time. He still kept going back. And sometimes when I'm listening to the channel, right, and there's a Glober up, I can predict this guy will reset soon. And sure enough, give it a few minutes, half an hour or whatever, and he resets and asks the question he asked 2 hours ago. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I'm sure you've seen it as well, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Like, when they do that, you have to just go, okay, what did we tell you last time? Tell us what we told you last time. Otherwise,
yeah, and they can never do that. They can't steel man it, can they?
No. The steel man is a useful tool. Just figure out if you're even paying attention. But dude said in the chat, you want to read that one? That's a classic.
All right, let's see what he says. Okay. Using straight line measurements and triangles does not mean you're measuring the surface flat. Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, brainiac.
Yeah, he's a real brainiac, this guy. You guys have been demanding measurements of curve for over a decade now. That's right. And none of you can even provide a measurement of the curvature of a basketball.
Oh, sure.
What are you talking about? Of course.
Yeah, I'm with you now. The low IQ thing, I'm with that.
Yeah, I mean, we use that as an example all the time, don't we? Drop over distance. Imagine you have a basketball in your hand. That's how we explain it, right?
Just making stuff up now.
Yeah. But that's good. Maybe nobody has given him any attention over 10 years. Benny, this is your chance. Give us some good arguments. Show us some drop over distance measurements. You got to have some really nice evidence if you're stuck to your belief for 10 years. Benny, what's your best evidence that you live on a ball in space? What do you think, India? Is he going to say NASA pictures?
SpaceX.
Yeah.
Elon fanboy.
Yeah, I bet he has one of those T-shirts. I love NASA. Or I want to work at SpaceX when I grow up. All right, what's going on in our own chat? Yoder says something. Perspective can make a rocket or airplane that is ascending appear to be descending to the horizon towards the ground instead. Yeah, exactly. It's just perspective. That's all it is. Hey, India, let me ask you a serious question between two flat earthers here while I have you here. So when they looked at the stars, I'm going to ignore Benny for a little while now because I'm interested personally in this. Someone looked up at the sky and they saw, oh, look, there are stars up there. And they're like looking like they're situated in a sphere. So that means the Earth is probably a sphere as well. Do I have the right interpretation of that?
No. I mean, my understanding is it's more like a metaphysical aesthetic that a sphere is the most perfect shape. They really couldn't see stars, and even Galileo's telescope was only like a 4 times magnification. So they really couldn't see if stars were spheres. I mean, in the moon, in the sun, can't really tell by looking at them they're spheres, but the initial reason, my understanding from Copernicus and Plato and Pythagoras, called the Pythagoras, is that it's aesthetic. The same reason that they killed Pythagoras because of what was it, square root of 2 or something like that didn't exist, and they freaking murdered him. He didn't believe in irrational numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess I think I rephrased it. I need to rephrase it.
It's like a metaphysical aesthetic. That's kind of like the reason they didn't really that the Earth was that the universe must be spherical. So the Earth must be spherical because that's obviously the most perfect shape there is. I mean, that's in Copernicus's Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. It's like explicitly says it. This is even like speculation. They wrote it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I think I need to rephrase my question a little bit, though, because I was more getting at the fact that we have non-Euclidean vision, so it looks to us like stars further away or further down, and that kind of brings the sky. You see the sky as a dome, right?
Yeah, that's because you don't have any way to get the distance to the stars relative to
right. So that's all I'm saying. So the stars could very well be located on a perfectly flat plane. Am I right about that? But we as humans. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was my question. So, yeah. All right, that makes sense. I mean, not that we can make a claim about it.
There's a weird contradiction here. I mean, because if you go, okay, sky seems spherical, right? We can measure the angles between stars, and they seem to follow this linear relationship, these angles. But then on the other hand, they say, well, it appears as if the sky is a sphere of infinite radius. And then you go, okay, sphere of infinite radius. Isn't that supposed to be flat? So how can a flat-looking sphere prove to have the properties of a sphere? So there's like two infinite parallel planes follow the linear angle relationship. See, it doesn't make sense because it's like these two ideas, Gödel proved that, there's no mathematical system which is you can prove is actually self-consistent. Maybe it's just not self-consistent. Our ideas about the way it should be just wrong. Which is what I think. Yeah, the sky looks like a hemisphere. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that was kind of my premise. And
I should caveat with a kind of, because when you get like at zenith, near zenith and near the horizon, things get a little messed up. You know what I mean? Because of the air, because of refraction, or the inability to do accurate measurements with a telescope when it's pointed straight up.
Yeah.
So there are some. So if you look in astronomy or even celestial navigation, they only observe the sky within a range, right? Within 30 degrees above the horizon and 30 degrees down from the zenith. So they're really only looking at kind of like a ring, where they say, hey, this is where we can actually make measurements which actually follow the spherical relationship, and that below that it gets messed up. But that's the funny thing, is that at the horizon is where the difference between a sphere and a flat Earth actually would be, right? But they're saying, well, we can't make the measurements here because they're just not accurate, right? And why do they say they're not accurate? Because they don't follow that linear angle relationship anymore.
Right.
They claim that if you go to the northern latitudes, you have to cover more land to get the same angular displacement in the sky. And then they say that the stars are lumpy.
They're what? Did you say lumpy?
Yeah, that's geodetic deflection of the vertical.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lumpy. It's like raisin bread, inflating. The universe is like the bread, and the raisins are like the galaxies.
Oh yeah, that too. Cosmic inflation could be asymmetrical, and not that you'd actually measure it.
I heard your monologue yesterday at like 7:30. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
What was he on? What did you say he was on?
He went into a worldwide debate. It's a new server.
Oh, okay. Who's it run by? Is it run by Globers, or is it just like the debate server?
I don't know, but it appears to be the old FED crew, Ballbuster crew.
Oh, what is debate? Are they rebranding?
I actually think Riggs runs it, or is it one of the people who do?
Oh, yeah. I don't think Riggs is really one of the FED crew, but he has been running that server for a long time.
Oh, okay. Well, they're all there now, and I think they rebranded or something. So I don't know much beyond that, but
I think the original name was World of Conspiracy or something. Or that could have been a Discord that he got, destroyed. I don't remember. Oh, I haven't been keeping up on it.
all right, I have to go back to listening now.
All right, cool.
Yeah. I always found it interesting that this guy looks like it might be dome-shaped or whatever, or spherical, hemispherical. But I wonder what it would look like from above. If we had a God's eye view and you look down at the Earth, would the Earth look like a bowl? I mean, we don't know what's outside of it, so who knows? If you could go that high up, maybe that's why they give us those round pictures from space, because human perspective would see it like that or something. I don't know. Can't even. It's hard to conceptualize it in my head.
It's hard even to so there's certain things which are, so people may they go, hey, the Earth would look like this. So how do you even know that? Because things like Newton's thin lens approximations, they're not going to work if the object is very far away, right? There's we can't even model, hey, there's some object, because the size of the aperture relative to the size of the distance is large. This isn't having like having a ball 10 feet across the room and you have a lens with that's 2 inches in diameter. This is, your lens is 2 inches in diameter and the ball's 100,000 miles away. So that distance relative to the size of the opening is ginormous, right? It's like, back term, astronomically different. So zooming in and out, you're not moving any appreciably closer, because this is one of the things where they change the lens. They zoom in on a toy globe, and then the continents change size when they zoom in and out. Well, yeah, of course it does. The size of the lens is meaningful compared to the size of the object you're taking an image of, and its distance, right? So it's a proportional thing. It has when it's far away, they say the 1972 Blue Marvel, 100,000 miles away. The lens is like a 70 millimeter camera, and they're saying, hey, it depended on his field of view. But changing your field of view from that far away isn't going to amount to a hill of frickin' beans.
Right.
It's just going to change how much of the Earth is in the image, right? Right? Is it do I have 50% black around the Earth or 20% black? But it isn't going to wrap around the ball, right? This is because when you're zooming in, when it's close, it's kind of like you're collecting light from the sides as well by changing the field of view like that. So you can see kind of around the ball. You're not really seeing around it. You're just not cutting off that light. But this isn't going to matter when something's 100,000 miles away. It isn't going to have any effect whatsoever. So speculating on what it would look like, how it could look like, I just think that because the scales are so large, it's just like absolute speculation.
Yeah, it's absolutely yes. Yeah, let's do a thought experiment. If you think about a checkerboard, infinite in all directions, and you go directly, and you're in the middle, and you can elevate yourself up directly as far as you want to go, right? The way our vision works, even if the checkerboard is a square, right? Wouldn't it look like a circle anyway to us? Because we can't resolve it. Like, since our vision sees in curved lines, don't we?
Yeah, I mean,
what would be around it? They would eventually just look black to us, right?
It's hard to imagine. Yeah, I mean, are you saying that if you like got higher above it?
Yeah, if you're really high up, even if it's a square checkerboard, right, you would still see it as a circle because of how our vision works, right? Or how our
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter, even if we have the tech one day to go 10 million miles out, if Earth is a plane that's really, really big, it's still going to look like a round circle to us from above, is what I'm saying. But I don't know, I haven't really thought it through, but it's just something I work with computer graphics a little bit. I wonder if maybe you can simulate it somehow. I don't know. Anyway.
With NASA says that the horizon at altitude is basically indeterminable, and they've tried all different computers and AI and all sorts of stuff that it's too blurred to like actually say, hey, this is the horizon line. Basically, there's a paper on it. It's on NASA's PDF server.
Right.
So you're not even seeing like the Earth. You're just seeing like like a smear of air and ground. Right. It's not even.
Yeah, I've seen.
What is that? What is that? The smudge tool in Photoshop, right?
That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah. I've seen some new renditions. There's like an orange glow and stuff. They're trying to kind of get it to work, but it is. They can't.
And then we have the weird photographs. Like there's a photograph from the top of I think could be Mount Rainier. And you can see like the shadow of the peak of the mountain go up into the distance. And it's like the shadow's like hovering in the air, right? The point of it is like, it's not following the ground completely. It's like it goes off into the air.
Right.
It looks like, right? Because the point is like in blue sky, right? It's not being cast on the clouds. It's like being cast on blue sky, which is kind of weird. I mean, yeah, a lot of this stuff hasn't been worked out, right? It's just been like, oh, Earth is a ball, and then blah, blah, blah. There's no need to investigate it any further. And that's where a lot of this stuff lies, where a lot of it's still unknown because it's never been like thoroughly researched. They've been pouring their research money into other things.
What I think is weird is that people still, with the tech we have today, believe that boats, for example, go over a physical curve. That is weird to me, because I mean, they say that the ancient Greeks were really smart. They had a high IQ and they were like the best of the best, and they came up with their mathematics and all kinds of stuff like that. But seriously, I'm starting to believe that they weren't that smart at all, and people today with the tech we have now should be able to figure it out.
Well, I mean, like, it wasn't like all the Greeks. It was only some of the Greeks that bought into the idea. So can't lump them all in together. Unfortunately, they weren't smart on letting the Baltar Greeks win, basically.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they won the intellectual battle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, I mean, Einstein won, and his theory is retarded, basically. But yeah.
Oh, dude! I mean, I swear to God, people just like, the more they don't understand it, the more they believe in it. Like, it's like some weird psychological bias, like quantum mechanics or general relativity. Oh my God, it's so deep. You got to be super smart to understand it. It's got to be true because I don't understand it. Right? That's what makes the less I understand, the more true it is.
Right.
Which isn't crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Hey, I'm going to read.
You heard rattle on about quantum mechanics and don't know anything about it and think it's like some deep, blown away concept. Like, no, it just means you think you're a brain in a jar. I mean, that's all it really means.
Yeah, we end up in the Dr. Blitz territory with he doesn't know he has hands.
Yeah. Maybe he does. His hands are in a superposition, like a superposition of knowing and not knowing, right?
Right.
But then the thing is, like, who's going to look at it? Do those people even really exist? Is there a person to look at it, or is it just another jar?
Right. I feel, though, that if someone would have come up with the theory of relativity today, they would have been scrutinized more. I mean, with the internet and everything, it just sounds so ridiculous. We have something called bendy space-time and blah, blah, blah. You know, the whole thing. It's just, when you read it, it sounds dumb.
And I mean, to say, like, there'd be like something like 220 physicists took out a full-page ad in the New York Times railing against general relativity.
Right.
So there was pushback. It just didn't win. It's like, the ideas that make it into popular culture, it's the whole idea of the mind virus, right? Ideas don't spread because they're true. They spread because they're good at spreading.
Right.
So it's evolutionary theory of ideas, that ideas that are good at spreading, just like procreation, right? Good at reproducing. Those are the ideas that spread. They're good at reproduction and they spread through the human social consciousness, not because of truth, but because of, they're easy to spread. You tell me, I tell somebody else, and I tell somebody else, and it entertains the human mind, and they find it for some reason to tell some other person, right? So the idea spreads. Well, the world.
As soon as you can push someone's idea past the first generation, you're set. Because then they have no way. After the first generation dies out, there's no way to confirm it anymore. Then it's just tradition. That's how the ball has survived, basically.
Yeah, just tradition, Western tradition. There's also political, I think, egotistical and political pressures because of the narrative that comes along with it about this, according to them, the discovery that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
It was Western civilization that did it, and not the Chinese, and it wasn't the Indians, and it wasn't the Aborigines, and it was the super smart white people, Western civilization, that discovered it. And that's why it's like a superiority thing. Though it's not outright saying, hey, we're superior. But, you still, you don't have to say it. They're just still acting it out.
Right.
And I'm not saying Western civilization isn't superior. It clearly is. But it has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball.
Shit, that's a bit of a problem, I think, because it would be impossible for a globe to measure flat.
So what would be correct? Saying it's a globe, or do you go with the measurements? I mean, how do you pick?
What about eclipses?
I can make eclipses with a ruler and an orange.
What about time zones?
China has one time zone. They're either super small or time zones are made up.
How can it be daytime in Japan if it's nighttime in America, though?
Well, so the sun moves across the sky. I know you guys don't know this stuff, but it actually moves if you pay attention to it. You can actually.
So why would they all be lying?
Who's lying? People don't lie that the sun's moving. They see the sun moving. They tell
What
you.
about black holes?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. That sounds made up.
Checkmate. Fluff.
Good one. Wait, so the sun is moving, but if the Earth is flat, the light spreads evenly across the flat Earth. Because
How far does light go? How far does light go? Forever?
No, it doesn't. But
oh, there you go then. So nope, it doesn't go forever. So it doesn't have to light up everything because it doesn't go forever. Okay, we got that solved.
no, look on the flat Earth. Where's USA and where's Japan? It's in a circle, right? It goes around.
Where's Japan? I have never been there, so I've never investigated.
So you're basically saying, like, so you gave me the argument that, like, that's true. Light falls off at some point. Yes, true.
Okay, so there we go.
Just like the sun.
The end.
No, it doesn't end because show me a map of your worldview.
Oh, I don't have a map. I use Google Maps when I drive.
Show me a map
or whatever's built into my iPhone. I either use the iPhone maps, the ones that are built into the iPhone, or I use Google Maps. It depends. Depends on what car I'm in.
So how does that work?
It would be great if we could get $1 trillion in funding and a fleet of ships and planes, and then we could go and make you a map. Google Maps is just a projection of a spherical coordinate system stretched out into a Web Mercator projection with a whole bunch of incorrect sizes and distortions, and it's just a coordinate system.
True,
That's all
but how does it find where you are?
Using the coordinate system.
A bunch of cars drove around. You probably never seen a Google car driving around with cameras all over it. But that drives around and gets its coordinates and takes pictures so it can give you those. That's how it does it. Isn't that amazing?
How does it know where you are?
And then when the planes fly over, the next height up, when the planes fly over, they connect those GPS coordinates to those pictures. And then when they go a little bit higher from a higher plane, they connect those GPS coordinates. And then that's about all you get. Everything else turns into a cartoon.
Are you talking about how does
know that when you're driving from point A to B, where you
because you're getting signals. You're getting signals from towers.
From where?
It's going to triangulate your position.
Doesn't your car have Wi-Fi in it?
Doesn't use Wi-Fi. Use GPS. And
you guys are way in the back in the Stone Ages. Even my crappy car has Wi-Fi.
My car is old, man. I don't need a new car. Waste of money.
There you go.
Well, it's true. Cars are depreciating.
They just use the Wi-Fi signal. They're allowed to use it for free. What do you think of that?
So you're just getting a signal. You're just getting a signal.
In the forest?
Wi-Fi signal.
No, nothing works in a pine forest. Where I live is Ohio, and we have pine trees all over the place. So once you're in pine forest, you got no signal.
Okay, in the middle of nowhere, away from a big city, there's Wi-Fi signal everywhere.
For us, now there is. Never used to be, but now there is.
It's not Wi-Fi. It's 5G or 4G.
And
Wi-Fi is a network between electrical devices.
And still has to be converted to an IP address. Still has to be converted to an IP, so we can call it Wi-Fi.
Is this the globe proof that we were looking for?
No, I was answering to something else that someone brought up.
Okay.
Well, there's no proof. There's nothing anyone can say to prove this to you, because
So why do so many
guys are
people believe
committed.
it if there is no proof?
No, but no. Why do you need to prove anything or disprove anything? You just live your
Because you're
lives.
making a claim about the physical geometry of the surface of Earth, so why can't that be proven? Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe is?
Yes, I know what a radius is.
Of the globe?
I know about according to how they say the diameter of the Earth is.
3,959 miles in radius, yeah?
Well, there you go. You see, that shows me the commitment. You know more about these things because you learn these things by heart.
So has that ever been measured?
By someone with a ruler? No, because it's impossible.
Well, in any way?
I don't know how he came up with that number.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. See, if you want to know whether or not this is true, you need to figure that out. Because it's never been measured.
I live my life, man. I'm happy, man. I just...
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad you're happy. No one's trying to make you unhappy, but you're kind of acting like the Earth is a globe, and we know it's not. So we're just pointing that out, and
You don't know because you can't prove it either. Just like how I can't prove.
Yeah, the laser test. Remember? That's why we sent it to you.
Yeah, I looked at it, but anything I say, you will have an answer.
So how does the laser
already?
Okay, so how would you say the laser hits the target 30 miles away?
I don't have the time to prepare for this like you did.
You don't have to prepare for it. Just be honest and tell us your honest answer. The laser shoots a straight line, right? It shoots a straight line from the laser to the target. Yeah?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
that far,
okay.
Yes.
But on a globe, that's not possible because there's supposed to be a hump of curvature in between it.
I can't explain that because I don't know anything.
I know, that's what we're saying. You can't explain it on a globe.
No,
because
I'm sure it's explainable. It's that
it doesn't work on a globe.
Have an answer. I'm just saying, even if I spend time to come up
there's
with
no
an
answer you can
already
give.
have
It doesn't work on a globe.
You already
it doesn't work on a globe.
So much time. You're just talking over me again. You already have an answer to everything I say anyway.
You haven't. You're not giving us an answer. Well,
No.
you're not responding to it at all. So how can you
I
say
don't have
that?
an argument right now. Yeah, I can probably ask ChatGPT, and you probably have an answer for everything it said.
What do you think ChatGPT would say?
It doesn't agree with you.
Well, and how does it say that the laser hits the target if there's a curve in
And
the
how
way?
do you verify ChatGPT is right, dude?
Well, no, you see, but that's the thing, you know. You say one thing, you have an answer for that, but then how do I know what you say is correct?
Our answer is simple though, and it makes sense. Our answer makes sense because lasers just shoot a straight line, so the laser is shooting the target.
That makes sense.
A straight line across the lake. That makes sense.
What they do is look at reality. You don't got to just listen to what we're saying. You just got to look at reality, what it is. There's a claim of curvature, right? If you're living on a ball, the ball is going to curve. It's not going to be straight. That will be flat. So if you go horizontal, which is straight, they claim that if you keep going straight, you will be flying into free space. The light will shoot into free space, and it wouldn't wrap around. It wouldn't be parallel to any surface. So which meaning that there will be no surface beneath it, right? So if you put something on the surface, right, and you shoot a laser going straight, the laser should shoot flying into free space 30 miles away because the target, wait a minute, hold on, because the target is on the surface that is supposed to be curving underneath it. And the laser should be shooting past it in free space. So
what is a laser? What is a laser?
Oh
laser
my
is
God.
The point is that the laser is a light shooting horizontally. If it's shooting horizontally, which is straight in any manner, on a ball, it should be shooting into free space. So it should not be hitting targets 30 miles away connected to a surface. Because that means that the
on this flat Earth.
Right. Did that mean that
you guys do? You have said there's air and you have an atmosphere on this flat Earth, yeah?
He's ChatGPT'd it. What did ChatGPT tell you, Sean?
Let's see if I just want to test if you actually.
What did it tell you? Did it say the bendy laser is bending around the curve that you've got no evidence for?
Ooh.
No, this is not about the curve. This is just say that this experiment doesn't disprove.
Oh, it doesn't disprove the curve that there's no evidence for. Well, yeah, it does, because according to the globe, there's curvature in between the laser and the target. You wouldn't be able to hit the target.
A laser is not a straight line, though.
Wait, no. But so why do builders and surveyors use lasers to level surfaces?
On short distances, not on 30 kilometers.
Okay, so well, yeah, but that's why you get a powerful laser. Like the military use lasers that can go like 100 kilometers.
They do.
They don't use it though to disprove the.
Yeah, they do line of sight targeting. They do line of sight targeting from ships.
And the Navy use harpoon missiles to shoot straight too, at least 100 kilometers.
Yeah, so this is all over a flat surface, Tron. Just like in your PFP and in the Tron world, you know how it's all flat and everything's moving over a flat, like, surface? Just like Tron. You can understand it like that.
Just like that. Just like that grid.
Yeah, it's all a grid.
That's fiction.
Wait a minute.
Well, it's funny because the globe is the science fiction.
He's gonna change his his picture now, Cyclone.
Why isn't Tron on a ball?
Right. How can you have a laser on the ball? But can you have a laser on the ball pretty much shoot straight and still hits its target when the ball is supposed to be curving either underneath or it should be a physical hump at the horizon?
You guys spend so much time preparing.
Yes, we've spent a lot of time. So you should listen to us.
Have you done this experiment yourself, though?
Yeah, we synced it ourselves, yes.
You have such a powerful laser?
Yes, we synced it ourselves. I actually looked at it with a baller. He called himself Jesse.
I know it's tough to come to grips with, Tron, when you've believed in the globe your whole life. I get it.
That's okay. After this, I'm gonna make myself some food and then go on with my life. So don't worry about that.
Until the next time you go to the beach and you look at that flat horizon and you go, "Damn, it is flat."
So you have
that's okay. I haven't seen a beach in years.
Having a religious belief, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, everybody has. They call it.
I don't believe in God. I'm not a religious person now.
Well, you is a religious person. You believe in a ball.
You're a heliocentrist, right?
Heliocentrist? That the Earth is the center of the universe? No.
No, heliocentrist. That's like the sun. Helios. He's the sun god, isn't he?
Yeah,
the sun is not the center of the universe either. No.
That's not what you think, brother.
So you're not a heliocentrist.
Oh, in the solar system, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So Helios is the sun god, right?
Yeah, Helios.
Yeah, Apollo.
Yeah, so that would be like a religion.
Yeah, you don't have any evidence of what you're talking about, so it's a religion. You just have a belief.
It's
what did we talk? We talk about the sun.
You know what's funny, Tron? Basically, what they've done is these are like old school sun worshippers who have updated their sun worship to some kind of modern, faux scientific cosmological philosophy.
But you have a sun in your flat
Earth. A whole load of people that it's science when actually it's just old-fashioned sun worship. You might as well be going to the top of the pyramid and pulling some guy's heart out of his chest.
I mean, you have a sun in your flat Earth.
You know what's and
heat.
It's really what science was actually created to debunk. People that just believe things.
But you have a sun. You have a sun in your flat Earth that gives you heat and light, right?
It's not our flat Earth, Tron. It's the Earth that you live on. It's the one that you go outside and you
answer the question.
Sun. That's the flat Earth. Yeah.
In your worldview, there's a sun that gives you light and heat.
That's not a worldview. That's an observation of reality.
Answer the question, yes or no.
It's not a worldview. It's reality. You go outside, you see the sun.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you have a sun that gives you light and heat.
Yeah.
And
but why does it go down?
Do you know where the sun physically is?
So the sun. So
It's
how
like-
does sunset and sunrise work?
It's like, you know, if you're at the end of a long road and it's got street lights on it, why do the street lights look like they get closer to the ground the further away they are?
Yeah, why is that?
You're using perspective. Okay.
Well, I'm not using it. That's just what it is.
But why, if you stand at the same spot, the sun moves? You don't move.
Because the sun is moving.
Duh.
But
Did
why
you
does it move
realize
around?
that? Why does the sun move?
So
Is
the
that
sun
your
moves
question?
in a straight line for you.
Well, the sun moves east to west through the sky every day, doesn't it?
Yeah, the sun is moving away.
Why doesn't it move in a straight line then?
Why do it
According to
have to?
your-
Why do it have to?
No, but look,
It just moves east to west. I'm not saying it's moving in a straight line. It's just moving east to west.
but it should be in your. Otherwise, it would look.
There's no
like it does.
should. There's no should, Tron. There's
But
just
look,
what
you
does it?
see-
What
you
is
see
it
when you
observed?
stand outside?
It's not
you
a question
stand
of
this whole
should
day.
or could, Tron. Listen, it's not a question of should or could or would. It's a question of what is it observed to do.
Okay, you stand
Okay.
outside the whole day. You observe the sun.
And you see the sun moving, yeah,
It
Tron?
rises in one point.
Do you?
It goes down and.
Do you or do you not see the sun moving as in changing position?
Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so Tron.
But
So the sun. So we're
but it
saying the sun
rises
is
and
moving
sets.
because we observe the sun moving. So do you agree the sun is moving?
no, it's not the sun that's moving.
Right. So you see the sun moving, and you say the sun is not moving.
No, it's us who are moving.
But you only observe the sun moving, Tron.
Well, I believe the sun that we move around the sun, so of course the sun.
Yeah,
will
but that's
move for
just
us
your belief,
observably.
Tron. This is what we're saying. See, we're going with what's observable in reality, and you're going with what's not observable or experienced in reality.
But
Yeah, that's-
okay, let me go with you. Okay, let's say the sun is moving, not the earth. Okay.
That's what you
So
experience.
why does
Yeah,
it
so let's
look?
go with that.
Why does it still look if you stand in the same spot the whole day? Why does it
Why
still
is it
move?
still look? No,
Just
no, no, no.
let me talk. Why does it still look?
The sun is
The sun
moving.
rises and sets though.
No, it just
So-
moves across the sky.
Right. So the sun is moving.
No,
That's like
it
the
rises and
internet.
sets. It does. It's not moving from east to west. It goes up and down.
It don't
on the
go east to
horizon.
west. According to you guys, it actually do go move from east to west. Actually,
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
it
go up
goes.
and down on a globe, that's for sure.
Yeah, but explain why. How does that optically work then? If the Earth is flat.
How come a plane looks like it's going to crash? when
answer
it's
that
flying?
question.
How come a plane looks like it's
Answer the
going to crash
question.
when it flies away from you? Yeah, when
Answer
it
the
flies
question.
away from you, how come a plane looks like it's going to crash? Can you answer that?
we literally just answered it though. Like you just said, oh,
But
perspective.
you're
and
not.
then-
No, it's
Wait a minute, hold on. We answered it, and you just said, oh, perspective. And then when we explained it to you, you just rinse and repeat what we answered, and then you're going to ask the question all over again. We just answered it. You don't even have a response to it. What's the response?
A
'Cause
plane
if
is
the
moving from
reflected-
right to left into your view. The sun seems to be moving in a circular fashion, though.
Yes, east to west.
No, circular fashion. It's not entering your view field from left to right.
In the east. The sun, so-called, rises in the east and sets in the west. East to west. And we're not making claims, and Flat Earthers is not making claims about sun positions. That's what you guys do. We making claims about the Earth's surface, which requires measurements.
Yeah, Tron, I'm just
So-
saying we all observe and experience the sun to be moving, not the ground. So I'm not going to assume it's the ground just because a textbook said so.
Right, unless you got some proof of that.
Yeah, I mean, unless
But-
someone can measure the ground moving, causing the sun to move. which they can't.
Do you have any
location?
Okay. So when you stand on a mountain,
right now?
what's that?
You on ChatGPT, are you?
No, right now I didn't. On this topic, I didn't ask ChatGPT. I'm just trying to visualize in my head how that's supposed to work. But okay.
Visualize what in your head? How what's supposed to work?
Your argument with the plane and the sun, how that, proves.
With the plane, he was just talking about perspective. In perspective, everything converges to the horizon, yeah?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so when something
That's
gets further away
geometry,
from
yeah.
you, it appears to converge to the horizon. When something comes towards you, it goes over your head. It appears to get higher in your field of view. It's just perspective.
That's like Rayleigh's criteria. So it's like,
and light doesn't travel forever. So eventually, when the sun gets far enough away from you, you'll no longer receive its light, and someone else on the earth is receiving its light, and it's daytime there, nighttime for you.
It's pretty obvious.
So how does that work? That day and night cycle on the flat
Just
Earth?
the sun's movement over the earth and its light relative to your position.
But how does the sun move over that flat Earth?
Well, good question. So how would you test the mechanism of the sun's motion? Could you test it?
Looking at the movement of shadows?
In order for you to test
that would just be looking at it. That wouldn't be testing its mechanisms.
No, you're measuring it. You measure it by the movement of the shadows.
You could measure its motion and its apparent position in the sky, but that wouldn't tell you its mechanisms that's causing it to move, would it?
This is an apparent position in the sky.
Fucking hell.
But still, using your airplane example, that would imply that the sun is moving in such big fashion that it moves far away from your vantage point, and then it does a circular movement to come around again to start at the same spot it started the day before.
Well, whether the movement is circular or not, I don't know, because I'm not in a position to track the sun in its full cycle. But yeah, it's in a cycle, so it comes back and it repeats the cycle annually, right? And has done for thousands of years. Same with all the stars. All the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars, they move in repeated cycles and have done for as far as has been recorded, which is, thousands of years.
Well, you see, but it's not a system, though. It
is a system. The entire Earth, including the luminaries, are a system.
So what are those then?
Well, again, how would you verify what they are?
Okay, but what is the concept? There's no system. There's no concept of a system.
What do you mean? We're not talking about a concept.
There's no model. What is the complete model then?
Model of what?
Of the flat Earth, apart from the Earth is flat.
You can't scale model reality. How would you do that?
Conceptually, how does
but let's say, right, you could scale model a car because you have full access to the entirety of the car. You couldn't scale model reality because you don't know the full size of reality. You don't know the full size of every aspect of it.
You see the stars and the sun. What are those?
You see the stars.
What are those?
What do you mean, what are they?
What are they for you?
Like, what are they made of?
Yeah, what are they? Are they just paintings on the firmament, or are they actual objects in the sky?
Well, how would you verify what they are?
No, I'm asking what you believe.
Well, I'm asking. Well, my question to you should be demonstrative of my understanding of it. You cannot verify what they are.
I don't want to verify. I just want to know what you believe.
Well, why would I believe something when I can't be verified?
So there's no complete model. You just believe the Earth is flat and everything else is not provable. I didn't claim a model.
We're not talking about a model. We're talking about the physical, measurable Earth. That's the surface, the ground.
And everything else, there's nothing beyond that.
No. Well, what do you mean there's nothing? There's the sun, the moon, the sky, and the stars. We observe those. Well, how would you verify that?
No. So again,
yes.
There's nothing beyond that. You can only prove the Earth is flat, and then there's nothing.
Yes. We prove the Earth is flat, and then when you realize the Earth is flat, you realize that the story you were fed about the moon, for example, being a big spinning ball of rock, is also untrue. So then you're left with speculating on what the moon is. And how would you verify that speculation?
You fly to them.
Ah, okay. So how do you fly to the moon? Please tell me.
With a rocket.
With a rocket, okay. So when are you going to do that?
They've already done it.
They've already done it.
That.
Who's already done it?
Oh, you don't believe? Yeah, I know where you're going with that.
Okay, so it's just a story that we have to believe.
You see, but again.
Quick question.
So we're back to belief.
Quick question. Dude, have you heard Elon Musk talk about going to the moon? He said you have to have like 15 starships full of fuel, and you have to refuel it in orbit to get there. So how did they get there on only one tank of fuel?
I never heard him say that, because he wants to fly to Mars.
Yeah, we have NASA scientists saying they have to refill it 6 times. There are different stories here, so what's going on with that?
Show me those NASA scientists.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you.
But that should be a simple math equation, knowing how much fuel is in one of those SLS rockets.
Yeah,
when they depart Earth.
Did this. Yeah, they did this. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the convo. You go on again. I'm going to look.
I'm sure that can be disproved because I can't believe they used the right math then.
Yeah, I'll send you some links. But
listen, I'm not claiming what the sun, moon, and stars are made of. If you want to make a claim about that, then go ahead. But you would have to provide some evidence for that.
There's evidence, but you don't believe the evidence. But so, end of story there. But you don't
believe
have, so
what evidence.
Model.
Believe what evidence?
You don't believe NASA is.
I don't believe
correct.
what.
You believe NASA is a conspiracy.
No. NASA is a propaganda agency. They're an intelligence agency.
So what is the point of telling people the Earth is a globe? What benefit is there from that?
To make you think that the Earth's a globe, and look how well it's worked.
What benefit is there? If there's no economic benefit, why would they do it?
Maybe they want to control what you think about reality.
Well, just like what Trump does every day.
That's a fallacy.
Well, I guess so. Why does Trump want to do that?
Because of money. Why does he want to have green?
Oh, okay. So maybe they like money. Maybe they like power and control over people's minds.
But what money is there from pretending the?
Well, let's see. How much money did NASA make? Was it $70 million a day?
How much spending is their military spending compared to NASA?
You say $70 million a day isn't much. You must be quite loaded.
Well, yeah, $870 billion on military. Why?
Okay.
What does military have to do with NASA?
What is the point of not?
If you were getting a chunk of $70 million a day, you'd say, "Well, that's not much," because this other group are getting way more than that.
What is the point of that?
I would think a fraction of that.
Yeah, some people like money and controlling people's minds.
For what? To what end?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask them because we're not them.
That's a fallacy.
Then what? NASA, the elite.
Yes, NASA are giving you bullshit stories about the globe and space. Yes, that's true. Why are they doing this? Could be a whole host of reasons. Are we them to be able to tell you exactly what it is? No. I could give you some pretty good speculation, but I don't think you deserve it.
I think you have any good speculation, but money would be a good argument. But yeah.
But it's not an argument. It's not an argument. See, the argument was that the laser hits the target 30 miles away, and that's a good argument because you couldn't come up with any even attempt at an explanation for how that would work on a globe.
Not myself, but ChatGPT.
Not yourself. Not anyone. Listen, we've been doing this for years.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
No one, and ChatGPT can't
it's
either.
The same reason
they
why
can't explain it either. They can't explain it either, Tron.
It's the same reason why Muslims know the Bible better than most Christians.
We've had PhDs, we've had all kinds of people through here. None of them can tell us where the curvature is either.
Yeah, that should be like that's the foundation of
where it is. It's like you have to find it, okay?
Yeah, you have to find it and measure it, but no one can, Tron. No one ever has. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's the foundation of your entire claim.
It's not my claim. I never.
Good. I'm glad you don't believe in it, Tron. Good for you.
Tron,
I didn't come up with this claim. It's not.
I know you didn't. It was just a story told to you.
For you in the chat. 16,
but you tell me a story as well.
No, I'm not telling you a story, Joe. Tron, I'm saying you can go outside and see this for yourself.
Exactly, and I see. I don't see what you see.
You see a flat horizon. You experience a motionless surface, same as all of us. You experience the sun moving, same as all of us.
Do it feel like you move?
But already there, I'm not on the same page as you with the sun moving.
Yeah, you do. You are. You experience it. You believe something else, but you directly experience what we experience, which is the sun moving.
Yeah, it doesn't prove
not the
the
ground.
Earth is flat.
I mean,
you experience it flat. It doesn't matter what you believe.
Yeah, we asked you earlier, do you see the sun moving? You said, yeah. Now you're saying that's different.
Yeah, but your argument for why it rises and sets with perspective doesn't really make sense.
Well, why doesn't it make sense?
Because the scale, because a plane moves into your view field. And if a plane comes from left to right, it's the same effect. If it comes from right to left, it's the same effect.
You already agreed with this. Perspective, things converge towards the horizon line.
Yes,
over
but
distance.
the sun doesn't work for me then.
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Well, why would the sun be any different
Well,
if the
yeah,
sun is in that location?
Why wouldn't it be the same thing?
So why is the sun a different size depending on where you stand?
You guys, astrophysicist says that the sun is in the apparent location that you actually not seeing the sun. You're looking at the sun dead light. So why wouldn't that work?
Seeing what?
You guys, astrophysicists, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and other astrophysicists that agrees with him, said that you're not actually looking at the sun when you look at the sun in the sky. The light that you are receiving from the sun, because it's so many miles away, if the sun was to disappear, you would still experience that light for some years, and then the sunlight will eventually go out because you are looking at the sun dead light. So the sun moving away, wait a minute, so the sun moving away, right, where you no longer being able to see that, why wouldn't perspective work for that?
Just to correct that up a little bit, it would be 8 minutes, not years. It would be 8 minutes after the sun disappears, you would stop seeing the light.
Whatever he said. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said 8 years. He got a whole short about it.
Soapy, maybe you can help Tron out.
That's not even. That's not true.
Tron wasn't able to provide, or Tron wasn't sure what the evidence was for Earth being a globe. Soapy, do you have any evidence?
Well, like, what do you want me to, like, try and touch up on for the Earth being a globe?
Okay, so what we're looking for specifically is empirical evidence. So things that we realistically, as members of the public, could go and verify, measure, observe ourselves. So we don't want just to rely on images or videos from unverifiable sources like NASA. We want empirical evidence. Anything like that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You guys talked about the sun and the Earth moving east and west. So could you, like, explain that to me one more time so I can just, like, quickly touch up on that? Because I low-key, like, zone out a little bit, and I'm not, like, fully thinking about
the sun stuff. I mean, you have no evidence on the ground that we're talking about. No direct evidence.
He just wants to know. All he wants to know is how the sun moves. It moves from east to west.
Not necessarily how the sun moves.
That's west. Rises in the east, that's in the west.
If I'm not mistaken, what I heard earlier was you guys don't think the Earth moves?
We don't know.
The sun moves.
Yeah,
May I say something?
could one person talk here? Like, I can't listen to 3 people at the same time. Thank you. Appreciate it. But I'm asking, so like, you guys don't think the Earth moves?
No, the Earth is stationary, bro.
Okay, wait. So hold on, real quick. If you take a ball that rotates, I'm trying to think on how to put this.
Regular question.
Because you can
you have a ball to use for an example first. You need to measure the globe, measure the ground, and say, "Oh, it is a ball." Then you can use a ball as an example. But if you can't,
you need a symmetrical ball.
Yeah, you need to measure something first to determine that you are actually standing on a ball, don't you? Don't you need to measure the ground first to determine that?
This with the whole thing I've been asking.
Yeah, Sophie, this will help you out. This will help you out, Sophie. So, do you know what the claimed rate of curvature of the globe is over the surface?
I do not currently.
Okay, so they say it's about 8 inches per mile squared. This is based on a 3,959 mile radius ball. I'm sure someone in the chat can post the table, which gives us the geometry of the ball. So over 1 mile, it's 8 inches, 10 miles, it's 66 feet, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So there is a geometric curvature that is claimed of the surface. Now, what we're asking for is where has that ever been measured? Because when we go out and try to measure it, it's just measuring flat, no curve.
So, if I'm not mistaken, the human eye does see to a degree 2 miles until it's not rendered. If I'm not mistaken.
But now that we're in 2026 and there's all kinds of technologies, who in all human history has measured this 8 inches per mile squared of curvature drop?
I could not tell you that question.
Well, is it something that you could look up? I mean, you've got Google in that, no?
Yeah, but
may I just?
That's where we need to start, right? Because any argument that you make about the globe, there's gravity, there's satellites, NASA, all this, that's all going to assume that 8 inches per mile squared a drop. So we need to see that measured first. That's step one.
Quickly.
That's step one of the globe. No, Tron, you were speaking for a little bit. Let's give Sophie a chance here. Unless, Tron, you found that measurement, because we asked you the same thing like an hour ago, and you didn't give it to us.
One last thing about the sun.
No, we're not. We're onto the surface curvature right now.
But you were wrong
ask
there.
your thing about the sun later on. We'll come back to it.
You all guys are wrong on that.
No, we're right. Remember, Tron, because there's no curvature.
A plane gets smaller.
Just like your Tron games. No curve.
The airplane example, though.
No, not the airplane example. Airplanes aren't measuring
just
curve.
Two example. Just two sentences.
I want to talk about airplanes. Pilots treat the Earth as flat.
The airplane example. It gets smaller the farther away it gets from you, right?
As does any object.
Not the sun.
Yes. Also the sun.
The sun doesn't get smaller when it's sun.
Yes, it decreases in angular size. Yeah. So, Sophie?
Okay.
Anything for that curve measurement?
I don't have anything on curve measurement. But what if you take the Earth rotating? It undergoes centripetal. I don't know how to say it. Centripetal acceleration, whose magnitude is calculated using a equal v to the second power /r.
Before you get into the details of the calculations, that rotation that you're claiming assumes that curvature. We're going to need the curvature first.
Again, I could not grab the...
Okay, well then we can't really just assume it and then talk about an assumed rotation on top of the assumed curvature that we can't prove. You see the problem?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know why I'm in this conversation. I just corrected that light moves. No, that the sun would just be gone after 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's
distance and light refraction.
Well, that's just the story you've been told. So we don't have any curvature. We don't have any motion of the Earth. The sun is moving. The Earth is not. That's it. Okay, good chat. Glad we're all on the same page.
No, you're wrong. The sun doesn't change size, but if you believe that,
Oh, the sun doesn't change
It
size,
does
does it
change
not?
size. Yeah, it does. It changes.
You see it with your eyes.
But
you can imagine that.
let's see. Someone can post some examples in the chat.
Oh, you just got to put a solar filter on the camera, and you can do it with
All
the
right, yeah,
timeline.
okay, yeah. Give me your examples. That should be fun.
Oh, all right. So, are you going to be a flat earther if I go get you an example?
No, not no. But,
well, then why would I waste my time?
If you see the,
because I'm wasting your time here. Because here it's just fun. I just want to see how you prove that
so
the
you're
sun.
just here to waste our time.
You just no, but you prove. You said that the angular size changes with the sun, but that's not.
Okay, when you
correct.
see that, what are you going to say next?
I'm sure that can be disproved too. Let me just look at it.
You're already saying it doesn't happen, but if it does, I'll come up with an excuse.
My old dude posted it at 55 minutes after the hour.
What the fuck is this video?
He could see the future, guys. He already knows.
Oh yeah, so
But what is this
55
video
minutes
even?
past the hour. That seems to be getting smaller, wouldn't you say?
They are zooming at the same time.
They're zooming at the same time. Doesn't look like it. The rest of the image is static.
Zooming.
There's no movement
They're
of the
zooming,
hills
man.
or the land.
Well, nobody's zooming.
There's no zoom in that. What are you talking about?
Bro, no,
Look at the
nobody's
beginning.
zooming.
You see the edge.
The
of
sun's zooming away. That's about it.
If it was zooming,
come on,
that hill
come
that
on,
you see
get
on the
one
right,
out of here,
Tron, if it was zooming, that hill that you see on the right wouldn't stay the same the whole frame.
I'm looking at the second video.
Oh no, you're ignoring the first one. I got it.
No, the one above it. It's the GIF that we're talking about, the sun changing size.
Give me something in HD quality, not this pixel.
Okay,
Oh, he's got another
56
excuse, the
after the
HD
hour.
quality.
That's HD quality.
Okay. I do want to cut in, but I do
DJ
not
post
want to
another
cut
one.
you guys off.
Okay, what about this one as well that I just posted?
Don't give me GIFs. Give me the original video.
Don't give me GIFs. Why not the GIFs? What's wrong with the GIFs? It's the GIF that keeps on GIFing.
The GIF still does work as a movement that the sun is moving, but yeah,
And
it's not going to be any different in an actual video.
The thing that Tron said definitely doesn't happen.
He wants the original film. He wants the original footage. Guys, give me the freaking camera.
The guy's sleeping. We got to go wake him up, get his actual his actual memory card, and give him the copy so he can look at it, because that's not good enough.
So there you go, Tron. You just got debunked again. Come on, dude.
Wait. So
just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Guys. Can I cut into here real quick? You guys said there's no curvature, like at all. Like, that's just what I'm understanding. That's what you guys said.
Correct.
Okay, so
no exponential curvature. Yeah, no exponential curvature that comports to the radius value. That's right.
All right. So, like, what if we take an example of you going to like sea level, like the exact point of sea level, and you listen. You listen. You go to the exact point of sea level, okay? You watch the sun set, and then you go up to a higher point than sea level.
Okay,
and then you watch the sunset again.
Just quickly before we continue this, is the sea level level then?
Yes.
Okay, well level is flat, so there you go.
It just proved a flat Earth, bro.
No, that's not. No,
Yeah.
you're just missing what I'm trying to ask. You're
So it doesn't
I do
really matter what
understand
the
English,
sun does
but
above the sea
No,
level.
not you,
The
the
sea
other guy.
level. The sea level would be flat.
no, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay, you're just like throwing into a point
I
mid
did. You
interruption.
see the
Okay.
sun, you see the sun, then you go up a high building and you see the sun again over a flat sea level.
Yeah. Welcome to the flat Earth. Get your
Yeah, that's what
t-shirts.
we're saying. The water's all flat. It's level.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not flat because
Good
the
stuff.
ground
Yeah,
underneath is
Tron,
flat.
remember, because of the laser hitting the target 30 miles because it's flat?
No, I don't forget that, man.
No, forget that. Forget that. Tron, how can we forget that? The laser hits the target 30 miles away because it's flat.
You can never forget that.
You want to do like a Men in Black mind eraser trick? Forget what you've seen.
Yeah, but lasers are light. It can be influenced by air, by the atmosphere.
Oh, but not by a curve, right?
Really?
What has that got to do with curve? It just means the measurement in that video cannot be correct.
There's no curve, because according to the globe, there should be a curve blocking the laser from the target. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen because there's no curvature. Just like in your Tron game. I want you to remember, next time you're fantasizing about your Tron world, that's like the Earth.
That's inside a computer. That's not the world.
Oh.
Yes. See, that's what we're looking for. Sometimes it's not even the people we're speaking to whose minds break. It's just like casual.
My mind doesn't
listeners.
break, man. His
It's
reaction
kind of already
is what
broken.
most
Tron.
people think about
It's like
it,
when you were like, the sun doesn't change size, the sun doesn't change size, and then we
doesn't.
showed you one clip, and you're like, that
I just
doesn't.
don't know.
That's
The problem
zooming in.
is you already
That's
spent
not.
time.
That's not HD. I want the guy's
You
memory
spent
card.
so much
that
time
one doesn't count.
finding these
That one's not real. You guys made that in Paint. I mean, you're just making things up at this point.
I don't know because I on the spot I don't have all the events because I don't spend time.
I know
learning
Tron. I
about
know
this.
Tron. But that's like me saying. That's like me coming
No,
up to you
if I have
in
if
a
I have
subject
time,
that you're
I
an
can debunk
expert
that
in.
too, because
It's like
there's
me coming up to you,
explanation for that.
Tron. It's like you saying, "Hey, this is the case in Tron. The Tron world, this happens. This car can go this fast." And I'm saying, "No, that's not true." And you're saying, "Well, I'm an expert in Tron. I've spent years researching Tron." And I'm like, "Well, I've never looked into Tron really, but you're wrong because I just believe the yellow car is faster than the red car." That's like what you're doing. You don't know anything about it. We do. So why are you arguing?
You know about the evidence that you bring up.
That point though,
We know about the evidence that all the Globers
It's
bring
like
up.
like I said earlier. It's like Muslims know so much about the Bible.
No, it's nothing to do with
like
Muslims.
argue
It's to
about
do
it.
with geometry and science, Tron.
Yeah, it is getting to the point of why
Just give me a minute, okay? I'll find an answer. Why?
Dear ChatGPT, please help.
Yeah, but ChatGPT, let's see what you
Save me, ChatGPT. Save me.
Why is you even making an argument? You haven't even studied.
ChatGPT says that NASA says that Earth is a globe. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Come on, Tron.
Yeah, you got to do better than that, bro. Like if you don't know it for yourself.
ChatGPT says the sun isn't moving. Therefore, my eyes are wrong.
No, this is not about the Earth moving or the sun moving. This is about.
I know, but it's all the same, Tron, isn't it?
How the sun works on the horizon.
You've been convinced to ignore your.
Because what you see there, I've never seen it with my own eyes.
You've been convinced to ignore what you experienced in reality in favor of a cartoon from
Have you
the
seen
US
this
government.
effect with your own eyes with the camera?
Yes.
What?
We all see the sun move.
Have you done?
We can post a ton of videos for you of people doing it.
No, have you done it yourself?
Yeah, I've watched thousands of sunsets.
No, have you done it yourself? With the
camera?
camera?
Have you not seen the sunset?
Most flat earthers have done this. Yes.
Yeah, Tron, we've
Have you ever seen the globe with your own eyes, Tron? You ever done that?
We've seen sunsets.
No, have you taken a video like that with your camera?
We have videos. YouTube haven't not deleted most of them.
Have you done your own time lapses?
It's 2014. Flat Earthers had videos tracking the sun. Many of them.
Have you made your own time lapse and experienced?
What are you saying that these videos are fake or something? They're fake videos.
No, I'm just asking. No, but have you done it yourself? This experiment, because this is a simple experiment. You can do it with a smartphone.
Why haven't you done it, Tron?
I've never done it.
I have done it before. Yes, I have done it before. Yes.
Only you.
You asked if any of us done it. I answered.
Then show me your video. Does it show the exact same effect as those gifs?
5 years ago, dude. I don't know where that shit's at. What's computer?
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see all sorts of crazy things happening on different days due to the weather conditions. When you watch the sunset, sometimes it looks like
what is the
the sun
explanation
sets
of that,
above the horizon. Weather conditions can alter the way you view things when they get closer to the horizon. Like we have things like green flashes and all sorts of crazy
things. Why does the sun
things.
move like that? In those examples, then.
What's this? What are you talking about? Why does it move like what?
Like in those examples, because you
due to perspective, things converge.
No, you cherry pick those.
No,
why does it in one of them it looks like the sun is moving away almost?
Yeah, that's what we see.
Oh, it looks like it's moving away. That's weird.
Yeah, Tron, you would get the answer if you just be quiet. You got to let the person answer the question.
Yeah, you're
Why
the
not
student.
even
Remember?
just that? Like it's moving away.
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, do you even know what the sun is, Tron? Can you really speak any knowledge on what the sun is and what you're actually witnessing when you see it go overhead and when you see it set? I mean, what could you possibly figure out about it?
Not more than you, then. If you just look at the evidences from your eyes.
And what you could put your hands on and what you could test, right?
Would you prefer we used our imaginations, Tron?
What test? It gives it emits heat and light. Okay, we can agree on that.
Cool.
Yeah, basically what we experience on here on Earth, right?
We keep trying to talk about the actual empirical evidence over the surface of the Earth. You guys keep bringing up the sun and things like that. We never brought up the sun as an argument.
Because there's no model. You just
You don't. Yeah, we just debunk your silly model that you think you have.
But
right?
you don't
With the
have a
curving
model to
water.
debunk.
Yeah, we don't need a model. You're right.
Yeah, if you have a
I'm
Ferrari,
just
you don't need a
curious.
model Ferrari, right? If you
I'm
have
just
if you have a
curious how
horse,
the
you don't
world
need a
works
model
for you.
horse. You just have
I'm
reality.
just curious how the world works. apart
Tron,
from
you're not
that.
curious. You're not curious. If you were curious, you would be acting curious and asking genuine questions. You're trying to argue for your
I asked
globe.
you.
No, but you're
How
asking it.
how does the
You're
sky
trying to
work
argue
in a
for your
flat Earth?
globe belief. It's like you're upset that the Earth isn't a globe. So now you're trying to
How does the sky
say, well, it
work
can't
in
be
a flat
flat
Earth?
then, when in reality it obviously is.
Why would the sky need
Check
to
it out.
work?
We
Right.
have to know how the sky works because we measured the Earth flat. Because the Earth is measured flat, people have to know how the sky works.
Yeah, we've done the Earth bit, right?
I have one
We
question.
figured out that the Earth is flat. Maybe you guys can figure out what's going on in the
How does
sky.
time
How about
work
you
then?
guys do some? Why don't you guys do
Can
some
I
work?
can I
We have to
ask
do
you guys
everything for
one
you guys.
question?
What's up,
I have
Sophie?
one. All right. So, do you know exactly how far away the sun is from the Earth?
How would you
No,
measure that?
How
So
would you
you
measure that?
don't know. Like,
No,
it's a
Do you
genuine
know,
question.
Sophie?
Measure
Sophie,
it.
Sophie, do you know?
How fast does
That's
light travel
strong.
for you?
Chill. Sophie.
That's no. I'm asking so I can do calculations on how fast light moves versus how far the sun is away from the Earth.
No, you can't know then because I tried to do
But you
that
can
about
measure how fast
40
light
years ago,
travels.
dude, and I didn't have the answers then, so you don't have them now.
But you
Right,
can
you
measure
don't know
how fast light travels with a laser, for instance.
only one way. It's two-way speed of light. You can only measure two ways, so we don't have a one-way speed of light.
How's that going to help you determine the distance to the sun anyway?
Anyway, Tron, what you're experiencing right now is cognitive dissonance, and my advice is to just sit back and listen for a while and take it all in before you continue arguing. You know,
You're throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. That's kind of what's
Yeah.
happening here.
it's good content for
I
us.
know. That's why I came for a laugh, because I know that's how it is.
You're constantly saying you don't know every time we push you to something. You constantly say, "Well,
You
I
don't
don't
know either. How many times you deflected with a question because you don't have an answer?
We haven't deflected at all. We only just answered yours and asked you one, and then you say you don't know, and then you tell us we don't know.
You only know what you want to know because you spent time. You're committed to this. That's cool.
Yeah, we committed to how the Earth is measured flat. Yes.
What's wrong with knowing the things that we're committed to knowing?
There's nothing wrong to be committed to anything. That's cool.
Yeah, we know the arguments and reasoning behind this argument, right? You're in the Flat Earth Discord channel, right?
I
And
know.
We're
That's why I'm here.
experts at this topic, which
I
involves
know.
knowing a lot about the globe and knowing a lot about what the Flat Earthers are claiming as well. And then
Yes.
we're trying to show people empirical evidence and see what empirical evidence they have as a counter. And
But
then
you
we're trying
always
to
show
come
the
to a
same. That
No, I could sit here for the next 20 hours showing you observations that you've never seen once in your life that are impossible on a globe. But then if I ask you for one, you're not going to be able to show anything.
But why does it prove that your Earth is flat?
Because there are certain characteristics that would have to be present for the Earth to be a globe, and they're not present. Consistently not present, and there's no evidence that they exist in the first place outside of a theoretical mathematical construct which is the globe.
Why then can't you travel to the end of this flat Earth?
We're not claiming to know the shape or size of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. You guys are claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. When we test it, we can't find any curvature. So it cannot possibly be what you think it is.
Traveled then? Tried to
Nobody even from the globe side has continued going south and come back around the other side of the globe to where they started. So even the globe earthers haven't done what you're suggesting we should do. There's also the Antarctic Treaty, which makes it extremely difficult to travel past 60 degrees south. And it's also extremely hostile in the far south, obviously. So as far as we know so far, no one's kept going. And we're not even saying that that's where an edge is. We're not claiming that the Earth is a specific object or anything like that.
You can go around the South Pole.
You can go around the South Pole. Okay, who did that?
No, I'm just technically you can do that, right?
That wasn't. You didn't say it wasn't a question. Now it's a question. Oh, I don't know. No, I'll say no.
No question. I'm just questioning. So the South Pole on your model goes around.
I don't have a model.
So let me keep up. What do go around the South Pole mean? What do you mean by that?
No, I'm just trying to picture this model of yours.
No, it's just the Earth is measured flat. That's how it's measured. That's how you experience it.
So there's the continents, and then there's the South Pole, and then there's nothing. Or what is there?
Audio chaos, bro. My microphone is messed up, so every time you talk over me, it's going to cause audio chaos. Listen to what I'm saying. When I'm done talking, then you can respond. Is that fair?
Yes, go on.
Okay, great. We're not claiming a model. We're not claiming a model in mathematics. We're claiming an observation that we all can experience.